What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another day of LCK. We have the promotion tournament beginning today. I'm Achilles. With me is Monte Cristo. And holy hell, we are in it for the long haul today.
Oh, baby.
Three
yes,
best
we
of
are.
threes coming at you. We're going to start things off with Spenu's Sonic Boom versus ESC Ever, then go into CJ Entus versus Kongdu Monster, and then the losers of both of these matches are going to play in another best of three after both of those sets, and the loser will be relegated or out of contention to make it into LCK.
Yeah, to be clear, this is a double elimination bracket between these four teams. We have all best of threes today. The winner's match will be best of five, and then, of course, the final match will be best of five to determine the last team to get into LCK as well as the last team to be relegated. Those matches will be happening later this week. So just the three best of threes today. It's going to be very, very long, most likely.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we have potential for 9 games to happen here today.
That's right. If you want to see us losing our minds, come back in about 5 hours, and we'll probably be about done by that point in time, yet still talking. So
yeah,
we'll get a little loopy then probably. But for now, it's interesting to see Spenu and ESC. I really don't have a prediction on this match because, interestingly, ESC is starting with Ares in the jungle, and Spenu is starting with Soul. And first off, we haven't seen Soul play for Spenu since July 12th. And second off, we haven't seen Ares
at all
in LCK ever. He was actually playing for ESC in the spring when they were still in Challenger, but he never played a single game in summer. Seems odd that they would be swapping him out for Bless right now, considering Bless was, in my opinion, one of the higher points of this team. And I think that Ares had pretty much hit his skill ceiling, and it was necessary to replace him. But we'll see if what he's going to show today. Certainly bizarre.
I mean, if there's anything that we can say about the teams that we have here today, CJ especially, we've had some very interesting roster swaps coming through. That being said, starting things off with Ares again, it's just going to be really confusing that Bless isn't starting, like you said, definitely the high note of this squad so far. When they do have success, it's usually because Bless and Loken have been popping off. But whether or not they're going to do that, be able to do that today, I don't really know. Sasin starting in mid. We won't be seeing REM or Rem yet. Could see him a little bit later on, but Sasin will be coming back in at the beginning of this match.
Well, Sasin did play the last 2 games of the finals against Kongdu Monster, and he played all 4 of the semifinal games, so he has been playing more recently in the playoffs and certainly is the bigger veteran. We know him for his traditionally very large champion pool. This is just going to look at
22 champions that he played in spring, I believe. But you can see right here, 4 teams trying to earn their way into LCK or back into the LCK for the sake of CJ Entus and ESC Ever. Whether or not they're going to be able to do that, yet to be determined, but they're going to try to join the ranks of teams like the Rox Tigers, KT, and SK Telecom. Rox Tigers, of course, just coming off of their big win in the grand finals for the regular split in summer.
Yeah, very exciting stuff, but we'll see. CJ getting relegated would really be the end of an era here. I've been casting here for 4 years now. CJ has been a part of this tournament, this league, ever since they picked up the Blaze and Frost teams, and even before that, when they made their original team with players like Insect.
Getting ready to just go ahead, get into the pick and ban phase here for this first game. But yeah, seeing CJ Entus getting kicked out of LCK would definitely be a turn for the worse. Definitely not something that I hope we see today, but you never know. Kongdu Monster kind of snuck their way into that top seed in the Challenger. It was looking like Spenu, going in mostly undefeated throughout the duration of the Challenger series, and then in the finals taking him down.
Yeah, they were 7-0 in their best of threes and 14-2 overall in game score. So Spenu looked like that dominant force, but surprising to see the upset. Kongdu coming into the finals and winning 3-1.
All right, let's go ahead, take a look in the booths and check out our squads. First off, it's going to be ESC Ever. Be playing in on the red side. See them on your screen there. Crazy, of course, still playing up in top. Not going to have any sign of Fire Trap quite yet, but with Ares starting in the jungle, you never know. We could see some interesting swaps coming through. We'll see how Ares is going to play in this first game, because that could impact whether or not Bless steps into the second.
Yeah, it is surprising to me again that Ares is coming in, particularly against Flawless, who is one of the stronger points of Spenu.
Yeah.
And I anticipate we are going to have to see Lee Sin and Nidalee bans here from ESC.
Well, not again, like, because we haven't seen Ares, it's hard to say what his champion pool is like in the jungle. We can assume that he's been playing the more meta picks, the Rek'Sai, the Gragas, the really prevalent ones, but does he have something like the Kindred, the Graves? I mean, we saw Kindred come out in Game 5, KT Rolster versus Rocks just a couple days ago.
Well, when there are 4 jungle bans and the Hecarim is picked, we are going to see either Graves or Kindred. But for Ares, at least, one thing to note is that he was always a Rek'Sai player, first and foremost. So the meta may have shifted back in his favor for ESC, with Nidalee no longer being top of the pile, which would be a more blessed champion to select.
Well, on the other side, it is Spenu Sonic Boom. I'm going to talk about champion pools. Who the hell knows what Sassen's going to be bringing out here today. He's been playing a lot of Vladimir, Malzahar, and Kassadin as of late. But the rest of the squad, Sol, again in the top lane, not going to be seeing Mimic, who definitely played the majority of the Challenger series for Spenu. We'll be starting with Sol. Flawless in the jungle, got his hands on Lee Sin twice in the Challenger series, but as we can expect coming into these matches, it's probably going to be permaban for the rest of this.
Yeah, we'll see
run in Challenger.
We'll see how much of a threat ESC thinks that the Lee Sin is. And of course, one player we do have to note is Lehens, the support of Spenu, does have some weird pocket picks, including he did play Blitzcrank and win in the semifinals, and he also plays support Elise, and he won that game too. Of course, only one game of each, but this guy is a bit unpredictable, and he does like to play a lot of pick supports.
Yeah, so we'll see if he's going to go with anything a little bit wacky today. I mean, pressure, obviously, really on in this moment. Spenu want to be able to walk away with this win, not have to play in that loser's best of 3. So, you can be damn sure whatever they lock in, they're going to have the utmost confidence in it. So I don't know if we're going to see that Blitzcrank come back out yet, but let's go ahead. We'll get right into the pick and ban here for Game 1 and see what they're going to offer up to us. First ban going over to Spenu.
Yeah, Sol, typically this season has been more of a tank player. A couple games of Rise, but for the most part, when we did see him, it was a lot of Echo, Maokai, Trundle.
Well, no shocks there. First ban just going to be Navarus, not giving much away here. And Lee Sin to fire back from ESC. So just getting rid of those really comfortable pocket picks on either side. And now we'll get into the meta stuff. The Gangplank going to be taken away first and foremost here.
Yeah, I think that's smart. GB definitely more of a pick for Crazy than it is for Sol. And of course the Varus against Temps. We saw that consistently throughout the regular season. Take away the Varus. Temps, probably his best champion. So let's see what we're going to have here. The Gnar is going to be banned. Sol only has one Gnar game on the season so far, but power of that pick currently, it's not too surprising. Trying to set up most likely for an Echo pick here. Spenu will not be first picking Taliyah. So
get rid of that one.
No standard junglers banned. Spenu could be setting up here for an early Rek'Sai to take it away from Ares.
I mean, we could see the Rek'Sai, but we could also see Nidalee, which is something that Flawless played a lot in spring. It's something he's been playing a good deal of when he can get his hands on it in Challenger. And Tahm Kench is the final ban, so they very well could just snatch up this Nidalee as a first pick.
Yeah, Tahm Kench is interesting. It's certainly something Lehens used in 3 out of 4 games of the finals.
And it will be the Nidalee.
But keep in mind that they did lose 2 of those games. So the Nidalee will be the first pick, as you say, and I thought we for sure would see that ban. But there is going to be a little bit of power going over to the side of ESC.
That's managed to slip through the cracks a couple times, but now Vladimir available. Could see this one coming in for Tempt in the mid lane. Be comfortable on that pick, and again, it's a bit of a takeaway from Sassen, who's been playing that a hell of a lot. But something like the Malzahar also available that he could go back to. They'll lock that in, and now it's going to be the Jhin for Loken. Last time we saw Loken play, really, got that double MVP from playing Jhin, had a really wonderful performance in overall a really rough split.
Yeah, I don't think you pick the Jhin there, though. I think you take the Echo, just because it is more of a power pick, and Nuclear has played some Jhin, but he's really emphasized Ashe and Sivir for the most part. So I think you can probably just save that pick for a little bit later in the draft. But it is, of course, Loken's probably best champion so far this season. Sassen, maybe taking a look at the new Rise.
Yeah, you never really know where this guy's going to go. Malzahar one of his more recent most played champions.
Oh,
But
Poppy.
they're actually going to go back to this Poppy. So
Poppy
we'll
did
see this.
receive a few minor buffs recently, but I'm a bit surprised to see the Poppy locked in so soon. Now, again, I am not going to assume that this is not, in fact, a support Poppy because of the way Lehens is.
That would, that's true. And I mean, the Trundle has been a big pick for Seoul as well. I don't think he has many Poppy games throughout the Challenger Series, so could just have that flex coming in for Lehens.
Yeah.
So going to keep it a little bit obscure on the side of Spenu. But you mentioned the Rek'Sai. Available here for Ares. Looks like they might just go right over to that one. And potentially the Bard as well for Key, who's had some mixed success with this champion.
He either looks amazing or he feeds a bunch. That's basically the two sides of Key right there. He has had trouble maintaining composure in the booth at times, but no surprise on the Rek'Sai. That's the bread and butter of Ares throughout most of his career, and especially in the challenger scene and at IEM, where we saw him in the spring.
Now back over to Spenu, looking for that mid lane and the 80 carry. We'll see what Sassen wants to bring to the table this time around.
So it will be
Okay.
Karma, mid lane Karma here, and probably a support Trundle, but again, I'm not going to assume that it's not a support Poppy.
We'll have
Considering
to wait until the clock runs down a bit.
Lehens' champion pool, and the more recent buffs to Poppy's ranged auto attacks, you have a little bit more harass in lane. But probably support Trundle here. And
It's a long hold over top of this Darius.
yeah, this is tough though because Crazy doesn't actually technically know what the matchup is. He has switched over to Ghost, and he may be going for a Singed here. We have seen Singed in China.
Yeah, Looper playing that one. And getting a quadra kill on the Singe.
Yeah, usually you play it into a Shen matchup though.
Well, they're really thinking about this one, but speaking of Shen, still available, could just be locked in here for Crazy. Definitely something he's played a lot more than the Singe, I would guess. So it looks like this will just go ahead and be the matchup. Take this one in blind.
He really wanted the Singe, though. You can tell because he did have the Ghost already switched over. So that, not exactly what he was looking for, but if he isn't 100% confident in that top lane matchup, the Shen will be able to just farm and stay pretty even with Poppy here.
Yeah, it's just going to be a big wet noodle fight up in that top lane. Not a whole lot of kills going to be coming out unless Flawless can make something happen early. And that's what we're going to be looking for him to do with this Nidalee pick coming in. Needs to be able to apply the pressure, get the lanes ahead as quickly as possible. And decent CC on all of the lanes. The tether for the Karma, stun into the wall for the Poppy, as well as the slows in the, from the volley and the pillar in the bottom lane. So there's a lot of opportunities for him to be able to get in and have those effective ganks.
Yeah, Flawless, it's about getting him ahead early. Spenu as a whole has chosen pretty good pick composition, and they've also got a lot of poke and zoning tools as well with the Trundle. The Ashe, limited mobility, but should still be able to get auto attacks on turrets when you combine the poke from the Nidalee and the Karma with the Trundle pillar ability to move people away from turrets. So pretty nice siege here for Spenu, pretty nice pick potential, and certainly, as you say, a great early game for Flawless. He's got a lot of ganking options in the lanes. On the other side, we do have ESC. They're looking for some late game team fighting. Low early game wave clear, though, and that's a bit of a worry with the early game power of champions like Karma. So ESC need to make sure that they don't group.
All right, well, let's go ahead, get right into game one here. ESC, their LCK spot on the line as they take on Spenu Sonic Boom. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. It's going to be a Cloud Drake to start us off. Take a little photo tour. The fans coming out here from both sides. Spenu going to have to do some rebuilding as far as their fan base goes if they make it back into the LCK. But ESC now going to be trying to hold on desperately for dear life and maintain their spot.
Yeah, this game's going to be all about Flawless, really, and what he can do in the early game. So many opportunities to gank these lanes, and he's got to make something work. A little bit hard, of course, in the mid with Vladimir with 2 mobility summoners. And the pool.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Right now, looks like it's going to have everybody sitting back in the jungle. No forward pressure being applied by either side. Neither team wanting to take the risk to face check into the jungle. So some decent ward coverage up in this top side by Spenu. So would spot out ESC if they decided to move in for any deep vision. Not going to be able to obtain that. Looks like it's just going to be the Krug start coming in for Spenu. He and Loken now running in a little bit late. They're just going to walk up to the wave. Not going to be able to actually push them off these Krugs. So.
That's really sloppy by ESC. On red side right now, when you know there's going to be standard lanes, you really do have to invade as the duo, because basically they're going to take the small Krug, and you're not going to be able to get the big drop necessarily if they invade. So I think the best strategy typically is just to go ahead and invade early to prevent them from getting even the small Krug. That way you can minimize your disadvantage. Instead they get both Krugs. This causes Loken and Key to have to fall back after the wave to go get the Grump. So not a great start for ESC's bot lane, especially when they wanted to use their range advantage to really harass early.
Yeah, just questionable approach to try to get in there, walking straight through the lane, taking minion damage. So Spenu going to be benefiting from that. The early level 2 coming in for both of these members. But the Trundle level 2 not going to be that threatening, so don't have to worry about a whole lot on the side of ESC. Just need to start catching up in CS and try to get Loken to those big item spikes as quickly as possible. The Yomu is going to be the first item that he's likely going to be trying to pick up, unless he wants to move into something like the Essence Reaver build, which we've seen us a couple times here and there, but it's really just been that dominating armor pit build for the most part.
Yeah, I think you're going to have enough late game power with the Vlad too that you don't need to go for a late game build on Jhin, especially when you need to poke them off to prevent them, Spenu, from really sieging up in the mid game, which does play to a lot of their strengths. Longer this game goes on, Spenu doesn't have a lot of late game damage with this composition. Ashe, Nidalee, and Karma not going to be doing it for you, really. They're very reliant on pick and poke. So ESC, just a matter of outlasting them and making sure they don't lose any turrets early. We're going to see a pop over the wall here from Flawless.
Going to be moving in. We'll be able to take away these Krugs. Ares is on the roam up. He's already cleared out the rest of the jungle camp, so he'll be making a beeline over to this side. So might just arrive in time to potentially have a counter gank, but with Crazy pushed up into the tower, it looks like Flawless is going to go ahead and back off. And we have a pause.
Oh boy.
All right, it begins.
Does indeed, Achilles. How many pauses will we have today? 3 best of 3s?
I'm hoping for as few as possible, but we'll figure out what's going on. Looks like we have an issue in the Spenu booth. So, try to get this one squared away. Worst case, it's okay. Worst case scenario, we'll just reschedule to Tuesday. At least it's only it's only a one-day break.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
But yeah, looks like just having a slight little problem, so we'll get that one taken care of. But overall, just 4 minutes in, not a whole lot happening. That slight botch by ESC in the bottom lane, but they're not suffering too heavily. It's just going to be 4 CS behind for Loken. So.
Yeah, but they really wanted to get that bullying done in the early parts of the game, so that's why it was a bit sloppy.
Yeah.
Coming in, but
it's just an odd choice of pathing to go that way instead of up through the.
I mean, it was basically the worst possible choice, right? Because if they just went Gromp, they would have equalized on the minion camps. But again, that's the delayed invade where they get both Krugs anyway. That's the worst thing that could happen, except you dying right there, basically, which is, of course, very unlikely. So you either commit to an invade right at the jungle minion spawn and try and harass them, which you absolutely can do on Bard and Jhin. Bard with that Thunderlords gets it a pretty easy proc and some nice early chip damage onto champions, but just not playing it very well, unfortunately. But again, not the biggest mistake in the world. Obviously not game-breaking.
Yeah. Well, I can't even tell which booth the issue is deriving from, but I don't know. Looks like it might be something here on the side of ESC. Not too certain, though.
No, I can't really tell who's having the problems. We don't see any of our refs or tech people.
Well, it looks like the clock is ticking down now, so we might be getting back into the game. Looks like things might be okay, unless we have another pause coming out. So looks like we may just be getting right back into it. Could have just been a very slight issue, maybe a setting that had to be changed up, but everything should be getting squared away here.
Yep, everything going fine. Jungler's
There
back
we go.
in. Ares is seen at the Krug camp with the ward placed there not a minute ago by Flawless.
So good vision for him. Just going to keep tabs on that Rek'Sai as much as humanly possible. And as expected, it's been pretty stagnant up here in the top lane. Soul falling a little bit behind Crazy in the CS. Has already expended all of those Corrupting Potion charges. So Crazy will have the upper hand when it comes down to the sustainability in this top lane. So go in for a bit of a trade. But overall, wet noodle fight through and through.
And people may be wondering why Poppy, because we've seen some Poppy picks ever since the buffs came through. It hasn't looked spectacular, but Poppy is still very good at creating picks or disengaging. In spite of all her troubles, as long as you can pick up some farm and lane, really Poppy will synergize very nicely. It will deny the engage from ESC while they're sieging. And it provides an initial crowd control for Nidalee to gap close. It's certainly not the biggest power pick, obviously, in the current meta, but it is by no means awful, especially in the composition that Spenu has assembled.
We'll see how it's going to impact, though. Of course, the changes a while ago to the duration of that teleport channel. It's going to hurt Poppy's ability to impact the map, whereas Crazy can just use the Stand United when available and have that much more immediate help and give that assistance over to his team with a shield. So we'll see if Soul can really set up for the big plays, try to get those nice flanks in.
Okay. So TP's used early. Crazy approaching level 6, so he will actually have a global up. And with Sassen's teleport already down, this may give ESC a chance to make a play. The Stand United as Crazy hits 6 right now.
Yeah, just the Cloud Drake. So still going to be a good pickup, but not necessarily going to be the highest priority dragon that could have spawned. So might not see that one come into contention for a while. I mean, even in the finals with, you know, a lot of Mountain Drakes being spawned up as first. I think we had 3 Mountain Drakes, 1 Ocean, 1 Cloud as the starting dragons. And most of them didn't really get touched until about the 16-minute mark or so, give or take a couple minutes there. So this one could just be sitting there for a while. So we see a TP play coming through, or a roam play with Temp. Probably not going to be for much of an objective, just going to be looking for that first blood. Probably the bottom lane.
See where the targets is. Key taking a little bit of a wander for Chimes. Flawless is seen over at the Raptor pit, so Ward's going back in. Nice deports actually by Key as he uses the recall and his knowledge of Italy's location. They are doing a good job keeping eyes on Flawless in the early game.
Yeah, he's got that bottom side covered pretty well, but same goes for Flawless, who got some deep wards up into the top side of ESC's jungle. So he'll be able to spot out Ares in a second here. Crazy going back in for the trades, laying down the damage onto Soul. Gonna push him back off, but Soul going pretty well in that Poppy. Has the Bombing Cinder to help dish out a little bit of extra damage, but he's taking that in return from Crazy's. And again, has already used all of his charges in that potion.
Yeah, Ares fading into the Scuttle Crab right there. He's going to be seeing Crazy does have to play this a bit cautiously.
Flawless coming in, throws the Javelin. Crazy's going to be able to use the Shadow Dash to get away. He'll keep himself safe. So far, Flawless, 8 minutes in, hasn't really been able to impact any of the lanes. That was his first attempt at a gang.
Ares does have to be careful there. He does know that Italy's still on the top side of the map, but out the mid laner can get in trouble. But he also had the ward coverage to make sure there wasn't going to be a support roaming up through the jungle and harassing him into the river. Ares actually going to come in here and try and take a crack at the red buff. Oh, didn't see it.
Yeah, didn't see it, but he actually got it in the end, I believe, there. Unless that was his red buff.
That's his red
buff.
That
Okay.
was his red buff.
Like, blinked for a second and I lost it.
That's what happens sometimes.
I was like, did he really? Okay. So Flawless has it. He'll get the Krugs. And now Ares can brew a that blue buff. He can take that for himself. Not really necessary, but it's either him or the Vladimir, so he says, screw it, you know what, I'll have those short cooldowns coming through. Pick that up, and Loken's actually been able to transition this into a bit of a CS lead for himself. A little wave here for Nuclear, so he'll be just a couple behind once he clears that out. Loken doing well to kind of crawl his way back into this lane. Already has a serrated Dirk, and those boots of swiftness completed for him. So he's going to be that much more slippery once he's able to juke out those Ash arrows and get away from those Trundle pillars even faster.
Yeah, a bit of a gold lead here coming through for Spenu also.
Yeah, about 700.
Interesting to see that.
Too crazy. Sassen walking forward, gonna get popped up. Temps on the roam. There's also Ghost available if he wants to try to close that gap. Sassen gets the tether, will put a little bit of damage in onto that Rek'Sai, but can't find anything even with Flawless winning the wings.
Yeah, Sassen walked into a pink warded brush, and so that's why Ares didn't follow right there. Didn't want to go any closer because he knows if Sassen is standing there firing into a pink warded brush that Flawless is almost certainly around, and that's a 2v2 that probably wouldn't go too well for ESC in the early stages of this game. Ares already has his Tiamat picked up. Tempt has been itemizing for defense, of course, with Spectre's Cowl into the early game power of the Karma.
See, nice little deep invade coming through. There's really spotted out. The move forward, get some wards down. Hens coming through, doesn't see Key. He's gonna get stunned into the wall. Pop up coming through from Ares. He's gonna flash away, get himself out to safety. Summoner spell down now for the Trundle. And that'll be the Raptors taken away. So good little deep invade there by ESC. Get them a little bit of profit, but overall they're still sitting a couple hundred gold behind. Gonna be looking for that first blood either on the kill or the tower.
Yeah, mistake by Lehens there. You can't walk into the jungle to try and ward when bot lane and mid lane are pushed up. You have no idea where the jungler is, and the support is not showing.
You can also just check the brush with your pillar.
That's also true. But yeah, you just not even walking in there is probably the best plan. And in any case, that is good timing for Ares and Key to go on a deep warding mission together.
Flawless getting spotted out yet again by that ward in the Krugs. So he is just being kept track of by ESC. And while they haven't been able to find themselves a kill or much of an advantage in any of the lanes, they haven't died yet. And that's good news going up against the Nidalee.
There really haven't even been any ganks. It's been good vision control for the most part. Pretty tempered play from Crazy in the top side, not giving Flawless any opportunities. And now there's a confused Rift Herald.
Yeah. Body blocking the spear. But, yep, it is the good old scaling game for ESC. So they're going to be perfectly fine to not get into too many engagements. Flawless clearing out the tunnel, he'll get spotted, attempt to send the lead, fine. So how was your final, Monty?
It was
Mine
great.
was great. I was just sitting in the audience.
You're chilling, watching those very exciting games.
Yelling a lot. Had to rest my voice pretty much all of yesterday. So.
It was a pretty exciting final. Crowd was really into it.
It was good.
I feel bad for Score though. Longest running player
Yeah.
still never won. At least Mad Life has won in CLGU. It was a long time ago, 2012, but has lifted the trophy. Score's won IEM though, so at least he's got that.
Well, what would you rather have? Would you rather have won a championship and then be in relegation, or made it to the final several times and never won?
He's made it to the finals twice. He did win IEM Katowice
Okay.
in 2014.
That's something.
That's right, with Ryu and Duke, actually, when he was back known as Leopard. So he has at least a trophy to his name.
Well, I think I'd probably rather have that. So you know what? I'm comfortably on the second best team in Korea than to be fighting for my chance to stay.
I think you're right. Of course, they have not qualified for the World Championships yet, but considering that Samsung has never beaten KT in a single game.
Oh, here we go. Stand United coming through. Flawless just going to flash up the wall. The Bard ultimate catches Tempt and Flawless, and now ESC is just piling over the exhaust coming through on the Nidalee. Looks like he might still be able to make it out of this one. Kurt Call coming through the taunt, not going to connect, but Flawless still going to go down as Crazy finds the kill. 2 coming in now as Loken picks up a second one onto Nuclear, and they're looking for a third. Lehens, no flash available. Will juke out on the W, actually makes it out with the help from the shield from Sasin. Crazy getting stunned up, has to dash away, but ESC gonna come up with 2 crucial kills to take out Flawless and Nuclear.
Yeah, pretty good execution there, actually. Wasn't the best coordination between Ares and Temp to get over that wall, but saved, of course, by Key's Tempered Fate. Just slowing Flawless up right now, and that's pretty huge. Flawless really needed to get going in this early game. He's behind on CS, on Nidalee, and now he has given up the first kill of the game alongside Nuclear. It's a pretty good start. Flawless does do a little bit of counter jungling, and he sees people coming in, but that was a really good Rek'Sai ult into a Shen. Stand United. Yeah, Bard ultimate is really good. Flash over the wall, same with Key. So they eventually get over, catch Nuclear, who is trying to rotate faster, but again, Curtain Call in the early game with the quick armor penetration, going to be doing 400 damage for Loken to take out Nuclear. So early kills are going to be going over to ESC, and that is fantastic for them.
I mean, that being said, picking up the 2 kills, still not going to net them much of a gold lead, as they're not able to pick up a turret in addition to, but they did get the Cloud Drake, so that's going to help them out a bit in these rotations, help them get that deep vision that they've been already so good at. So far in this game, you can see that that bottom side of the jungle is still very well lit up in their favor, but still just 500 here, so Spenu giving up those 2 kills with the Cloud Drake, not going to be the worst of things, certainly not helping them, but there's definitely potential for them to claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, problem is that, again, they did need the early advantage. Flawless dying doesn't really help power up this Nidalee. They are going to just be outscaled by ESC in the late game, and the presence from the Shen with the double globals are going to be problematic for them. At least they have the Trundle to really eat into Shen's tanky statistics. But other than that, low damage is the way forward here for Spenu, especially when they're not able to itemize effectively off the gold lead.
With that kill coming in for Loken, Youmuu's completed, has the longsword coming in, so going to be opting into that Duskblade more than likely. There's no real need for a detour into something like a Hexdrinker with just the Karma really going to be the only one pumping out a lot of AP damage, as Flawless has been behind for this entire game so far. So it should be comfortable to go ahead and get that second big armor penetration item before he has to go defensive whatsoever.
Exactly.
He's also had that slight CS lead since about the 8-minute point, so he's been in a decent spot, just keeping ahead of Nuclear, who's actually going to get caught up here by Key as he throws out that ultimate. Arrow comes through, he's going to lock him up, but ESC, they're still looking for this one. Now Ares coming in, Curtain Call coming through. Lehens might just be the final target. He's going to eat all of these bullets. 4th one not being shot yet. Now they knock up Nuclear on the backside. Lehens body blocks them all, but it's not enough as ESC just piles in with help from Shen coming in with the Stand United. Lehens going to flash over that wall, try to hightail it out of here into the welcoming arms of Sasin. Looks like he will be able to meet him in the jungle and keep him safe. Now trying to trade some damage back on the Temple. There's just no way to go for a kill. And ESC off the backside of that play, they're going to net themselves this first brick gold coming through. Looks like they're going to hand it all over to Loken as well. So 650 being piled onto this Jhin, who now has a kill there. Didn't get an assist in on the Nuclear, so it's a little bit of a detriment for him. But overall, picking up that first brick gold is going to be really nice.
Yeah, ESC really looking strong here. Coming in, they basically are just using the Stand United off cooldown and trying to make plays before Soul's teleport comes back up.
Here comes Ares now into the mid lane, has the tunnel forward. Sasin going to get caught, flashes away, but they are just pursuing way too closely. Tether not even going to come through, and Tempt is able to finish him off with the Tides of Blood, and ESC just puts another one on the board, now 4-0.
Yeah, Spenu looks like they really have missed their timing window here. They didn't get any of the early kills. The Nidalee has been controlled, really validating ESC leaving it up, considering that they first picked the Nidalee and then built the composition around the success of that champion ganking in the lanes, and nothing has come to fruition yet for Spenu. In the meantime, ESC just responding faster, Tempt ghosting down into the bottom lane in conjunction with the Stand United. Nice turret dive there. They didn't even take aggro early as Loken just stayed on the backside with the curtain call and sort of just chased Nuclear down.
Yeah, I mean, just Lehen's doing what he could, body blocking all of the shots, but with the wraparound from the rest of ESC, there's just no way to keep that Ashe safe. Just way too immobile. And we can see Nuclear now just opting into that Rudan's Hurricane, so it's not going to be pumping out a lot of damage for a while. Spenu trying to get this push in onto the turret, but they're not able to finish it off yet. Curtain call going to be opened up. Trying to find Flawless, but he's just going to keep hugging that wall. Will dodge out every single bullet, so Loken, not quite the Korean sniper that Arrow or Bray is, will be able to find the hits, and they're going to go ahead and surrender this tower over. They say, you know what, we already got the first tower gold. It's fine, we can let this one go. They're still going to have a 1.7 thousand gold lead over Double Spenu, so they'll be perfectly fine with that exchange.
I really do think they could have fought that a bit harder and tried to clear out that wave. They certainly could have used the curtain call to clear minions instead of actually just going for the shot onto Flawless. Kind of a strange play there from ESC, especially it was a 3 versus 3. They could have made a stronger defense, but no real big mistakes there. Obviously not losing anybody, and ESC, they can afford to give up turrets with their scaling advantage.
So here's the new tally. I like to track things, some fun little statistics. So I'm going to track how many weird plays ESC has throughout the day.
All right.
So far we have 2. We have the really delayed push in on the Krugs, and now the surrendering of the tower. All right. So we'll see how many we can get to by the end. But Ares sitting in the brush. Ashe Arrow comes out, not going to hit Key even at point blank range. He'll take a bit of damage from that spear. But Ultimate comes through. Stand United there for Crazy. Has the taunt still available. Is going to be looking for it. Finds 2 as Nuclear flashes out. But Sasin and Hens are just getting melted. Sasin already down. Key finds that killing blow, and Loken will be able to snipe out Nuclear yet again. The W not going to connect for the root, but ESC, they just put 2 more kills on the board continuously. Now 6-0, and they're going to be looking for a mid tower by the look of it.
ESC is just much faster with their commitments, especially from Crazy. Crazy has been on point with the Stand United this game, so they always seem to have a man advantage when these skirmishes start, and it's easy to get those pickoffs. Plus, Spenu went too far forward. They shot the Ashe Arrow. It actually hit Loken, but Loken was underneath the turret, so there was no more follow-up. And that really allowed ESC to turn that fight around, catch them overextended. Spenu needed to back off. They're committing too much. They just need to poke.
Yeah.
And we're going to take a look here. We will see the arrow come out. I mean, it's a smart arrow. They're standing in a pink ward.
I mean, ward down, but
yeah, it hits Loken, but
it's just
they
not
don't
who
hit,
you wanted.
Yeah, they don't hit anybody else. And we do see Flawless right here wrapping around the side, but there's no support. Great taunt flash there from Crazy as he came in, or rather just a taunt, not even a flash.
Yeah, I mean, getting the flash away from Nuclear, crucial in that. So, you know what, you can't get him with the taunt, you get him with the, he flashes away, so Summoner spells down, and then you're able to just continue the aggression onto him. And Loken's been lining up the shots pretty decently in this game. So now going to be 2-0 on that Jhin. The Duskblade completed alongside the Youmu's. Going to be looking for even more damage as that longsword comes in. We'll see where he wants to go with that one. He's got a couple different options if he wants to start opting into something more defensive like that Hexdrinker. Would be too terribly surprised. But for now, ESC very comfortably ahead. Gold lead's still not massive, 2.6 thousand gold. But Spenu only able to find that single tower in bot lane so far. Otherwise, pretty close to a shutout.
Yeah, there's nobody here either. Soul doesn't want to walk into the bottom side of the map because they're afraid ESC is just going to make a cross-map play with the Stand United, but this probably means that Spenu's going to have to give up this top tower. There's not really a great way for them to defend it.
Yeah, they're already getting pushed back.
Well, they're going to send Sasin down with the teleport, but everybody just too late on the rotation, so ESC bullies their way through the top jungle of Spenu. And nice pressure there around the mini wave. ESC is actually playing pretty well so far in this game.
Yeah, and it's a nice turnaround considering how the game started off for them. Looked like Nuclear and Lehens would have that advantage in the bottom lane, but a big part of this is also Flawless just hasn't seemed to have much presence on the map so far in this game. Hasn't been able to get in and, you know, really set up for any ganks.
Yeah, it hasn't been good, but ESC's been playing cautiously, and really the biggest factor has been Crazy on the Shen with the good ultimates. He has gone for a Tiamat now, so he's got more wave clear. He really wants to split push with this advantage.
ESC just moving in, clearing out that ping. Trying to get this wave moved up, as we do have 4 members grouped up around that mid side. Does not look like they're going to be going for the push quite yet. Crazy's still splitting at bottom. He's going to start peeling back. One for the very early Banshee's Veil as the second item. The Tiamat already completed here for him as well, so interesting build coming out from Crazy. I like it. Very defensive, but going to have that added power and split pushing with the Tiamat. So.
Yeah, I actually think Crazy, weirdly enough, I think he should just go for offensive items right now. We are going to have Ares be pretty tanky, and with the Trundle in the late game, plus the advantage that ESC already has, plus the fact that it's going to be against a Poppy, I think you could afford to just kind of go nuts with a Titanic Hydra and then maybe an Iceborne or a Trinity Force afterwards and just play the split push game. Why not?
Looks like he will be getting that Titanic next, so it's just a little ways out from that one. He's going to roam back up the top, catch that wave, and then start splitting in onto that tier 2 in the top side of the map. Void Rush coming through. It's going to be Ares zipping his way down to this bottom side. Going to take a little bit of damage, but overall he's fine. Now working on the Joker Hourglass, which should have completed pretty soon. Already has that Fiendish Codex in there with the Seeker's Arm Guard. Going to be a bit of a slowdown on the pace here for the game. ESC haven't been able to find any openings in these last couple minutes. Now maybe grouping up around mid. This tower hasn't taken a whole lot of damage, sitting just above 50%. But it would be the last tier 1 for them to break, so ESC definitely going to have their eyes set on this. As Crazy does go ahead and start to split into the top side of the map. Soul going to go meet him, but has the TP available, so should a fight break out, both of these top laners will be able to join in.
Yeah, ESC doesn't have very good siege here. Jhin and Vladimir pretty easy to catch out if they start to walk up to a turret to auto attack, so they are going to be more reliant on Ares and Crazy controlling side minion waves to actually get some turret pressure down and apply damage. You see Tempt and Loken playing it pretty conservatively.
Yeah, still just can't find a way in. The wave clear on the side of Speno is too strong, what with that Runaan's Hurricane and those Mantra Qs coming in from Sassin. So this is where ESC starts having some issues. And one of the bigger issues that they've had in the past is, closing out games even with early advantages for themselves. So gonna try to have to be proactive as quickly as possible as ESC, or else they could allow for Spenu to start getting their foot in the door.
30 seconds till next Dragon though, so no mid lane turret taken for ESC. That would have helped them secure it.
Yeah, just going to be a second Cloud Drake. So that's at the point now where if ESC are able to pick that up, they're going to be zipping around the map pretty damn quick. So Spenu should want to pick that one up. But at the same time, ESC can surrender that Cloud Drake without much consequence.
Well, the Cloud Drake is going to be really nice when it comes to doing things like dodging Ash Arrows or split pushing, which is how ESC would prefer to win this game anyway.
Sure. Well, it looks like they'll go ahead and start this one out. Flawless not even going to roll over and try to get a random spear seal. So will go down. It's going to be a third Cloud Drake, actually. So these guys will be moving pretty damn fast by the end if ESC is able to pick up all of these. Now Flawless has that CS advantage, but the 5 assists coming in for Ares is going to be more than making up for that gold. You can see very team-oriented build coming in for him. Has that lock into the Iron Solari already completed. Now going to be working towards the Tiamat. Has the Warden spell coming in, so it's like a Randuin's Omen coming out for him. So just looking for that team utility and help lock down people so Loken and Tempt can soak up the kill.
Yeah, there's almost no win conditions here for Spenu anymore either. With double lock-in, so much of the poke is going to be negated from Spenu. They can't really win a late game 5v5 with this composition. They don't have the tools to do it. They can't actually win the split push battle, even though they have one more teleport. The double TP on the Shen, plus the Rek'Sai's ability to just push in very quickly with a Cinder Hulk and a Tiamat should trump the Karma being in a lane. It's looking pretty desperate for Spenu. They played around the lanes really hard. Didn't work. Flawless didn't get rolling. They didn't get an early game advantage, and here we are.
Yeah, the guard ultimate coming out only catches Nuclear. Good call coming through, but the Ash Arrow will stop that one out as Loken takes that to the face. But the tier 1 and mid does go down, so ESC, they got what they came for. Had to use a couple ulties to make it happen, but in the end, still just going to be profiting from that engagement.
The objective play just so much better from ESC. Temp did a great job of zoning right there with the Ghost and his pool, making sure that Loken was actually going to be able to safely walk up and go for the mid turret. So it's been a pretty methodical game here from ESC. Good use of the Stand United, good pressure on the turrets, and Spenu has not been dictating the pace of this game at all.
Yeah, I mean, methodical and cautious is really what it's been from ESC. I mean, surrendering that tower in the bottom lane, not wanting to try to stick around for the fight. They probably could have won it and held on to that tower for a bit longer. Just wanting to play more cautiously and not give up any unnecessary kills or advantages over to Spenu. So far things are going to be going nicely for them as they continue to stretch this gold lead further and further. But now again, it comes down to where are they going to move to. It's all the tier 2s standing at this point. Baron, of course, spawned up in the top side of the map. As we're 30 minutes into this game, we won't be seeing a dragon for a little while longer. So where does ESC go from here while those 2 objectives aren't obtainable?
Just continue to push out the side minion waves. That's all you have to do. Very easy for ESC. Eventually, they're going to get the pressure they need to take another turret in this game. Soul has been basically a total non-factor.
Yeah, 0-0-0 across the board, so not being a detriment, but not contributing.
Well, his teleports have been late, and his team has been over-committing to some of these skirmishes when his teleport has been on cooldown. It's crazy having an easy time of it, really.
Hasn't been able to, in the limited engagements that we've seen, because it hasn't been a very bloody, game by any means. Haven't been able to see him try to get into the back line on top of Loken and stop him up. He's been reliant on Nuclear's ultimate so far to get the stun in. ESC though, moving back up into this river. Trying to get some vision control over the Baron pit and into the jungle of Spenu. Looks like they'll be successful in that venture. Wards are thrown down in the pit. Looks like it might just be a scrying orb outside. So they don't have unique vision of that side of the river quite just yet, but they're pretty damn close to it. But still, even with the lead, going for a Baron right now might just be a little bit too risky for ESC. So they'll just hold off, keep farming up. The waves pushed up to these tier 2s. They will wait. As will we.
We will. We will wait for the Baron bait here.
It's going to be a lot of waiting today. Lord ultimate thrown out. Does find Flawless. They have to follow up. Ares is there trying to find the Burrow, but the flash away from the Nidalee will keep her safe for the time being. And ESC not going to be able to go for much more off the backside of it.
Yeah, got a flash there though, so every little bit counting. ESC only had to invest a single ultimate. Get that ability out, and the pressure's still there. And Soul is still really struggling in this bottom side. Looks like, where does he have Thorn Mail actually from Crazy?
All right.
See what he goes for as the last item.
Has that one completed. Key coming over. That ward just expired. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they saw Tempt. There's some pings coming out and they're roaming up this way. Ares is not in the pit yet, so maybe they don't think that this is happening. He's just going to sit forward. But ESC taking too much damage, they're going to bail out.
Yeah, really awkward 3-man Baron attempt. They were trying to fool them by not using Ares, but the problem is that they don't have a tanky support.
Yeah.
And even though Tempt was regenning off of the Baron, didn't really give them much. So in the end, they actually just sacrificed vision around that Baron, and maybe that third Cloud Drake. Crazy going to leash it right now, but nobody really there to help him. Rek'Sai still up on the top side, checking around the Baron pit.
I'll be able to take this safely but slowly. Zeki roaming in, he's going to pull it away just in case. Already level 18, first one in the game to hit this, and I mean, he's just been soaking that, solo experience down in this bottom lane for a considerable amount of time. Has over 20 CS lead over top of Soul. So he's in a pretty good spot. Now 3 Cloud Drakes coming through. Stand United going to be used. Flawless does not have his flash. Should be going down here. Heal comes through, but it's not going to be enough. Attempt picks up the 7th kill for ESC. And with him dead, that's going to be a very comfortable Baron take by ESC. Not a whole lot that Speno can do, but they might just have to try to fight this in a do or die attempt here.
No, they shouldn't fight it at all. They just try and push out the lanes and get another turret.
There's
at the
no
moment.
wave in mid, so it's not going to last very long. They have the shield from Karma to try to take up as much as possible, but now they have to hightail it the hell out of
Temper
there.
Fate.
Temper Fate.
It was actually used at some point, but it was used previously. Missed that. Would have been off screen. It's not going to be an engage right there. And wow, I mean, good pick from ESC. They played that nicely, made sure they locked down the kill onto Flawless, knowing that he didn't have the flash available. It's been a pretty clean game here from ESC so far. Not much to complain about, but frankly, Spenu it's easy to look this clean when your enemy isn't doing anything.
Yeah, they haven't done a damn thing. I mean, Flawless not able to find the ganks, but the lane's also just not really setting up for them. Even a post level 6 Ashe not trying to set up anything for Flawless with the Ashe arrow. We didn't see any Ashe arrows shot over into the mid lane, trying to find something onto Temp. So it just seems like Spenu having some struggles executing here in game 1. And if this is going to be any sort of precedent for what's going to happen the rest of this series, we could just have a very swift win by ESC in this first best of 3.
I think Spenu has to ban the Shen. I think they just don't know how to play around Shen, and they need to minimize the number of globals. And that's one of the things that's very hard in this meta, is that if your team doesn't have particularly good communication on patch 6.15, we already saw a big rise in use of globals, of course, even before the tower changes, but they are just so incredibly important at the moment. So if you are a more novice team and you're not paying attention to the coordination that a team who's very good at using globals can enforce upon you, it's not going to end well.
I mean, you think that the Shen pick would have been pretty evident for Spenu because they were the ones that banned away the Gangplank, the biggest counter to this champion right now in the current meta. They banned this one away and they just let this get handed over to Crazy, who has played this Shen a couple times in the regular split.
Yeah, he's played it 6 games.
Yeah, so meanwhile, Spenu, neither Soul nor Mimic have played Gangplank in the Challenger Series. So seems like they just maybe aren't comfortable on that champion, so they decided to ban it away. But with Shen up, it just gives ESC that much more advantage. The global coming through, helping them out immensely.
Yeah, I think you just have to ban both Shen and GP, because you're sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah. Well, Saucin getting caught up by that Bard ultimate. Tower going low. First Verdict charged up, but Soul not able to throw it out, so it's going to go into the cooldown reset. Temp getting locked up, has that tethered down, has the flash away. The Ashe arrow catches him. Stand United coming through the shield. Might be enough to keep him alive. Soul going to go deep, and Flawless is actually able to find the kill, but they fire back, take down the Nidalee immediately. Second kill coming through as Nuclear is able to pick off Ares. So far, it's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Spenu. Stun at the wall now, Crazy dashing forward. A little bit of an odd-looking run through the magical journey. Really wanted to get the hell through that portal. And now the curtain call used by Loken in the end will clear out a bit of the wave, but overall, Spenu able to hold on to that tower in mid, or tower at bottom, but in mid. Super Creeps pushing in, looking for the tower. Won't get too much damage in, but that's a one fight by Spenu. They finally put some kills on the board.
Yeah, it's a first big mistake by ESC this game, and it doesn't really matter because they're 11k ahead. But basically, they shouldn't be autoing this tower until the Super Creeps are in the mid lane, or next to the Nexus, and until we see Crazy hit the tower at the base. So just a little bit overly aggressive. They have a very poor siege composition compared to Spenu, so you take a lot of poke when you do that. You need to just play, again, the split push around the minions. That's why they get caught out a little bit in advance right there. Crazy actually is going to be able to flash away right there, and is knocked sort of into the magical journey by the Trundle Pillar.
Yeah, some odd little interactions there, making him run like he had to go to the bathroom really badly. But all the same, ESC still going to be having a nice lead of 11,000, as you said. It's pretty evident in that fight because you saw how hard Spenu had to fight just to get those kills in, especially on the Temp, who is just continually being kept alive. The shields from both of those lockets into the Stand United. They're able to find it, but Flawless had to pay for it with his life.
So they're going to reset now, see if they can actually fight this properly. They should be more patient this time.
Wave's already pushed up to just outside of the base. It's moving back a little bit, but Crazy has the 1-4 going on.
Patience, patience. Just wait for the next wave. Let him get this one.
Yeah, Soul has to roam up top to answer this. So Crazy gonna go ahead and heal back a little bit.
Yeah, it's all about just waiting for the next wave. You still have super minions. Nice job clearing that out.
Well, now Bard has Tempered Fate back up, so Key could just turn off this tower or try to catch some members and burn through the turret as quickly as possible. You can see Temp walking forward, getting a bit of damage from Sasson. We'll throw out the Tempered Fate. It's not going to clip anybody, but it is enough for Spenu to go ahead and heal back, and the tower will fall. So now ESC going to be looking to push in and try to find this inhibitor. Third call opened up. Going to be looking for Sasson, who takes one. Second's going to miss. Getting slowed by the Cosmic Binding. Crazy still playing very comfortably up front. Has that Thornmail, has that Guardian Angel available. Tempted to get stunned up. And 1-4 drops down the Hemoplague. So we're going to find 4 members. Big burst of damage going to be coming through. That massive heal. Chunk it back up to 3/4 HP. Now Nuclear on the run. Has those big shields coming through from Sasson, trying to keep them alive. But ESC, they are still just so healthy. And now with the Super Creeps pushing in, they're going to be looking for these Nexus towers. Moving back up the mid where the inhibitor has respawned. They'll be able to take this one out. Spenu's base is just going to get shattered here. It's that one tower and the inhibitor standing in top. Those Nexus towers, so ESC just continuing to put on the pressure. Now an Elder Dragon, definitely a big threat. Crazy dashing forward, not going to be able to find anybody with the taunt. Looks like ESC might just be pulling back. Ares sitting in the brush, but he's sitting on a ward. Finally throw out the sweeper, they'll clear it out. They'll be able to peel back, but the ping's coming out on the Elder Dragon. That's 4 dragons for ESC, even though it's a Cloud Drake and an Ocean. That true damage that'll be coming out on the burn to be really hurting Spenu. Ares goes forward, finds a knock-up with the Soul. Bard Ultimate not going to connect onto anybody. The root from Jhin not going to find anyone either. Stunned into the wall. Crazy going to take a little bit of damage, but still has the Guardian Angel up. Just too tanky to go down as his Soul. ESC going to go ahead yet again and peel back. They have 2 waves of Super Creeps pushing into the base of Spenu. They'll be perfectly safe to take this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, ESC should really be going for the Baron right now and not the Elder Dragon. They should have cut up into the Baron pit instead right as it spawned. Because getting the Elder Dragon first means that you're going to have to get this and then potentially recall. Ares at the very least is going to have to recall and use his Void Rush into the tunnels right behind the Baron pit. Bit shaky there. Sure, they get it, but I think you could have just gone Baron, Elder Dragon, recall, and then made the final push instead of this awkwardness, which potentially could have allowed Spenu to rush the Baron.
I think it's okay, just because with the base being shattered, Spenu wouldn't be able to push out that much. And now, if they want to stop this Baron, they have to come in and fight them with the Elder Dragon.
But it does waste the Elder Dragon buff when you actually want to close the game with it. Is the problem? Because only a minute and a half long, so you throw a recall in there without the empowered recall that you get from the Baron, and tack a few more seconds on here or there, and on a short buff, it's already going to be low. But that is nitpicking. They get both anyway.
You just call it an assured victory in Baron with the Elder Dragon, so just insurance for that. But now ESC have a little bit more time on this Elder Dragon buff. They have the Baron.
Yeah, Crazy should be in the mid lane right now. He should not be where he is. They don't need to group as 5. They need to push super minion waves.
And mid's already crashing in. Bottom a little bit further out, so you're going to have to wait some time for that one to crash in. But double Super Creeps now in mid. Tower going down in top. This is going to be the last vestiges of Spenu's base falling as ESC look to close out this first game in under 45 minutes. Nexus turret still up, still fairly healthy. Minions weren't able to get too much damage in, but now with the waves coming in, empowered by Baron as well. ESC looking for that last and final push. He's moving forward. Bottom inhibitor. spawning in a couple minutes, and Spenu just going to be desperately trying to hold on for that to happen. I'm not sure if it's going to be possible now as the wave does move into the mid. This is exactly what ESC has been buying time for. Fight on 3 fronts here for Spenu. Bart Ultimate comes out. Nuclear going to flash away immediately. Ares up the front and takes a little bit of damage. Flawless jumps forward. Going to be knocked down to about half, but a massive shield comes through from Saucin. Will keep him healthy for the rest. Soul getting chunked out. The root from Loken not going to connect, but he's going to open up with the curtain call. Trying to find a target. Cancels it immediately. And now Lehen's getting jumped on. Has to flash away. Loken taken low. Has to go back to the fountain, you would think, to try to regenerate. Temp going forward, gets a drop onto the Nuclear, trying to burst him out as best as he can. The Stand United coming through. He's gonna find the kill in the end. Crazy dashing forward, makes it into the fountain, will take a little bit of damage from the laser beam, but overall he's still gonna be perfectly fine. Temp gets locked up, is actually taken out by Flawless, but an answering kill comes through from Loken. Now with the Nexus exposed, too many minions for Spenu to possibly deal with without the Ashe. They're gonna take game 1 here in 44.5 minutes.
Guys, measured responses from ESC. They had the Shen, they used the Stand United well, they fought with pretty much man advantages every time, and they had a pretty good scaling edge. So I think Spenu needs to rethink their draft, not potentially going for this Nidalee as a first pick on the blue side, and instead do something a little bit more conventional on patch 6.15 and not just put so many eggs in the Flawless basket.
Yeah. 10-3 at the end there. So ESC starting things off a little bit oddly, but in the end they come back in. They look pretty convincing, and this was my question coming into this. What ESC are we going to see? Is it going to be the one that involves Key walking forward, getting repeatedly killed, in the enemy jungle, getting caught out in his own jungle? But it looks like we got the better form of ESC as they come in. They have a victory here in game 1. And now they just need one more to close this set out and send Spenu into the losers match later today.
That'll be a big win for them. Saucin doing a lot of poke damage here. He has been the star of this Spenu team for some time.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty damning when you can see that Nuclear on this Ashe did as much damage as Flawless, because it didn't really seem like Flawless was doing a whole lot of anything for the majority of that game. So pretty even between the jungle top and ADC. Saucin trying to carry his team over the finish line, but with the draft, letting that Shen through, didn't have too many opportunities to do so. But looks like we're gonna get ready to go to a quick break in a little bit here and a reset for game 2. So we'll see what Spenu's gonna do as far as that goes, how they're gonna adjust their draft, and whether or not we'll get to see Saucin pull out any sort of crazy pick.
Yeah, I think you ban Shen, you ban GP, and that should do it for you. I think if you are you're a Spenu.
Well, we'll see if it's going to be enough. When we come back, we'll have game 2, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see if ESC can close this out nice and clean. right, welcome back, guys. So, we don't have MVPs for Ocean Tournament, so not going to have any highlights like that, but I think we'll take a look at Crazy. Maybe he is our MVP. We'll call Crazy our MVP.
I would call him the MVP. Achilleos, Soul, playing the Poppy, really not much of an effect on that game.
Yeah, this is, it was pretty similar to what we saw from the last time we had a Poppy and LCK. I think it was Utara bringing it back out, and this was pretty much a non-factor, which is what you could kind of say about most of the members in Spenu in that game. Was that they were just non-factors, didn't contribute a whole lot. Saucin pumping out more damage than anybody else, but just wasn't able to help really come up with many kills.
Definitely not. We are just rolling today right back into pick and ban. A lot of matches to get through. It will be the Taliyah and Lee Sin ban. We are going to see the same sides played by these teams.
Yep, so ESC still going to be on red. GP banned out by Spenu. We'll see if the Shen is going to make the list after this.
I think you do just have to ban it out. And just, nope, they're going to ban Varus. So same bans. It's tough, though, because you don't want to give Varus to Tempt. You don't want to give Gangplank to Crazy, especially since Soul doesn't really seem to play it.
I mean, they can always first pick the Shen for themselves.
I think you have to. Problem is that Crazy will play Echo under those circumstances, one would assume. So first picking the Shen may not be viable. I think you first pick Rek'Sai. Is what they're going to do. All
right.
And you do need to take that away from Ares. He doesn't have a big champion pool. He never has. Probably just play Gragas, though.
Well, they go ahead and get that.
Shen Gragas or Vlad Gragas or Vlad Shen should be the picks here, one would assume from ESC. You do have to be a bit careful about the Shen just because there is still the possibility of a Trundle coming in from Spenu in the 1v1, and Soul probably do fine on that one. So they may just take the Jhin again in spite of the fact that Nuclear hasn't been putting an emphasis on it lately.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same exact draft that we saw coming in game one, first round for ESC. So looks like this might just be the snatch up. Could hold off on this, but they will go ahead and, in fact, lock that in. So Vladimir and the Jhin coming in. So Loken having some decent snipes coming out in that one, missing a couple of the shots here and there. But overall, a good performance by him to bounce back from a decently early deficit that we've put in. Going to move away from the Ashe this time for Nuclear. Looks like he'll opt in for the Sivir.
Yeah, going for the double speed boost this time with the Sivir and the Karma. See where Lehens wants to take this. It's Saucin in the mid lane yet again. But Saucin, yeah, it's a good matchup for the Karma versus the Vladimir in the first 9-10 levels of the game.
Could be moved around a little bit though, but now Key having a decently successful game on the Bard. Some good Tempered Fates lines out, helping to get some catches, getting that early kill on the Flawless in the mid-river side of the map.
It should be
pretty strong, so could just see that one coming back out for him.
Oh, interesting. Not going to go for the Gragas, going to go for the Hecarim instead.
Okay.
I would have assumed it would be Gragas and Bard here, but again, I don't know what Ares has been playing because we have seen 0 games of him this summer.
Well, given the success that Hecarim has had, he could be pretty damn certain that he has played this one out, whether it's in solo queue or in the scrims for ESC, so they will lock that one in as alongside the Bard. So yet again, last pick going to be coming through from the top lane. So Crazy, he'll get his pick at the litter. And we'll find out now what his matchup's going to be. We can see the hover over that Blitzcrank was something that Lehens did play once in the Challenger Series and did find a win with it.
Double speed boost with the Blitzcrank does create some potentially powerful picks, but it is really all in. If you screw that up, all your win conditions go away, basically.
Yeah. I mean, we saw Snowflower play it once as well. Didn't have a whole lot of success with that pick.
It's such a binary pick. It's very predictable. You can only play pick comps with it. They are going to take the safety of the Echo in the top lane and potentially... Now, Malzahar is going to be the much better choice.
Yeah.
Poppy again!
Okay. Well, Soul just doesn't feel comfortable with Echo, I guess, for some reason. So he's going to go back to this.
They're just going to play Shen again. They're just going to play Shen, and now Spenu doesn't even have a Trundle to deal with the Shen in the late game. This is a really questionable draft from Spenu here, taking away the Karma. But the problem, and they get the Malzahar, which is a great matchup into the Vladimir, but again, they're in a sort of need to win lane, win game, which is possible this time because they so far have winning lanes absolutely everywhere. But the Poppy will be counterpicked most likely.
Yeah. We keep seeing this really long Darius hover.
Oh no, please don't play Swain.
Oh boy. Yeah, they're going to do it. All right, so there's a hell of a lot of AP on the side of ESC now, what with the Bard, the Vladimir, and the Swain coming in. So we will, in fact, see this. And this could actually be a flexer, having the Vladimir sit in top right now with Swain in mid.
That would be an interesting matchup into the Poppy. Certainly would be very harass-heavy for Crazy.
I mean, I can see this with the Swain. You try to lock up with the Never move. You know, pop the passive, throw out the bird, and then just try to lock them down and come in with the gank with a Hecarim, perhaps. But I mean, they still have 20 seconds. They could swap this
Also, if you
soon.
do swap into bird form while he's using the ultimate, at least you're going to get some sustain through the Nethergrasp.
Yeah.
So I think there is a logic here to using the Swain.
All right. Well, this actually will be locked into the mid side. So Swain in mid, not a pick that we've seen in any regard really in a while.
Yeah,
but even then, it was always in the top lane.
ESC does have a history of flexing the Swain. Both Crazy and Tempt have 2 games on the season each on Swain, so it's not totally unusual for ESC. And so they switched this around. That was actually quite clever from ESC. We'll have to see how this matchup goes. Obviously, Malzahar Swain, not a matchup that we see very often, but seems like Swain should have a better time compared to the Vladimir. And they try and actually just swap out into more stronger lanes so they can get Ares some farm in the early game and not have him totally starved.
Well, it's a nice little gambit being set up here by ESC. We're going to find out if it'll pay off as they try to close out this set cleanly over Spedu and send them into the losers match. We'll see if they're able to do so or if Spedu can make it a 1-1 and take us to a game 3. Let's go ahead and get right onto the Rift. All right, here we go. Another Cloud Drake going to be kicking things off for us. See if we end up with 3 of them again, or if we'll have some differentiation.
미니언 생성까지 30초
Now, normally, I'm a
남았습니다.
notorious hater of Swain Vladimir compositions.
Are you? Are you really?
I am very much so, but I actually don't mind this one. Yeah, they're going to have some issues.
I was with you for that cast,
Yes,
by the
you
way.
were.
I remember.
The SKT Rocks cast game, the first best of 3 of this last season, where Rocks decided they wanted to be kited forever, but there is no Ezreal and Anivia on the side of Spenu, but there is the speed boost from Sivir and Karma. However, they have triple
미니언들이
Ghost,
생성되었습니다.
and
Yeah.
they have a Hecarim for some hard engage, and most crucially, they also have the Bard ultimate. So if you can get that Bard ultimate in, pop a bunch of ghosts, and close the distance, you're going to be in good shape to try and engage here. It is execution heavy from ESC, that's for sure. They will have to play it well, but they did a good job of engaging in the last game.
Well, take a look at this build coming out from Soul. Not going to be going for the Corrupting Potion this time around, opting into that triple Rejuve bead. Not sure how well that's going to work for you with the Poppy, because the, team not really something that you want to opt into.
Yes. We saw that about halfway through the season. It was on Trundles to build into Tiamat Ohmwrecker.
Yeah.
And
Piloted by ADD.
Yep. But Tiamat Ohmwrecker probably not going to be your build path on the Poppy.
Ohmwrecker maybe, but the Tiamat
Yeah.
definitely wouldn't be that good of a pickup, so.
They do have a good composition for diving turrets, again with the speed and the Malzahar and the Poppy and the Rek'Sai, so very good dive. So Ohmwrecker is not entirely out of the question.
Yeah. We'll see where he wants to go with that. I'm going to bet that if he does go for the Ohmwrecker, these are just going to be sold off as time goes on. We'll have to see Soul not having a very good game to start things off. Just didn't really contribute at all. Didn't have any big ultimates at any point in time. So we'll see if he can turn things around here in game 2 and try to help Spinu get a bit of a lead. Flawless looking like he wants to go for an invade, prop up, so we'll be able to take that one away, but he's just looking for the blue buff, so he's going to opt for the Scuttle Crab instead by the looks of things. But you can see already Soul taking a hell of a lot of damage, has to use that potion. Try to regen up as much as possible, but Crazy is just going to continue pushing forward and laying on the damage. Has the boot so he can stay on top of her as best as he possibly can.
There's basically nothing Poppy can do in this matchup. It's going to be constant regeneration with the range on the Vladimir. Decided not to play the Echo, which also could put down a lot of that harass, but there we go. Ares using the red buff burn to finish it off, and he's actually going over to the blue right now.
He's going to be found out as Flawless comes around the side, so Flawless not opting into that invasion in the bottom.
Yeah, they have so much
rotate him
pressure.
back over, but yeah, with Crazy here as well, they should just be able to hand this one over.
Look at Sasson, he's already chunked out in the mid lane, so creative actually by ESC, getting the red side for the second game in a row, and then swapping around with the Swain and Vladimir to get preferential matchups. They sort of baited out the Malzahar pick, thinking that Sasson was thinking, well, I'm going to have a great lane matchup into the Vlad, but with the Poppy pick again, it was pretty easy just to make that adjustment. And I have to assume this would have also happened if Spenu had picked the Shen. More than likely the same outcome.
Yeah, very possible. But, I mean, Temps coming out here with this newer pick, I guess we could say, for the current state of the meta. And could be something that we see picked up more and more around, you know, as we do have the Worlds qualifiers coming up, with Malzahar being such a priority mid lane pick. Could see Swain make a return as a bit of a counter. Loken going to be taken low. They're going to go for the dive. That's going to be the first blood picked up as Lehens is able to find it, but now Flawless locked up. Minions not going to be taking this one. Flawless takes one hit, but overall will be able to make it out alive. So Spenu, despite the shortcomings early on as far as the CS and the matchups go, they're able to find a first blood, and Flawless puts down pressure finally.
Yeah, and that's just such a powerful matchup. The Sivir Karma, tons of poke in the early stages of the game. They chunked out Loken early on. Loken didn't even have a chance to use his flash right there, and he's down about 2 minion waves at the moment, so good job so far by Spenu, capitalizing on their advantages. But in spite of that, ESC does have such a huge amount of late game power. One death, as long as they don't lose the first turret, not going to be the end of the world for them. Ares needs some time to farm up here, and with how the mid lane matchup is going, they should be feeling pretty confident. Basically, they don't need Loken and Key to get an item advantage. All they need is for Loken and Key to initiate, and they're going to be able to do that with Curtain Call, Deadly Flourish, and the Tempered Fate, no matter how much farm they have. Because if those things come in and Vladimir and Swain and Hecarim close the gap, they will provide more than enough damage to kill the members of Spenu.
Yeah, it's going to put Loken in a bit of a rough spot, though. Caulfield's Warhammer for nuclear compared to just a double longsword, so not able to find that serrated dirk yet, which could affect his back timing. So we'll see how he's going to use this as he clears out the wave, tries to keep at least within 10 CS of nuclear. Soul, Spectre's Cowl completed up here in the top lane, going to help him mitigate a bunch of damage, but Crazy hasn't gone back yet. So you can be damn sure he's going to have a lot of power when he returns.
Yeah, he's just been harassing away on that top side, and yeah, we'll see where he chooses to go with this build, if he's going to go for Protobell first.
I mean, honestly, going up against the Poppy, you don't have to worry about too much damage output. So
Yeah.
could still opt into the Spirit Visage, perfectly viable item given his passive, but could just look to go way more aggressive, get that Protobell first and foremost, and then opt into the more defensive items. So we'll see. Looks like Soul might be recalling again. Yeah, he's going to complete that one.
He just wants boots. Nope,
A
another
Ruby
Ruby Crystal. All right, that's a bit interesting, but it's like he was afraid because of all the wards. Now, all his wards expired on the top side, and Flawless was on the bottom side of the map, so he may have just not wanted to stick around, said, okay, I'll catch the wave of my turret instead because I don't have the vision, and I'm scared now. Ares is level 6. It's that time in the game.
Still might lose a couple of those minions, but overall it's not going to be too detrimental. But Crazy has a few up on him. 9 CS at the moment. Ares working away at this blue buff. Lehen's pushing in, but Ares should be able to take this one away relatively easily with Dem now in tow. So just be a handoff here for this. Oh, Ares actually gets it.
Awkward.
Oh boy.
Tried to get that handoff. Didn't quite work.
Well, Tempt is got to be a little upset if that comes in with half mana, and now he's going to go back with it as well.
Yeah,
I mean, this will help out Ares. This is the worst outcome.
Just a little bit of burn there. I mean,
But,
it was just
yeah.
unlucky on the handoff. He does have Catalyst, so it's not like he will be totally without any kind of regeneration
Yeah.
on his mana pool.
I mean, it's okay, Ares. At least you didn't lose a Baron to 2 HP.
That was incredibly sad.
I can't even imagine how Score felt in that moment. I would have just probably wanted to just melt into my chair.
Well, I actually think KT would have lost that game, even if they had gotten that Baron, just because the scaling from the Tigers was so good, and they just had so much wave clear on that composition. Even if KT had gotten the Baron buff, I think it was unlikely they were going to be able to close it.
But it would have been a hell of a lot more difficult for Rox if they had.
That's very true.
So, who knows? Either way, it was a heartbreaker. So this is more of just an irritating occurrence here for Tempt and Min. But overall, he'll be all right. Has that Catalyst of the Aeons. Using it for the Rod as quickly as he can. And has a nice CS lead over top of Sasa. He's been maintaining this for the entirety of the game so far. 20 CS up just about. So he's in a pretty good spot. Sasa having to opt into the double Doran's ring, and then has a Sapphire Crystal in the inventory.
Pretty slow early
What he's
game.
going to be going for him.
Yeah, that's interesting. Pretty slow early game here, and that means pretty good things for ESC as they just slowly work their way into a position of power in this game. Get the Vladimir, the Hecarim, and the Swain into a nice late game.
Yeah.
And Loken and Kia bounced back. They're only about 15 CS down. You see that about 300 gold difference. That's not too bad considering they did give up the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of the gold differential right now is just that first blood bonus that came through for
Yep.
Spenu.
It's pretty much all this, the 300. So, and it's been closing because of how particularly the mid lane has been going.
Yeah, 20 CS up. I mean, Ares is a little bit further behind Flawless as well, so it's going to be rough. But speaking of Flawless, going to be looking for a repeat dive. And on the bottom side, they're going to invest the teleport as well. Loken using the heal and the flash. He's going to get taken down. Flawless finds a kill. The pop-up with the Keeper escorting now from Soul onto Key. He can't make it through that portal. And now Ares is stuck underneath the tower with 4 members of Spenu with him in their sights. They're going to go ahead and use the Onslaught of Shadows, trying to trade back some damage. Flawless taking these turn shots, has to flash away. Looks like Ares will stay alive for the time being. Has to be careful. Soul could try to line up and stun into the wall. But looks like Ares is going to go ahead back off, and that's going to be the first tower gold going over to Spenu as well. So 3 kills up, and now suddenly that leads 2.3 thousand.
So Soul did a really good job. They play around the very low cooldown timer on Vladimir, so they know there will be no response in the top side from Crazy on this play. There's just a small amount of time before that TP comes back up. Have that advantage, push it in with the Sivir to go ahead and take the 4 versus 2. Ares shows up just a little bit late, clears out the wave. They play a little bit too aggressively considering that he still has the Onslaught of Shadows available. Flawless forced to burn his flash, but overall, a couple good kills over in the first turret of the game, so some bonus gold there, and now it's a nice 2k gold lead for Spenu. Making the plays around the weaker part of the map here, which is Loken, who had already died, and just a good use of TP as well as enemy TP timers from Spenu to make sure that they would have that advantage. It's actually going to be a GLP in the mid lane and not
Oh, wow, yeah.
a Rod of Ages.
Tempt going for that. I mean, we saw this for the first time with Fly's Aurelian Soul in the final.
It's just one more tool to help them engage, right?
Yeah.
It does get, I believe, a 65% slow for half a second when you use that ability. So just one more thing to keep this very mobile composition of Spenu in place long enough to close the gap.
I mean, that's just enough time to really get that never move down onto somebody and ensure that snare. So he's going to be opting into that. So our second GLP coming in now.
Yeah, the price, though, for that play was Crazy actually really expanding his CS gap.
Boy, Sasa thinking a lot's going to go ahead, put on the Nether Grasp on the Tempt, who flashes for it. It's going to try to finish him off, and he's able to get it with the ultimate, but now 3 members stalking him down the river. He's going to regen up a little bit, but Crazy, no way of shielding, no way of assisting him. and will just be a trade back on the mid laners. 1-1 on the board now. ESC are able to pick up a kill, but they're still down by 2,000 gold.
And that's the problem with the net.
1,000 gold now.
Yeah, 1,000 gold now as
Thank you,
Loki was
Logan.
left up in the top side. But that's the problem with using the Malzahar into the Swain, is that when you use that Nether Grasp, basically you're fighting through all the regeneration and consistently taking damage from the Swain ultimate.
Can he not see that pink?
No, I think he just doesn't want to contest it right now because he can't see. He didn't know where Sivir was.
I mean, he was recalling on it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. That might be a nice hidden feature. Soldo gonna run his way out, but Onslaught of Shadows, untargetable as Ares. He'll get stunned to the wall, take some of these tower shots. He'll zip his way out, but Crazy is there for the follow-up. One last transfusion will get it. There it is, but now he's going low. Has to try to get out of here alive. One more hit would have done it, but the transfusion's coming through. He's keeping himself healthy. Flawless is still stalking here. The Prey Seeker not going to connect. He's going to have to peel back, and ESC, they put a second kill on the board. Now just 1,000 gold separating.
Yeah, Crimson Rush coming up at the right time for Crazy. So able to get a little bit of healing done, extra healing done, and that'll give him enough HP to dissuade the Prey Seeker kill.
Tempt. He gets the blue buff this time.
He got it. He did it.
All right, he's 1 for 2. He's got a 50% blue buff rate at the moment, and he is so very comfortable in this mid. He's going to be looking to push onto about a 30 CS lead. After this next wave, we can see Saucin roaming over, going to be looking for his own blue buff. With the Hens up in this top, alongside Nuclear. They don't have a tower, so they're going to go ahead and peel back. And Loken still down by about 16, but the lead hasn't been growing for Nuclear, which is like the most crucial thing for ESC.
Yeah, and it has been growing in the mid and the top side for the most part, especially that top lane. Because of the commitment to that TP, it was Crazy getting a nice CS advantage, and he is really starting to get rolling here.
Yeah, 34th CS up now, looking like he's got that Fiendish Codex coming in, so could just be something like the Zonia's Hourglass if he wants to go super defensive, be able to dive into the back line, keep himself alive, get that health back off of the Hemo playing. But he is in a really good spot right now, and Soul still holding on to these rejuve beats, has a full inventory, as he just has a Spirit Visage and the Boots of Swiftness. So, awkward spot for the Poppy. Still not sure where he's going to go with his build.
He's having a hard time finding a place to safely farm it. Not too much damage yet down onto this bottom turret. They went for the kill and got low, so they weren't able to convert it into another objective. Ares is here.
Yeah, Pink's coming out. So they'll see the members of Spenu who are grouping up potentially for that Rift Herald, but Ward in the back of the pit. Going to dissuade that one. And Crazy is just going to keep Soul relegated underneath of this tower for the time being. So is he still keeping things close? It's going to be the Hens having to flash away, but look at the damage from Ares, just melts him out immediately, and Tempt is able to scoop up the killing blow, putting another one on the board for himself. Now 4-3 and just 400 gold separating. ESC, they are climbing their way back into the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, and they have that scaling advantage too. So double Ghost used there from Tempt and Ares to make the play in the mid lane. Combination of the GLP and the Sheen, giving a huge amount of burst damage onto the Karma. Especially Karma support, very squishy at this point in time. Not a lot of AP to build up the shield. Flawless will take this time to go ahead and solo out the Drake, so Spenu gets their first dragon of the series.
It's going to be a mountain one to follow, so our first mountain of the series, but we'll just take a look at Lehen's getting absolutely bonked on the head.
That's so hard to get away from. Two big zoning tools used right there in the Never Move and the Tempered Fate. He didn't have anywhere to go, caught out in the river.
Yeah. Well, that is Ares just coming online with his Hecarim, has the Stinger completed just now, so is just a couple hundred away from having that Trinity Force done. And hasn't died yet, picked up 2 of the assists off of the 3 kills that have come through for ESC so far, so he is still in a very nice spot on this Hecarim, not having the issues of being overly squishy at the moment, because members of Spenu just can't get to a point where they can actually kill him.
sitting here in the standard lane, so you did see Spenu try and reverse the pressure just a little bit to try and get down another tower, but not able to actually do that as Broken and Key have been holding their own with the help of Ares, is constantly threatening to counter gank and getting down pink wards in the top side of the map. Crazy doing just fine here, slowly chipping away at the bottom tower. Now it's down to under 50% HP, so he's doing work on it pretty quickly.
Yeah, just not a whole lot that Soul can do. Limited wave clear available to him as a Poppy, and Crazy can just, even if he takes a couple of those tower shots, just keep healing right back up.
This matchup is pretty miserable for Poppy right now. Just,
Pretty miserable to watch.
especially now max rank in Q is constant harass. Dawson gets nailed. That laser bird doing quite a bit.
Burn down to half HP, so rough stuff here. Semchu is just wildly ahead. Now has that needlessly large rod, so could be looking for the Rylai's, could be looking to just go absolutely ham and pump out as much damage as possible. My guess would be on the Rylai's, so he gets a little bit more tankiness in since he didn't opt into that Rod of Ages as we first anticipated before the GLP had come out. But Crazy as well. He is backed so few times in this game. He is still just sitting on the Proto Belt.
He's got a
and
ton of money.
the Phoenix Codex. I wonder how many thousands of gold he has at the moment, because it's got to be several K.
It's just so annoying, though. Like, how do you deal with this? And basically, because Ares hasn't even been here either. Ares has just been hovering at the top side of the map, but Flawless hasn't come down to gank. He's just trying to help the Sivir more so than anything else, because the top and the mid lanes have gone so poorly for Spenu this game that he's just trying to keep his lanes that are ahead more ahead and try and snowball off of the Sivir wave clear and get some more turrets, but
Poor Soul. This is not a damn
there's
thing.
nothing he can do. Now, they are going to trade for it at least.
Oh, here we go, Sanguine pull. Now here comes Ares. He's going to get stunned immediately, but that's going to be the Hemo Plague coming down, and Soul is just going to get melted out. Ares coming away with the kill. ESC now tying things up 4-4, and they have a gold lead finally for themselves of just about 400. Keep a split going on to that tier 2 at bottom, but looks like they're going to go ahead and peel back. We'll see just how many items Crazy is able to pick up here, as he has not recalled in quite some time. Looks like the Zonia is completed, and now Ares, way too far forward, gets caught out in the Raptor pit by Flawless and Lehens, and he goes down.
I have
So,
no
overextension
idea
by him.
why you would counter jungle right there when your top laner had just recalled. You have no backup in the enemy jungle. And your Swain is playing towards the top side of the mid lane. Your Jhin is all the way there at your tier 2 in the top. It's really sloppy. That's not a time you can successfully counter jungle. Easy, easy, easy collapse from Spenu. And they get the free kill.
Yeah. That was questionable to say the least. So they'll give that one up, and gold lead swings right back in to Spenu's favor, very slightly, but ESC, they're the ones that have been making those proactive plays and looking like the ones that might just be able to close out this game as we keep moving forward. So far, the items leave a lot to be desired on the side of Spenu. Just the Spirit Visage, the Iceborne Gauntlet getting ready to come through from Soul, but still wildly behind Crazy, who has now farmed up a 50 CS lead. And you can see jumping forward with the Proto Belt, completely fearless, trying to layer as much damage down onto that Poppy as he possibly can. He'll work it out to about 50% HP. Now Ares pushing forward, finds Flawless and Nuclear, who will pop on the hunt, so they'll go ahead and get the ultimate out of him. Means that it won't be available for this dragon that spawns in about 45 seconds. Soul's going to use Keeper Sorting, trying to get on the Crazy. He's going to use the Zonias. Stop himself from getting silenced. Temps coming over, going to zone them off with the bird. Flawless goes in, going to try to get in onto the Swain. But just can't follow up with too much else. Temp's still going to be healthy with the help from that ultimate. So he'll be perfectly fine to rotate back into this mid and keep applying pressure onto that tier 1.
Malzahar walked the long way around into the lane. A lot of damage on this turret, so it looks like it will be just a transition over into Mountain Drake. Instead of a concerted push here, and there you go. GLP used just for a little bit of wave clear to set this one up. Jhin already pushed in the bottom side, and we're going to see people start to assemble around here at the Drake, but kind of an awkward recall from Tempt right now. Yeah, Yeah, Flawless can't do this by himself.
Yeah, Flawless coming over, now going to be stuck in the pit, waiting for that tunnel, trying to come back up. They're going to fear him out and away from it, standing on top of it. He's going to go low, and Loken's able to find him with the Duskblade. And now that should be the Mountain Drake going over to ESC. So Flawless just way too greedy, thinking that he could solo that one out.
That was just desperation right there.
Yeah.
He really felt like he had to take that Drake and attempt to sneak it, but good commitment there from ESC. They are not afraid to use the Onslaught of Shadows onto a single target, prevents him from getting back into his tunnel, and he really had no chance, never even got close enough to the wall to flash over.
So another one, 5-5, but a 1,000 gold lead for ESC for the first time. He walks forward, he'll get a little bit of vision down, finds Soul though, so he has to heal back. Loken still suffering as far as the CS goes compared to Nuclear, but has at least a kill. So it's helping him out a little bit, but Nuclear still having a deathless game so far, much better on the CS numbers. He's about 50 ahead. But overall, Spenu started off looking pretty strong. Good dives into the bottom lane, but they just haven't been able to make much happen since then.
Well, I think the draft was just clever from ESC. They played Hide the Vladimir, and it was very successful. They got two very powerful matchups. But again, this Poppy is the real question mark here. It's certainly not a meta pick. Foregoing the Echo, which has been available this entire series, neither team taking it. And ESC just reading Spenu's draft, able to get some good counter picks and flex picks with the red side 2 games in a row. And Crazy and Tempt really doing a good work of continuously putting on pressure, especially Crazy, who's been looking really good this series.
Yeah, he has it. It's a big transition compared to the regular split. Tempt, though, getting locked up and just doesn't even have a chance to try to survive with the ultimate or even flash away. He gets taken out. Nuclear finds the kill. A crucial pickup here for Spenu. Need to keep that rolling.
Yeah, he doesn't have any armor. He decided not to go for his Zhonya's Hourglass.
Yeah, it was the
Went for the Rylai's instead. So when Nuclear is the one who is fed on Spenu and already has quite a bit of damage, does make it challenging to stay alive, even if you are A-OK through the Malzahar ultimate. Attack damage does enough work there during the suppression.
Yeah, now he has a blasting wand, so I'm not sure which direction he wants to go with this. I don't think it'll be a death cap. Could be the Void Staff coming out, or perhaps something like the Leandri's Torment. But still no sign of that Zhonya's Hourglass, no Seeker's Arm Guard coming out, no Fiendish Codex, so who knows when we'll see that one, but you have to expect that Tempt should need to build that very soon.
Yeah, just gonna reset here for a little bit. No Drake to fight over, and again, ESC just happy to delay this game on as long as they can. No real impetus or rush for them to finish.
Third item, Spirit Message here for Crazy, so really shuffling around the build path for that Vladimir, but going up against this Poppy where he still has a monumental lead. Hasn't needed to, really build that item that would otherwise be considered a staple for Vlad.
So a pretty substantial lead, 1,300 gold between Crazy and Soul at the moment. Pretty comparable between Nuclear and Loken.
Void Rush back in here for Flawless, coming in on top of Tempt in this mid. Spot out that ward and clear it out, so Tempt will be safe for the time being. Doesn't want to get collapsed on again like he just did a couple minutes ago.
Man, the AoE damage in the late game is so scary. The combination of the Hemo Plague, the Hecarim, and the Swain, amping all that AoE that already exists on the jungle and mid picks for ESC. Means that getting caught is a pretty big death sentence for Spenu.
Clear coming out of mid now from ESC. Have 4 members hovering in the area, as does Spenu as they all collapse over, so they won't be able to find any damage in onto this tier 1 mid turret. 27.5 minutes in, Baron standing. Vision control coming out from both sides. But still a ways away from anybody being able to claim that objective. Likely going to see our next fight probably around that dragon. Could be another Cloud Drake. Tier 1 going low in mid. Spenu trying to knock that one down. Keeper's Verdict comes through. Is able to boot away Crazy. Ares going to get rooted down by the tether from Lehends. Big burst of damage coming out from Loken, has that Dust Blade pop. They lock up the Karma. That's going to be the Hemo point coming down. Curtain Call opened up. They're looking for Flawless. He tries to zip away, but it's not enough. Crazy's able to take him out, and the snipe comes through from Loken as he gets rid of Soul, deleting him off of the map. And now ESC going to be pushing in. Clear is still there from Spenu. Clear this one out. Crazy goes in pretty deep. Sassen's able to find a kill onto Key, however. And that's going to be ESC having to back off. So overall, a 2 for 2. The turrets stand on either side.
Yeah, big overcommitments there from both teams. First off, Spenu used the Karma and Sivir speed very early. Watch them. You have to use it on the Heims in order to dodge the Never Move and the Tempered Fate. Then they walk blind into a brush with Ares in it. They overcommit into the river. This gives Ares an opportune time just to ult in with the Onslaught of Shadows. All right, here. And that'll get the first pick as they go down. And then second one coming through. Then ESC, they need to just do some mild zoning here. Crazy ends up going a little bit too deep to try and zone them off. Sassen, not exactly, oh, he's got killed by a Voidling. That was it right there for Key, so mistake, but inconclusive results, Achilles.
Yep, we're dead even. The only difference is the Mountain Drake, and ESC hasn't been able to really apply that power anywhere. So, might be looking for this Cloud Drake soon. Ares is in that bottom side of the river, and they do have unique vision. Throw out a Scrying Orb on the side of Spenu to spot it out and make sure no one's going for it. Now ESC looks like they're fully committed to trying to make this mid-tier 1 tower go away. They just keep grouping up and clearing out the wards on this top side of the river.
Well, they really want to go for the Drake, but they don't have Vision and Baron right now, so ESC needs to just slowly push out the bottom side here again. Make sure they get some wards in the pit, and then continuously clear the mid lane until they can actually pick up the Drake. That's their strategy, so methodically played so far by ESC. There it is.
One out. Now Soul, he's going to start up this Baron. Looks like Spenu, they might just try to pull the trigger on this one. Ares has the Ghost available, would be able to zip his way over. There's not a whole lot of damage coming out yet as they work this one down. It's just now hitting half HP.
They
Flawless
really
on the backside
don't
of the
want to
pit.
be in that pit.
They're going to go ahead, they're going to commit to this. It looks like they're going to be able to take this.
Wow.
ESC just not finding a way in, not even using the Tempered Fate from Key to try to buy time for the rest of the team to arrive. They just let the Baron go over to Spenu.
That was really bad from ESC. First off, before they started the Drake, they did not get Vision onto the Baron. They didn't have any wards in the pit right there. And second off, it looked like it might be a disaster, but basically with all the AoE on ESC, it is very easy to punish that kind of Baron take from Spenu, but nobody even walked up there, nobody even got into the pit. Like you said, no Tempered Fate used, but not only that, no teleport used, no ghosts used, nothing. So it's free.
I'm really confused. And now Spenu, they're just going to keep profiting as they take down that mid-tier 1 finally.
Yeah, and the problem here is that ESC has to walk up to the wave with all of their champions to actually wave clear. Vladimir, Swain, Hecarim, they have to be in the minion wave in order to do so, which leaves them very vulnerable to poke or getting caught by another grasp.
Now it's about 2,600 gold coming in for Spenu in their favor. Soul pushing in on the bottom side. Crazy is there to answer and try to keep him at bay. But Spenu, they can just keep bouncing back and forth between bottom and mid as the waves are pushed up. Looks like they rotate down here, but they're not able to find anything. Now they can just move over, get a little bit of damage in onto this mid turret. Ares is going to go in, try to find Sassin. Fears him out, pushes him back, but he's going to flash out the safety. Curtain Call opened up. TP's being channeled. Crazy arriving a bit too late. He's going to cancel that one out and continue to clear out the wave in bot. Shot does come through, catches Sassin a little bit. They lock up Soul, hit him with the Never Move, but still a very tanky Poppy, so they'll whittle him down to a bit below half HP, about 1/3 remaining in Spenu. They're still going to be able to come in and take out this tower. Tempered Fate used onto just Soul rather than the turret.
Yeah, I definitely would have used it onto the turret right there. Your goal is to buy time right now if you're ESC, so they don't take too many objectives, but they're starting to run away with the gold lead now. Spenu. So they all move into the top side. Baron buff Still about a third of the way to go before it falls off, and ESC again with that poor wave clear.
Keepers for defuse and will boot out Loken, who still doesn't have the Kirk call available. Lahenzo going really low, has that Hemo play coming through, and it will pop him in the end. Flawless, falling pretty far down. Soul on the run out, still has the GA up. But if they were able to pop it, they could have all surrounded him and definitely taken him out. So ESC, very hard fought, almost lose temp for that, but they hold under the tower and they're able to answer a kill onto the Karma. So a good hold on that tier 2 for them.
Yeah, really good Hemo plague there from Crazy, actually hitting the front line mostly as they were threatening a dive, trying to get underneath the turret. ESC convincing with the flank that they executed, and now should be it. The threat is gone. Small gold lead here for Spenu, but again, they have some issues with the scaling. Looks like Temp will be going for a death cap right now. Ares.
Okay, yeah, that's a needlessly large rod in.
Yeah, Ares' armor was a little bit delayed here as a result of buying the QSS to avoid the Malzahar in some of these team fights, but that does create problems when Nuclear is the one with the big pile of money.
And now he's getting a Sunfire Cave on top of his Cinder Hulk.
I would have gotten a Randuin. That is
well,
really
I mean,
weird.
he has the Warden's Mail now, but the Bombing Cinder is still there.
All right, I don't know what he's doing. I'm going to assume that's a mistake.
Interesting. Interesting builds coming through from him, so we'll see where he wants to go for that. Because, yeah, there's just not really anything else. So maybe just looking for that extra bit of AoE tick damage.
He doesn't get it. It's a unique passive.
Yeah.
That's very odd. It just must be a mistake.
I don't know. Accidentally double-clicked, left the shop and didn't realize it. Either way, Rabadon's death cap is completed here for Tempt. So he's going to be a worrisome target for Spenu. Definitely going to try to lock him down. The Void Staff there for Crazy. So strong amounts of AP damage going to be coming up inside of ESC. Sawson now, the Leander's Torment completed as well as that Rylai's. He's going to be slowing up everybody and just slowly burning them down with that percentage HP. Dragon spawning in a minute. This is going to be the Elder Dragon here. So ESC definitely want to be able to pick that one up. One buff for the side of Spenu, 2 buffs for them. Overall, not going to be amplifying a whole lot, but still a takeaway. And they'll still have about a minute, 20 seconds difference before that Baron spawns, so should have enough time to go ahead and take that, see if they can find the setup for it, that is.
I like the, it's been there for a while, but I like the Executioner's calling onto Nuclear, because he's got to deal with healing from Hecarim, Vladimir, and Swain, so that is absolutely crucial if he can get a ricochet off.
Yeah, that was like one of his first
it was smart.
Pickups, so.
It was definitely smart.
I mean, it's so cheap. There's no reason to not grab that. I mean, we saw him with the Mortal Reminder in Game 1 on the Ashe. So, not surprising that he's going to come back into this one with that. Has the Ball of Malmortius completed now. Transfers his Hex Drinker into that. And the Elder Dragon has spawned. ESC grouped up around this area. Still a minute left on Baron. So might just be looking to try to bait this one out. A Scrying Orb is thrown into the pit. So, Spenu are perfectly aware that it's not being taken at the moment. Flawless. He's going to get rooted several times, but still not a whole lot of damage coming in. A very big Rek'Sai is he. He'll be okay for the time being. ESC, this bait, trying to siphon Spenu into the river, not really going to pay off. And Crazy has to rotate down bot to answer the wave. That's going to be the on the hunt pop key, taking the magical journey over the wall.
It's a big waste.
Safety.
It's a big, big waste there.
They at least have the AoE mobility from the Karma. Speaking of which, flash away from Lahenz will get him away from that Tempered Fade. Clearing out the wave in mid ESC. Still just hovering around the river, but they just can't commit to the pit to try to go for a bait. Still haven't even cleared out that Scrying Orb, so Spenu just know exactly what they're doing at every time.
The vision game is also so poor from ESC that They can't really push up. They can't engage in a split push like we saw earlier with Crazy.
집중하세요.
They need to get those wards down first, and Crazy has been playing this right, but it is very passive because he doesn't want to die.
Moving right back down here. Just gonna start matching that push yet again with Soul, but Soul's at a point where I don't think he's gonna be taking too much damage from Crazy, even with the Void Staff.
All right, Cinder was sold by Ares, and he did get a Randuin, so it was a mistake for sure.
Yeah, it's just a botch buy. And now gonna be working on that. Well, might work on the QSS. Could just place the pink ward. Oh, they're gonna look for Loken. The Nethergrass comes through. They pop him up, and he is gonna go down. Nuclear gets the kill. Had to use the Ghost and Flash from Sassen for that, but that is damn well worth it. As the Jhin is deleted, not going to be up for 50 more seconds. With that pick, they're going to go for the Baron.
This is still really dangerous because of all the AoE from ESC.
Yeah.
And they don't have ults right now, Spenu.
He still has the Tempered Fate. Baron going low. He's going to throw it out. Doesn't catch anybody other than Soul. It doesn't even clip the Baron. Flawless getting locked down. Ares coming over here, but he's just not nearby fast enough to try to go for a steal. And yet again, Spenu pick up a Baron buff.
They should have just gone for that, honestly. They have so much AoE that even without Loken, that is a very winnable fight, especially when the On the Hunt and Nethergrasp are down. There's not really a reason you can't go for that. Soul, he did catch the Tempered Fate with his Banshee's Veil. That's why he didn't do anything. A great pick here from Spenu, using that speed, and not even enough time there for Loken to flash out of that. So Baron goes down, but I think ESC could have taken that fight. I think you throw the 5-man Hemo Plague in there and just shove the Swain in there and see what happens.
Yeah. I don't know, either way, ESC just not committing. And they're going to suffer for it as a massive gold lead starts building up here for Spenu. And now with Baron buff, they should be able to take some turrets pretty easily. Already have the tier 2 down in mid. Could be looking for that top or bottom side. If not, the inhibitor tower is in mid lane, but going to start things off with this Elder Dragon. Only have the Cloud Drake, so it's not going to be amplifying a whole lot, but still just a bit of extra damage, and they'll be able to take this uncontested. So Spenu starting to really run away with this and just get everything that they could possibly want. Looks like they're going to be grouping up inside the jungle on the bottom side of the map and looking for that tier 2. Just continue to extend this gold lead over top of ESC.
Yeah, it's not a big enough gold lead yet, though, that ESC can't win this game. Certainly, 6.5K is, it's a lot, but again, the damage is pretty intense from ESC.
There's been misplays by everybody, so I'm not going to count on either side winning this, but either way, that is a very dead tower. As Spenu continues to push, Soul has the wave in mid, ready to go. Crazy trying to keep it at bay as best as he can. But now grouping up, might just try to siege out onto this bottom turret. Ares does have the onslaught available. Flawless going to go forward. Still have that Elder Dragon buff. The tether coming through. Will it find the Hecarim? No, not yet, but he's getting taken down by the Malefic Visions. A root on the Flawless from Loken. Not going to do enough to dissuade them, and that will be the inhibitor line broken here at 41.5 minutes. Wave backed off a bit in mid. So not really primed and ready to go ahead and get shoved forward. But Spenu, they could always go ahead and work this forward, but looks like they're going to go ahead and spend some of this gold that they just earned for themselves.
Yeah, problem is, though, is that if ESC can get this inhibitor back up, which they should be able to do around the time the next Baron spawns, give or take a little bit, that is going to be enough for them because there's not really a split pusher on Spenu that's going to be able to effectively take out that inhibitor again. They don't really have that as an option. So it's going to be, relatively ineffective, honestly. There's not a whole lot to work with here. If you are Spenu, it all comes down to whether you can get the next Baron or not, and ESC still working their way up to 6 items where the gold lead really doesn't matter.
Yep. Spenu working down this last outer turret. Be able to take this. ESC, the noose is being tightened around the neck. trying to hold on for dear life with Spenu. They don't want to go into that loser's match without a fight. They want to take us to game 3. They're giving it their all right now. ESC just faltering quite heavily compared to game 1. Had a really clean game, and then you come into this and you say, what happened?
That Baron was... The fact
Both
they
Barons.
didn't get a ward in there.
Both Barons.
Well, the second one I think was more understandable because I understand their reluctance, but at the same time, you do have to go for that. You can't just give it to them for free at this stage. You have to put up some sort of a fight. But really the first one where they didn't even prep it properly with a ward.
Didn't throw a Bard ultimate.
Yeah.
Confusing stuff from ESC. It seems like the shot calling in this game is a bit all over the place. But now, Baron buff expired on the members of Spenu. We look at the push forward, trying to get on the Loken. They get a good amount of damage in. Keeper's Verdict will move back temp, but now the current call opening up, finding Flawless for a bit of damage. Lahan's taking one as well. Almost goes down. The fourth shot not able to connect as he flashes away.
There he still has
Gonna
ult.
slow up into the soul, push him back, has the Guardian Angel. They will pop that one. Flawless goes in, knocks up 3 members with the Unburrow. Crazy's going in deep on the backside, getting locked up. He's in that segway pool, has the Zonias as he comes out, gets a little bit more healing, but he's still going to go down as Nuclear takes him out. So far, it's a 1-for-1. The top leader for mid. Without Sawson, though, that consistent damage, the Liandry's damage coming out. Spenu, they're going to be looking to back off. Loken laying some of the backs. He's actually able to find Lahan's. I think he got him with the E on the ground with the help of W, perhaps, as he moved.
I didn't see it. It was off our screen at the time.
Yeah, we'll have to see that with a replay, hopefully, here, but I'm guessing it was one of his traps.
This is a poorly conceived dive from Spenu. You don't dive into Vladimir and Swain, even if you do knock Crazy and Tempt away. They keep the dive up. Soul gets trapped there underneath the turret by the Never move. And nice silence there on the Tempt, but he can still keep charging forward. And with the Onslaught of Shadow still up, it's easy for them to pop the Guardian Angel. Loken also has that QSS to get out of a bad situation as Sawson walks where he actually goes to the magical journey to pick up that kill, and Soul will survive at the end. But I mean, the double hammer is the only reason why Spenu was not absolutely not destroyed.
Oh, maybe he procced his Duskblade off this W.
Nope.
Oh, it's just Fire Touch.
It was just the Deathfire Touch.
Okay. So.
But the only reason why Spenu was even competitive in that fight is that they knocked back both Tempt and Crazy. If either one of them had been able to continue dealing damage under that turret, it would have been a huge win for ESC.
Yeah. I'm forgetting how long the cooldown of the Duskblade is.
2 minutes.
Yeah. For some reason I thought it was shorter than that, but that would be busted, so. Fortunately, it's not. But that was a much-needed reprieve there for Loken to snatch that kill at the very end of the fight. 10-10 on the board, but still a massive gold swing for Spenu as they're currently 8,000 up. Baron getting ready to respawn. There it is. Elder Dragon still going to be a ways away.
The inhibitor's going to be coming back up soon.
ESC, they're going to they need to do something here. They still have not gotten this tier 1 tower. There it is. Took 46.5 minutes to knock it down. That's their 3rd tower to the 7 that Spenu have been able to take.
Yeah, that said though, it's still all about the 6-item game, and really almost all of the gold Achilleos is on Nuclear. That's like the big difference here. So if Nuclear dies, the fight goes real bad for Spenu. He's been doing a good job of staying alive. He does have a Maw, so he is a bit less vulnerable to some of the damage from the Vladimir.
Oh boy, see the startup coming through now.
No, they can't do
Spenu,
this.
yeah, they're not going to
Crazy.
commit quite yet. They're going to go ahead and heal back. Ares pinching around from the side.
I mean, inhibitor's back up, and they have TP on Crazy, so he can go back at any time.
Wave is still there, so they might just have to go clear that out. Looks like Crazy is running down. Meanwhile, Spenu just going to look to opt to push into the top lane. Get that wave moving, create some added pressure, and then rotate back down to this Baron. Ares will get a clear out on that,
man.
but look at this inhibitor. The cannon minions are there.
That was so sloppy. Crazy should have recalled earlier. There's no excuse for that one. They had all the time in the world to clear out that wave.
Yeah, so now they lose the inhib. There's going to be that much more risk. He still has the TP up. Baron's down to half HP. Just look at the minions from Sawson helping work it down, but the reset will come through. It'll heal back up. And it looks like Spinnu, they might just opt to go right back into this top lane and continue the push. And there's nothing that ESC can really do outside of just try to respond to Spinnu fast enough. With the fast track onto this turret, the recall still coming through from Loken and Key. They should be able to melt out this tower, and they will be able to take it.
Big flank gonna come through though.
Yeah, they're spotted out by the ward.
Where's Temper
Aries
Fate?
sitting on that. Temper's Fate comes out. It's only going to find Flawless. Keeper's Verdict charged up. Going to be looking for Tempt. Might just have to cancel this, and he does so. He'll get the CD refund in. But a big root comes down on the Flawless, and Soul gets a stun. You know, the Crazy, who's being ticked down by the Malefic Visions. They have to try to kite back, but now they find Flawless. They're going to pop the Guardian Angel Soul. The Hemo play coming through. Aries goes in. Still has the Onslaught of Shadows. Has to use it to exit. Flawless gets rooted down by Loken on the backside, but there's just no one close enough to finalize the kill. No one's going to die. Both junglers go dangerously low, but Spinnu, they could just rotate right back over to this Baron. Flawless has the Void Rush up.
Yeah, and crucially, ESC doesn't have their big ultimates if Spinnu decides to do a Baron. Onslaught of Shadows and Hemo Plague are down, so is Tempered Fate, so is Curtain Call. So they're just going to recall. I think they could have gone for Baron right there.
Yeah. I agree, but
I think they absolutely could have gone for Baron. They need all of those cooldowns to be expended here by ESC if they want to safely walk into the pit. There was the opportunity. They didn't take it.
well, you can tell them after the game. They should have went for it. You can go back into a coaching position, Monty.
No, I'm done
I know
with
you've
that.
been missing that for
I have definitely not been missing that.
CLG could have used you today.
Could they? There's only so much help you can give as a coach, Achilles.
No, that's pretty evident. I mean, 6 is pretty damn good.
Yeah, he is.
They're still
He is.
still having that struggle. So, I don't know. But hey, at least we get a high playoff grand final match for NA. C9 versus TSM for the first time in a while.
I mean, I've seen that too much, honestly. I've seen that one too much.
See, I need C9 to win. I have a bet riding on this, so I need them to make Worlds.
Right, I think that's a bad bet you got there, Achilles.
I think it's pretty sick.
You think it's okay? Bold.
We'll see. We'll see if it pays off. We'll see if this pays off for Spinnu, though. Still grouped up around Baron. Just clearing out vision. And Elder Dragon now spawning in 5 seconds. So could see that one coming through. Flawless taking a hell of a lot of damage in the pit. Doesn't have his GA up for quite some time. So he's going to have to hightail it out of there. Still has the Void Rush up. With this open inhibitor and bot, ESC are still in a pretty tight spot.
Crazy just needs to stay bottom. Like, he just needs to clear out the super minion waves. He has TP. The rest of his team should be able to handle the control of this Baron.
Vision now outside the pit. Aries can figure that out. Crazy is sitting in bot, but the Baron's been started up. We'll see where he wants to TP in. Clearing out the wards inside of the pit. Baron down to half HP. Crazy still not teleporting in anywhere. Third call coming out. Tempered Fate comes in. That's going to lock up the Baron for the time being. The TP now being used by Crazy. ESC, they could just pitch it and try to get this, but they're just going to let it reset instead of trying to commit to it. Last shot comes through, finds Flawless. We'll chunk him out for about 600, but look at this. The Super Creeps now knocking down the Nexus towers. Spinnu, they acknowledge this. They know that they can just buy time. Let ESC have to back off. They should just, I mean, they could just come in right back in for the Baron, but looks like they want to set their sights on this top lane inhibitor.
And that was nice by Spinnu. They baited out everything, but they're not going to commit to the inhibitor. They're going to go right back to the Baron instead. They baited out the TP, though, so now they can try it without the threat of Crazy. And somebody's still going to have to clear out those super minion waves in the end.
Yeah, and now the minions actually in onto that top inhibitor as well. We saw how that worked at bottom. Could just be another way of clearing out the inhibit top. That's going to be the Onslaught of Shadows. Fears up Flawless and Soul, but they're still very tanky. Crazy going low. Gets a big burst of healing coming through so far from that Hemo Plague. Nuclear not going to get stunned up. Has the spell shield stunned into the wall there as Loken has to kite back into the back line. Soul still trying to stick to him like glue, but Aries is able to finish off Sasin. Now going to be looking for Flawless. If he can take out the Smiter, that could be that Baron coming in for ESC. Lahen's going low. Aries pinching around from the top, but just can't really commit in. They're able to find Soul eventually. Had to pop the Guardian Angel and work him down. And ESC, do they go for this?
Yes.
There's still Super Creeps inside of the base. Looks like they're going to go ahead and commit. And now this is going to be the big turnaround for them as they've been down for so long in this game. This could be their window of opportunity to come back in flawless, using the Void Rush on the backside of the pit. Could be looking for the steal if he's able to find this. It would be crucial for Spendu's victory. They're stopping the damage on the Baron. They're able to get it. He goes in over the wall, flashes out immediately, but ESC still win the chase. Still Ares very safe. They lock him up with a Tempered Fate for good measure, root him down with the Jhin, and ESC are still holding on to this game, down by 4,000 gold now.
That was really smart of ESC. So they knew their inhibitor was about to come back up, and there was only one super minion that was going to be on the Nexus turrets. They trusted that the turrets were going to be able to kill it, and by the time that one was dead, inhibitor would be back up. Easy to clear out those waves on the recall. So great call there from ESC, and that's the power of this team composition in the late game. It is incredibly difficult to beat them at 6 items with the composition that Spenu is fielding.
Well, really hard fought there around the pit. Very back and forth. Wasn't sure who was going to come out on top of that one, but ESC, they do persevere in the end. And now with this Baron buff, they can make up for this massive turret deficit that they've been in for so long. 8-3 now. And if they can pick up these 5 turrets, they will take a gold lead yet again. So like the third time in this game, Soul pushing forward, going to take a bit of damage. But ESC just not having enough to be able to burst out of Poppy. Flawless is still down for about 13 seconds. They get the mid-tier 2, but it doesn't look like they can do a whole lot else. Wave's not really prepped, starting to crash back, but they're well beyond the halfway point of the lane. So ESC going to move over towards this Elder Dragon. All members of Spenu are back up. All of the ultimates are available. They're not going to look to fight over this. It's just a Mountain Drake and a Cloud. Spenu can just sit back in the base and not get baited into a fight for the next minute and a half.
Yeah, so Elder Dragon now, we've seen it so far in the hands of Spenu. They've had the Elder Dragon and the Baron buff earlier in this game. Switches sides. One of the very few games I've ever seen where both teams have had a Baron and an Elder Dragon simultaneously.
Definitely an odd one, but look at that damage coming through onto the towers. They pop down the tower. That's going to be the inhibitor line being broken by ESC for the first time in this game at 55 minutes, just about. And they're going to be perfectly happy with that takeaway as they go ahead and retreat. The wave has been building up in both top and bottom. Triple cannon, quadruple cannon minions actually moving in. And that should be another tier 2 coming in here for Spenu, and will actually net them a gold lead for the first time in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, gonna come through. They're probably gonna get another inhibitor. There are just too many minions to effectively clear out. Soul also not even gonna walk up here. He needs to get back immediately, so he has no time actually to clear the wave, but the Elder Dragon and,
Call opening up. Ares coming in from the top side. They are able to lock up Lehens with that Bard ultimate. Soul charging up the Keeper's Verdict, but is he going to channel it? No, he's not. Yet again, goes for the reset. ESC looks like they might be content. They're going to stick around. They want more than just the tower. They want that inhibitor if they can get it. Magical Journey's down, though. Their exit is going to be considerably more difficult for the time being. Wave pushing up and top.
Yeah, they should definitely stick around because they can get a turret for free, at least the tier 2 on the top side, just by poking and threatening right there. Now they actually give Spenu a chance to clear out that top side wave if they want.
Yeah, Nuclear is going to run up there. Looks like he may be able to make it in time. It's just down to half HP, so he'll be able to clear that out.
That's sloppy by ESC. They've been having trouble playing around the waves on sieges in this series, and that's another example of it. They could have just been patient. They could have just threatened the inhibitor continuously without ever getting in range to commit or to have Spenu pick them off, and gotten an extra turret out of that at least. But not going to take the risk, even though there really wasn't much of a risk.
Well, pretty sure that was like the third time that ESC has done something very sloppy in this game. So bottom inhibitor still stands for Spenu. Top tier 2 going to be there as well, but ESC, Crazy's moving his way up there, so he's going to keep the lanes moving towards the inhibitors in the top side. So going to try to maintain that pressure, but we are at the 100,000 gold plus mark as ESC hits 101,000.
Credit to ESC though, they survived 2 Barons and an Elder Dragon.
Yeah, Elder Dragon, so they've definitely been holding on for dear life, but again, they sort of created that situation for themselves by not doing anything about the first 2 Barons.
Absolutely, but ever since then, they played around Nuclear. They've been able to get the necessary flanks and at least trade evenly on the team fights.
It's a good sign. They're at least able to deal with the problems that they have created for themselves.
Yes,
They
true.
don't just push it off on other people.
They don't just immediately die.
Oh, well, they're looking for Loken, who would very well die immediately if they were able to catch him with that knock-up from Flawless. They don't invest on the hunt, just going to be the speed boost from the Mantra Shield. Now ESC coming back into this bottom lane, have Super Creeps inside the base in mid. Create some pressure towards those Nexus turrets, going to be looking for that inhibitor. Yet again, Waves moving up in top, so this time they will be able to buy enough time to get that tower. They just need to play it right. See Ares pushing forward, doesn't really have that prime of a target to go for as Nuclear has the spell shield, can mitigate the onslaught of shadows. They're going to use on the hunt, get a double pop up on the Key attempt. Key just absolutely getting melted out. The Bard ultimate will keep him alive for a little bit longer, and it looks like he's able to exit on the backside. Crazy goes in deep, has to use the Sanguine Pull. Will be able to make it out with help of the Magical Journey. Now Loken in a bad spot. Flash forward by Soul. Loken going to flash away, but he's slowed up. Gets the damage back into Sauce and can't find the kill. He gets him actually with a Deathfire touch at the end, but Soul answers the kill and will be able to make it out. It's a 1-for-1. 2 damage dealers down on either side. Ares, meanwhile, sticking around in mid. The inhibitor comes back up. The tier 2 goes down in top. But with the respawn of the inhib, oh, it's coming in now. It hasn't come back up yet, unless he just took it. Couldn't really see.
Looks like we are going to see here, at the end of the game, Loken and Sassen both dead by the time the next Baron comes up. So who is going to get the vision down first here and be able to control that pit?
I don't know, either way. 60 minutes just about to be on the clock. See the Super Creep still coming in, so I thought the inhibitor had respawned for a second. Looks like it was not so.
We'll be responding very soon, though. You see, trying to set up in the bottom jungle for some reason. They just want this red buff. Not going to get it, though. Too much damage from Nuclear on a 6-item Sivir.
Yeah. 650 CS now for Nuclear. And that's 59.5 minutes. So has been CSing quite nicely, and it helps out when you have those waves of Super Creeps constantly pushing in. So Baron respawns, looks like. Yeah, see, they'll be able to get Scuttle Crab and some vision inside of the jungle, but definitely not comfortable going for this Baron anytime soon, especially with Loken running back from his death. Sassen's back up as well. Should just wait until he has a Ghost available so they can fight, but will not have the flash up, nor will Loken. So a lot of summoner spells down on the side of ESC that would be pretty crucial for them.
Oh, yeah. Nuclear, though. Flash up. He's going to be much more confident. Get this late game stage. It is all about the summoner spell cooldown. So
they go in, they start this up. Starting to whittle it down. Looks like they're going to try to exit. Part ultimate comes through. Not going to catch anybody because of the spell shield. Crazy comes in the backside. Gets chunked out. The Nethergrass comes in and Nuclear. He's going to find the first kill. Pop up. The Keeper's running on the air. He still has that Guardian Angel up. So he will be safe to get a stun in onto Soul. And Lehens will take a bunch of damage from the curtain call. But he still has a GA available on the Karma. So he's going to be perfectly safe. But right now it's all about ESC poking out, trying to buy enough time to dissuade this Baron away from Spenu so they can get Crazy back. He just got absolutely melted out.
you have to be so careful in that situation. They can collapse on your flank so fast. With a Sivir and a Karma, you cannot really flank with a Vladimir very effectively when they're able to do that. And it looks like we are going to see Spenu go for the smart move here, which is to try and completely break this base, take as many inhibitors as they can while they have this power play, but it's not for much longer.
Yeah, it's still just 30 seconds out from Crazy. Has the Ghost available and will have the home guards. Going to use the shield and on the hunt push forward. They will be able to work down this tower very quickly as that does fall, and the mid inhibitor should follow suit. Both of the other inhibitors are sitting naked. Ares now pushing him to the backside, has the onslaught available. But who does he try to target? Lehens is the lowest one, but still has the Guardian Angel, as does Flawless. And now looks like two inhibs just going to be going down inside the base of ESC. And Spenu, with that added pressure, can go ahead and back off and set up for this Baron yet again.
Well, they try and set up for this Baron at the very least. We may see a bit of a fight here. Flawless will be the one to recall. Could be a desperation Baron coming in for ESC. If they get the Baron, they still have a chance to win this game. But Crazy is down here on the bottom side. Doesn't have TV. He's clearing out waves. He's going to get caught.
Oh boy, here they go. Crazy going to get locked down. Pops the Ghost, but it doesn't matter. The Nether Grasp is there to keep him in place. And Lehens will find the kill, and that might just be it. As Spenu moves down with these super creeps in the bottom side of the map. Zip back around. Looks like they don't want to commit for the base yet. Even with Vladimir dead for a minute, they could just rotate right over to this Baron and take it out.
I mean, ESC just had to go for the Baron there. They had to group up and try and force a fight. They still have all the AoE, but before the super minions really managed to start stacking up in their base, they had to get some sort of team fight going. Instead, Crazy tries to clear out a wave with no teleport. Big mistake. Spenu looking like they may be able to finally claim victory here.
I mean, no one from ESC is even close to this pit, so this is a guaranteed Baron now for Spenu. And with this added pushing power, they should be able to close out the game. I say should, but I really don't know because I've said this
It's been a mess.
Multiple times in this game already. It's been some sloppy League of Legends. And we have literally 7 more games to go today.
Marta's a Zerat portal.
Okay, Key.
I don't think that's a good item right now.
All right, good job, Key.
I would have gotten a Frozen Heart.
Yeah. I don't know. Either way, last inhibitor goes down. First call opened up, looking for Sasson. Takes a bunch of damage. Tempered Fate not going to connect. More bullets coming through. Sasson will eat that 3rd bullet. 4th one comes through, not going to hit anyone though. Kills a couple of the minions, but Crazy's back up. But all 3 inhibitors are down. Baron on Spenu. They're going to recall. Try this again. Void Rush right back into the mid lane here for Flawless. Try to keep the pressure applied there. But the next towers of ESC still untouched, and ESC are just holding on for dear life.
Yeah, Elder Dragon going to be the next target. 10 seconds until that one comes back up. Flawless staring at a very empty pit right now. Salivating in anticipation. Delicious dragons. And maybe they can actually win the game once they get the Elder Dragon.
Alrighty, well, 3rd Elder Dragon here. I forget what the record is for that we have so far here in LCK. I want to say it's like 4 Elder Dragons.
It's probably that would be my estimate.
I think the longest game is like 79 minutes or something in that range, maybe 77 minutes. So 4 Elder Dragons seems entirely possible, but that's going to be 3 for us. We'll see if we make it to 4 and beyond. But Spenu have been handed every possible tool that they could use to close out this game. So if they're not able to do it, then God help us all.
I think it's pretty much impossible for them to lose right now, but
Yeah. Well, Super Creep pushing in, empowered by Baron. Ares still looking for that pitch on the backside. But everybody is just so damn tanky on Spenu. They just can't pop anybody. The likelihood of fearing nuclear with that spell shield available is slim to none. Nexus tower is going low. Logan's trying to push up and clear this out, but the first one will fall. And ESC, they have to pull the trigger on something soon. The Rot Portal trying to keep the minions at bay in the top lane. That's just not doing a whole lot. Who would have thunk it? They're down to half. Keeper's verdict thrown out. Not really going to catch anybody. It does find Tempt, actually. Gracie goes low, gets into the Sanguine Bolt in time, and now Ares gets into the back line. Onto Nuclear, but he's got too much damage, and he's going to pop that Guardian Angel. The Nexus now exposed. Flawless goes in, unburrows onto Loken. They're turning onto this Nexus, trying to get the damage in, but the Guardian Angel gets popped here on the wreck side. Nuclear still not able to target out the Nexus, but the Super Creeps are there. They'll take it out 14-14 in the end. 120,000 gold hit by Spenu. 4 Barons, 3 Elder Dragons,
that was a bad League of Legends.
and
Ilios.
66 minutes of hell.
Not much to say. I mean, really, Spenu should have been able to close that game significantly faster than they did. Both teams playing very, very scared around objectives when there were multiple opportunities to either go for the Baron or for the Dragon. Not even sure why the first Baron was given up by ESC. I thought they had a nice advantage heading into the mid-game, but they let it slip away.
You know you're in a really awkward situation when you can't decide whether you'd rather have ESC relegated or Spenu welcomed into the LCK, because it's not going to improve the overall
I think
gameplay.
I don't know. I think if ESC just had a ward on that Baron at the first Baron, that this would have been a very different game. And they did do a good job, at least in game number 1. It was a lot cleaner, but both teams, they're playing a very risk-averse play style, even when there are large windows and large opportunities for them to take an advantage.
Sassen yet again doing the majority of the damage on his team's side of things, as has always been standard. But we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have the conclusion of this. We'll see who is going into that losers match later on today. Welcome back, guys. Getting ready to come in here for Game 3 between Spenu Sonic Boom and ESC. You see Nuclear there on your screen. 6-0-6 in that game, so not dying on the Sivir. Scaling into the late game really early. I can't think. Executioner's Calling, there we go. Really early Executioner's Calling to cut down the massive amount of lifesteal on the side of ESC, and overall just doing work, and lots of sloppy plays on either side, but ESC giving up to Barons earlier on in the game just really allowed for Spenu to take a foothold there.
Yeah, also good picks from Spenu to secure more objectives, using the Sivir and the Karma speed just to go for picks instead of actually team fighting, which was their weakness against Spenu. They were not going to be able to, or against ESC, they were not going to be able to compete with all of the AoE.
Yeah. Especially the picks on the Crazy in the bottom side of the map. Just consistently catching him out with the Nethergrass, blowing him out before he could use the Zonias, get to the Sanguine Pull, flash away, what have you. Just really eliminating that Vladimir, which was such a nuisance for Soul early on in the game. Granted, I still don't necessarily believe in Poppy being the right choice in the top lane.
I totally don't.
He had some, Keeper's Verdicts that did net them some kills, but overall, it's not the playmaking Poppy that we saw in spring of round 2 and everything, or round 2 of spring, I should say. So not having that same level of impact as we've seen in the past. But Spenu finally able to make it work, but we're going to see if they turn away from that pick as they move into this next game, because, again, Shen available, not picked by either side.
Yeah. We'll see. I think ESC should just go back to I like the way that they played Hide the Vladimir and got some good lanes out of it in spite of the Malzahar pickup, and they had some lane dominance early on. If they had just had a little bit more vision control, it should have been an easy win for them. So it's not necessary that they go back to the Shen perhaps, but it might be easier just because they did play better with globals in the first game of the series. We are waiting on what looks like a technical delay here, as it's like there's an issue with Ares, BC.
So just waiting to get him into the lobby. Might just have to reset the client and whatnot before we get back in there. So who knows? But either way, hello.
We're just lounging.
Yeah, we're just, chilling out. What can we say? I mean, we just had a 60-plus minute game, 120,000 gold there in game 2. So it's already been a pretty long day, and there's a hell of a lot more League of Legends
possibly 7 more games. We don't know.
I can't wait. I haven't done a day like this since I was, not making money doing this.
Yeah, me too. I'm pretty sure. I think it's been about 5 years since I've done a cast this long.
Actually, my first paid casting gig was a 13-hour day. So this is probably the closest that I've gotten to that in a while, or will be the closest. So who knows? We might just get 2 zeros in the other 2 best of 3s, but for now we have to work our way through this game 3. And God knows how long it's going to go on for.
I don't think we will. I think that these teams are in relegation because they don't have the cleanest play. Therefore, there's probably going to be a lot of 50-50 Barons.
Yeah.
Things like poor macro decisions like we saw in the last game that result in very, very long games. So I think I'm not optimistic.
We're in it for the long haul.
So we're here for a while.
All right. It's great because it's a Monday night, which means that getting food is already that much more difficult. So we are going to have a hell of a time finding dinner.
Just stick around. We're going to be totally out of it by game 7. So
I already feel out of it. I'm already kind of loopy here. But still just waiting on Ares to be able to get back in here. But hopefully we can get that taken care of and get into this one as quickly as possible because it's 4:30.
That's right.
We started at 2.
Yep.
Been here since 11.
Yep.
It's a long, long day. It's probably going to be a 12-hour day or something like that.
Good times.
So I don't know. It's whatever. At least I don't have to stand. That's the thing. It's like I can at least sit down.
It would be impossible to stand for that long.
Because I already have those issues with my lower back, so it's like sitting is great. But then the water park also beat the hell out of me. We went to Ocean World last week and just 6-foot waves in a wave pool, just swimming over those. My body just felt like putty by the end of everything.
It was great. We had a wonderful time.
Got some
Although
good photo opportunities out of it as well.
On my my Korean water park tier list, I have to say Caribbean Bay is still number one.
Well, it's the biggest water park in the world.
Yeah,
so
that's pretty nice.
That's even if the rides suck, at least there's like a plethora of them to choose from, so there's more that you can go on. And Ocean World had like 6 rides and a wave pool.
Good ones, 6 good ones.
6 okay rides.
Yeah.
Some of them were good. The others were like, I recognized a couple times. That was cool.
Okay, I guess it's cool.
What?
I don't like that.
Okay.
I'm not into that.
I've only been here for 6 months, man. Doesn't happen that often, in the past. So it's like a new change for me. You've been dealing with this for like 4 years.
It gets old after a while, let me
So,
tell you.
All right. Well, I will let you know when it has reached the point of getting old. For now, it's like, okay.
All right, good.
Well,
I'm glad you're happy with it.
at least you're not swarmed by like hordes of dudes outside of the events like Andy was after the final.
That's true. Not that time, but I've had some pretty terrifying experiences. The worst experience was.
Oh boy.
So I was trying to watch some StarCraft at IEM New York, and obviously I wasn't working. I was just there to like watch some StarCraft, talk to some of the ESL StarCraft casters that are friends of mine, and so it was inside New York Comic Con, right? And I didn't realize that when you walked in, basically the start of the StarCraft was the same time that the convention opened. So I was like, oh, I'll just get there half an hour early and like say hi to these guys and whatever. But no, the convention itself was still closed. So they just had a giant waiting room at the Javits Center of like 25,000 people, and I was trapped in that room with 25,000 other nerds for like an hour, and that was the worst because they had nothing else to do. There's nothing else to do besides take pictures. So bad times were had.
I mean, you basically had your own.
So what I'm trying to
meet and
say
greet.
is I hate my fans.
Well, I think we already had that one established. I don't know if that was ever in question. So just further clarifying that point, I suppose. But looks like we did take care of the issues. So Aries, his computer is working, and we are back into the picket ban. So we're already going to see some changes coming through here with the Jhin being banned away by ESC, despite Loken having played that in the last 2 games. And it will be, of course, the Lee Sin away from Flawless with Nidalee to follow, GP and Talia on the side of Spenu, and they will follow up with the Varus away from Tempt.
So just sticking with the same band, Speno, even though we are reversing sides. Rek'Sai definitely going to be going over here to Aries, gets his bread and butter back. And interestingly, the Gnar will be left up this time. And ESC not wanting Nuclear, despite his lack of games recently on the Jhin, to be picking up that particular champion. Flawless will be going for the Gragas instead this time around, so foregoing the Nidalee pick. And it should be the Karma again, one would assume.
See, they've been pretty reliant on that one. Yeah, Karma and the Gragas locked up. We'll see if that's going to go into the hands of Sasin or the Hens here in the support role. Probably going to be the latter, so you can at least save that last pick here for Sasin. But now, with Jhin off the board, Sivir going to be very contested. Could just see Ashe coming out as well, as that is going to be one of the most prevalently played AD carries between both of these guys. Because Nuclear, it's all just been Sivir, Ashe, Jhin for the most part for him in his run through the Challenger Series, and it will be Shen and Sivir picked up here for the side of ESC. So already good global pressure coming out with that Void Rush with the Stand United.
Yeah, problem is that they take the Shen without a Trundle ban, and I think you ban the Trundle instead of Nidalee if you're on the blue side of your ESC.
Well, Gnar is also available, and Soul has played that in recent history, so could see the Gnar coming back out.
I don't know. I feel it's really awkward to take that Shen when the Trundle is still on the field. The amount of stats you can steal in the late game is huge, and you're still looking at what's probably going to be an 80 carry focused composition with this Karma. So they're not going to get the double speed boost this time. Ashe likely going to be coming in here for Nuclear.
Oh
Jinx.
my God!
Okay,
what?
So Nuclear is a legacy Jinx player. He has played Jinx many times off meta, all the way back to his days known as a player, Jinx main, named Zet Engine. So that's going to be coming back. I was kind of wondering if we were going to see that, and they've got a basically infinite peel. Let's protect the Jinx composition here with Poppy and Gragas. So what is the answer going to be? I think you definitely take an Alistar here. If you're ESC, you need some way to initiate in the backline, and Alistar Shen is going to give you that option. Lissandra also high value pick.
Yeah, I mean, trying to lock down the Jinx with a Tempered Fate is going to be really rough.
No, I mean, she doesn't have any inherent movement abilities as long as she isn't getting excited. So Bard is okay, but I think you need something else here. I think you need a body to go back into the back line and really help the engage there with the Shen.
Yeah, I mean, the closest thing that they have at this point is going to be the Rek'Sai able to tunnel in. I mean, they have the movement speed from on the hunt, so they can shove, tempt in with this Vladimir. Sanguine pull his way into the back and try to just dump all of that damage in onto Nuclear, because that was one of the biggest issues in Game 2 was Nuclear on the Sivir having that spell shield, able to mitigate a lot of that damage and a lot of the engage with the Onslaught of Shadows, and that Hemo Plague. Not going to have that with the Jinx, but they need to be able to insert Tempt into the back line if they want to have any sort of success here.
All right, well, Tahm Kench, the very predictable last pick, no longer banned as it was in the first 2 games of this series. And that means that we are going to see a full Protect the Jinx composition. Well, this is interesting.
It's definitely a step off of the beaten path that we've seen. I mean, we haven't seen a Jinx locked in an LCK since Kramer tried playing it in spring. And we all remember how that one turned out. It didn't go very well.
Well, this is a very different style of composition, though.
Yeah.
Svenu got a lot of tools to work with this Jinx. This could potentially work, but the laning phase is going to be a bit rough here for the Tahm Kench and the Jinx if they have to go against Sivir Bard with that amount of poke damage in the early phases of the game. And they also have to be very careful that the Shen isn't going to start ulting into the bottom lane in the early parts to really just try and shut down Nuclear. So ESC, if they can get Nuclear far behind, get him under-itemized, there is no damage on Spenu. So should be a lot of action in the bot lane.
All right, well, Jinx locked in. I'm excited. Haven't seen this in quite some time. Spenu, though, want to avoid that lost match. We'll see if they're able to do so. Close out over top of ESC. Go ahead, get right in the game. All right, and Ocean Drake will be starting us off.
소환사의 축복에 오신
So,
것을
still
환영합니다.
not seeing any Infernal Drakes today. It's just been Oceans, Clouds, and one Mountain. But this Jinx coming in, Tahm Kench is going to be able to keep her quite safe. So lots of tools to keep everybody away from her. The Explosive Cask there for Flawless. And we'll see if he's going to be able to create some pressure here and help get Nuclear ahead early on. You get that Jinx spiraling out of control, and the game can absolutely just completely swing in favor of Spenu.
And now, just not going to see anything
미니언들이
too
생성되었습니다.
unusual here at level 1. Just leashes for the junglers from the top laners. It's a Nuclear fan. Nuclear Jinx fan, actually. Couldn't read the last word there in time, but it's long been a pocket pick for Nuclear.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, Jinx, we've seen it teased by a couple of 80 carries throughout the summer split. They've covered it for a while, but no one has locked it in. Kramer, of course, being one of them. At this point, whenever I see Kramer hover Jinx, I just say, oh God, please no. See if he brings it out later today, actually. He will be playing in the next match against Gongdu Monster.
I don't think so.
But,
I
yeah,
don't think so.
Almost certainly not.
Probably his coaches are back there right now being like, I hope Spenu loses, so Kramer...
Don't you get any ideas, Kramer?
Yeah, exactly.
You see this? This is a one-off. It's not meta.
Exactly. Exactly.
Meanwhile, Kramer's just sitting there twitching like, must play Jinx.
No, he really just wants to play Ezreal and Lucian.
Yeah, well that's okay. He can play the Ezreal. He's usually pretty good at the Ezreal. I'm okay with that one.
Except when he loses lane, can't be a bit tricky to play Ezreal in the 2v2, especially if you want to go for a melee support at the same time.
Yeah, that is true. I don't know. We'll see what Kramer's going to bring out, but that's going to be a bit later.
Look, man, I just don't understand 3 games of Poppy.
Neither do I.
That's what I don't get. The echo's up.
Meanwhile, Luntara's sitting in the back going like, must play Poppy.
It's just so weird. Soul has spent so much time playing Gnar, Trundle.
He's got a bunch of picks that he's played
Echo.
recently.
He's played Echo.
He's played Maokai. He's played Renekton.
I mean,
He's
these are
played-
not. This goes back to June and early July because he was not actually playing in late July or early August. It was Mimic in the top lane, so
Yeah.
for some reason he is back in the lineup right now. Not sure what happened over on the Spenu side to change that up.
I don't know. I mean, if they lose here, there is still a chance that we could see Mimic in that losers match at the end of the day. And he's got an Alawi game under his belt, so we could see our first professional Alawi match here in Korea.
That has eluded us so far. It's been popping up in LCS, but
Man, I wonder why it's eluded us so much, Monty.
yeah, great champion.
It's
Specialty of
how have the Koreans not
relegated
realized
team energy.
how good this is? Aw. Barry's probably watching from home and he's just sad now.
I mean, I'd be sad being Barry too. So.
Yeah. Good point. Thanks for latching onto that one. If you didn't touch on it, I was. Oh, Barry. He's going to bring this up at dinner tomorrow. Oh. It's okay. We love him. It's a strong word, but. Well, sure.
No ganks yet. No jungler taking any kind of early attempt here.
Who would have thought?
And well, it's going pretty well so far for Nuclear and Lehens in the bottom lane.
Yeah, keeping a slight lead there in the CS, so they'll be in a decent spot. He hasn't gone out for a roam yet for any of his chimes.
Yeah, do have to be careful with the Bard just because you get too close there, you get eaten by the Tahm Kench and the rocket spam outside of range. Kind of slow poke here. for
I mean-
the Jinx, in spite of no sustain in this lane.
It's a decent combination because if you get the stun with the tongue lash, then you can. Oh, okay. There he's playing with fire a little bit there. So
Well,
it's
really,
fine.
what you do in this lane combination, and people probably forget because we haven't seen this in about a year now, but it used to be very popular, Jinx Tahm Kench. Around the time of the World Championship, that was a big lane. And what you do is you eat somebody and then you spit them onto traps.
Yeah.
You walk backwards into traps and then you spit them on top of them.
I was gonna say, even if you don't do that, even if you get a stun with the tongue lash, then you can layer the traps below the person and get that guaranteed stun yet again. So there's a lot of different ways that you can approach that, but yeah, this is a classic little matchup here, pairing the bottom lane. Of course, that was around the time where Tahm Kench, everybody realized just how busted he was.
Yep.
So I remember being in the player room with Cloud9, and Lemonation said, "Guys, I think Tahm Kench is really broken. We should play the support." And everyone was just like, "No, you're stupid." And then turns out he was completely correct.
Who's the stupid one now? Rest of Cloud9.
So they definitely owed him an apology over that.
It's all right. They had the mid Veigar. Their one strat was real good.
It worked for a week.
NA worked for a week.
Rather, it was a day.
NA worked for a week at the last World Championship, and then they stopped working.
I wouldn't even
entirely.
say NA, though. It was really just all Cloud9.
No, it's true. Well, I don't know.
CSM got, what, 1 win over LGD?
CLG got a win over Flash Wolves.
That's impressive, at least. Flash Wolves are a good team. Just qualified for Worlds. Took down J-Team 3-0 in the LMS yesterday, which was really surprising considering that J-Team was like dominantly on top for a while there, but He missing the Cosmic Binding, going to be taking a bunch of damage on his way into that magical journey as Flawless finds him in the river. So some deep vision coming through, but that pink is not long for this world, so goodbye, 75 gold. This is just
Really exciting.
so exciting.
Flawless putting down pink boards.
This is
That's a really bad pink board, by the way. That's not
Yeah.
going to do anything later on. I mean, sure, it denies vision now, but they already know you're going to be clearing out that wolf camp and walking up to the blue buff. That's pretty obvious. So you can just come back later with a sweeping lens, or even just let it time out, honestly. Wasting a pink ward there that isn't going to provide you any value outside of that, especially because you smite the wolf camp and get the wolf spirit, so you still are going to be able to see anybody who comes into that side of the jungle.
It was a delay ward. You just wanted to, you know, keep somebody preoccupied for about 4 seconds.
Yeah, I guess.
So you throw it down. That's all. It's worth the gold. But either way, just everybody farming up some slight leads in mid and bot here for the side of Spenu. Soul yet again struggling on this Poppy. This is the matchup that we saw for him in game 1. And he didn't do a whole lot in that game.
Nope.
So we're going to see if he can turn things around.
He didn't
this
die
time.
either, but he just couldn't keep up with the constant ults of Shen. Crazy was very good at using his ult basically on cooldown and playing around the teleport of Soul to make the plays.
Yeah.
And come out to a pretty strong early lead, up 7-0 at one point.
This time we'll also see if Ares doesn't accidentally buy 2 Bomby Cinders.
That'd be a good start. Really what they need to do, though, is just really start considering diving here. They need to be able to dive effectively in this game to slow Nuclear down.
Yeah.
Use that Stand United, use the Tempered Fate and the On the Hunt in conjunction with each other to get underneath that turret and ensure some kills onto Nuclear.
Well, they have the level 6 now for Key. So if they can just position people down to that bottom side, they very well could go for the dive. Ares is going to short the wall. So I'll come up on the wrong side and have to run around to the Krugs. Not going to delay him too much, but we could just see him rotate down to this bottom side of the map and try to go for a dive. Looks like he's just going to go in for the recall since they spotted out Flawless, knows that he doesn't have to be around for any sort of counter gank. He can always snap back with a Void Rush if necessary as well, so he'll be all right. Temp's going to get aggressed on. It's a big burst of damage coming through from that Mantra Q in the Sentry Pool.
Does spurn his Ghost. Now, this build from Poppy, we saw this in game 1 versus Shen, but this is so awkward. Sunfire Cape, basically Soul is desperate to push the wave, but this does nothing to the return Sunfire Cape damage or the damage coming out of Shen. And this is so risky.
Yep,
For
Flawless.
Spenu.
He's going to get stunned up. Lance is there. The Devour, if it has to come through, Bard Ultimate comes out, catches 2 of them, and the Dragon. He going forward. He's alone inside of the pit. Flawless doesn't have the smite available yet. Goes in with the body slam, pops it, will get the Ocean Drake. Now stunned in onto Loken, but Stand United's coming through and he's still alive. He's out of mana though, Keeper's Verdict. Popping Crazy just inside of the Dragon pit. He's not going to go too far. And Spenu will be able to exit safely in the end. Have to use a couple ultimates there, but overall getting the Stand United out of Crazy, and they get the Ocean Drake.
Not a huge Drake in this particular game. It's not like ESC is really a poke composition. They're going to be pretty much all in, so. But it will be nice to keep Nuclear topped up in the laning phase. May eliminate some opportunities for dives there from ESC, but not the greatest engagement. Key tried to get in over the Dragon Pit wall with the Magical Journey and use that Cosmic Binding just to slow up Flawless right there, but not enough pressure to actually make it work, and a little bit of a failed attempt on the Stand United.
Things are starting to get a bit shaky in that bottom lane. Loken falling further and further behind Nuclear. Now down by over 10, but he's catching the wave at the turret, so Nuclear's still going to be able to bounce back and probably add more to that. You just keep shoving into that Sivir. He's got the BF sword with the Berserker Greaves completed to match that of Loken, but already has the Brawler's Glove and the dagger for the Zeal. So probably just going to see the Zeal come out into the Infinity Edge. So Nuclear going to be keeping things very consistent with the builds that we saw from Jinx last time she was meta.
Yeah, I don't know. He might go Randuin's. Or not Randuin's, Runins.
I was like, what?
That would be very exciting, no, Runins.
Well, yeah, I mean, Runins with
Sword
the Rockets
Runins.
is pretty brutal, so very well could see that come out for the wave clear. If not, something like a rapid fire cannon so he can get that added bit of damage, or range in so he can stay safe. So, or both. Could do that as well. So, a lot of options available to Nuclear, but the start is going to be staying the same. And Locust just going to be looking at getting that Essence Reaver for the time being. So fire completed for Soul, a bit ahead of Crazy in that regard. But still just not going to be doing any damage to that Shen anytime soon.
You can see just waiting. Needed that Stand United to come back up. They have opportunities again. Take advantage of this, but Nuclear just getting a bit of a free lane so far. And to Flawless's credit, he has been setting up pretty extensively around the bottom side of the map and cutting off deep vision attempts.
Crazy getting some good damage in onto Poppy. This is exactly what we saw in game 1. It seems like Soul, just for whatever reason, not wanting to go back to a pick like the Gnar.
And the fact that the Gnar was up this game and not taken is actually mind-boggling to me, Achilles.
I mean, when we saw this matchup in game 1, the Gnar was banned. It was banned in game 2.
It's not like
And
Gnar,
now it's there, and it's just like, why don't you take it?
it's not like Gnar would be bad in this composition. You could still peel very well for a Jinx with a Gnar.
Yeah.
And Poppy's great for that too, but Gnar is better in lane and has a similar tool set when you're trying to peel for a hyper-buffed AD carry.
You can actually deal damage and zone the
And
Shen
split
away
push.
from the wave.
And split push.
Yeah. So just confusing pick here for Svedu and Soul, but it's down by 12. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's being made up for in both the mid and the bottom lanes at the moment. But you can see he's just sitting about 100 gold behind the Shen, catching up now as he gets the rest of those minions. So pretty much going to be close to dead even so far, but Ares with his 23 CS lead over top of Flawless will be creating a very slight differential in favor of ESC.
Ares goes for yet another warding mission on the bottom side. We'll run into Flawless this time.
Yeah, just going to trade back a little bit of damage, not able to find too much. Looks like we might just have to wait another minute and a half for this second Ocean Drake to spawn. If Svenu can get that, be quite nice for their sustain. Sassa's going to get jumped on, takes a bunch of damage from Tempt. As the shield though, fires off the Matra Q, and then he'll be safe to retreat in underneath of this tower. Trying to get the tether off, but not able to do so. Flawless cleared the ward there. He'll be able to get that. His presence is enough for ESC to go ahead and peel back.
I really want to try and clear out some of these pink wards, but Svenu has been fighting over vision control in the river well in this game so far.
Oh, Flawless. Cosmic fighting into the wall, takes a smattering of damage. And now that's going to push forward here from the hands out. Bard coming through, Cosmic fighting, not going to connect, has to pump the shield at the top. Kench looks like he might go down. Big heal coming through as he flashes away, going to try to keep himself alive. And it's going back in, gets locked up by another Cosmic binding. That's going to be Flawless going low, has to flash out. Temp still pushing up at the front side, trying to find a kill, and now Soul overextended it by himself, has to flash over the wall to take himself out to safety. Everybody, other than Sassin and Lehens, using Flash in that fight to get themselves out. Good pressure coming from ESC. They have to expend a bunch on their end, but they will be better for it. Might be able to create some pressure on this bottom side turret and maybe find that first brick gold.
Well, and the most important part is that Sassin and Soul both had to use the TP. That's absolutely huge. Getting both of the teleports out at the same time in exchange for just the Stand United is exactly what ESC needed. Would have been nice, of course, as usual, to get some more gold, and they're going to make an attempt here at the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, already the Ocean Drake on the side of Svedu, so didn't quite have to back all the way up to the base to get healthy. I think come back in. That is the Void Rush used by Ares. Dragon going low, but it's going to be confirmed here by Flawless. Cosmic Binding connects onto Lehens, and Saucin is going to try to run out of here. The shield's still able to be popped by the Tom Kench, gets a slow in on the key. The Boomerang not going to connect, but the first blood goes over to Tempest. He picks off the Karma in the end. Lehens still on the run. Loken going to flash forward. One more attack will do it. There it is. Comes up with the kill. 2 for 1, but ESC still had to invest a hell of a lot to get those.
Yeah, but it's huge that they're going to be able to crack the mid turret right
boy.
now.
Yeah, it's going to be the body slam over the wall. Looks like Flawless will get himself out, and the mid turret will go down. First brick gold coming through from ESC, as well as that first blood, so they'll get a nice little lead to start things off. It's going to be 2.4 thousand gold in their favor in 18 minutes.
Yeah, nice pickup. They could give away the Drake for that. Spenu took long enough that the recalls had already come in. And Saucin caught there right in the river. Key trying to follow up here onto Lehens. Gray health popped into that shield. And looks like the Zap not doing enough to stop Loken. Loken didn't use his flash in the last team fight, so has it now to get the final 2 auto attacks. And pick off the Tom Kenshin. It's the gold lead that is most precious to ESC. And now that they've taken out the mid lane turret, this Vladimir is going to be more open to get deep wards in and help collapse onto the side lanes, and that's how you shut down the Jinx.
Yep, Runaan's Hurricane, first item now. More nuclear, still just sitting about 10 CS up. BF Sword as well, still hasn't been able to move that into any sort of item completion, so probably just going to be the Infinity Edge coming out. Meanwhile, Saucin looking for that Rabbiddon's Death Cap as the second item for the Karma. The most damage to champions in game 1, so looking to repeat that stat if possible.
Yeah, we just need to push these side lanes out right now so they can actually get the deep wards in. Spenu should not be able to be this far forward with a mid lane turret down. But they have that opportunity right now just because they have better vision control. Primary thing that needs to change.
Oh, Rift Herald gonna get ready to off itself here, gonna be untouched. And Baron will be coming up in 10 minutes, but if the last 2 games have been any indication, we probably won't see Baron taken for quite a while. Just gonna be time to farm up here for Spenu. Clear out these wards and try to maintain control of their own jungle. Saucin getting a little aggressive here on the Tempest. Be careful, Ares still hovering around this mid lane. Wallace is there to bail him out. Did something happen, but probably would prefer to hold on to his ultimate for a crucial moment to try to keep Nuclear alive.
Pressure now really starting to mount on the bottom side. It's causing Flawless and Saucin to have to fade down to that objective, and ESC is, they're going to keep on farming just a little bit more every time in these minion waves compared to Spenu as long as this continues, and we should see that gold lead slowly grow. Spenu just has to hold on for as long as they can. Try and get into the late game where Nuclear will get absolutely enormous.
All right, well, they're going to commit to the tower. There's 4 members of ESC here. Teleport available from Saucin and Soul.
Nice traps.
Yeah, good damage in on the Tempt. Catching him through the magical journey.
Yeah, that was a good reaction from Spenu. They pushed forward so that they wouldn't get surrounded and collapsed on underneath the turret, which caused the magical journey to come through so that ESC could safely regroup without one of their flanks being exposed. Took the worst end of a trade as a result.
Been playing around that. They'll hold on to that tower and their lives for a bit longer, but ESC starting to look a little antsy and trigger happy. Want to pull the trigger on something and try to pick off a couple members, but they just haven't been able to find a way in yet. 22 minutes just about on the clock. And just the 2 kills to speak of in the 1 tower in favor of ESC. Gold still sitting at about 2,000, so they haven't been able to grow it in these last 4 minutes.
Just about the slow and steady pressure game, though. And Crazy goes in for a Tiamat as his next item, so he has a little bit more pushing power and can Get Soul a little bit closer to his tier 1 on average. Here we go again.
Oh boy, yep. Try to find this yet again, but Nuclear cuts down towards the wall, so Ares can't get into the knockup. And the Soul running down from mid, so Jinx will remain safe for the time being. Take away this Grom, give a little bit of extra gold. But man, I love standard lanes.
So great. Jinx everywhere.
It's amazing.
Well, ESC, both teams, it's just been about the vision game. I keep saying that, but everything comes down to where these wards have been in the bottom side and the plays that are possible to be
Oh, the
made.
head's getting locked up. Bartleby comes through. Timber Fate will lock up Flawless and Ares. Ares gets connected on by those traps. Will make it for that magical journey. Rockets firing off from Nuclear. Not going to do a whole lot of damage yet. Needs to get that IE completed before it's going to be doing very relevant damage. Soul still sitting up top here. It's like might finally be able to even up the CS against Crazy, who has had a pretty nice lead over him for the majority of this game. Really taking low on the hunt, gonna get popped and trying to come in for the unburrow. Can't find him yet, but they take the magical journey, they get the cosmic binding, and he can't shield himself, and that's gonna be another kill coming through from ESC. Dragon now spawned Cloud Drake up for the taking. Forever if they want to opt into that objective.
Yeah, no Infernal Drakes so far this series. At all in this best of 3. Interesting stuff, but
So that's my sign to not go to the casino.
is that it?
Yep. If there's multiple Infernal Drakes, then I should go to the casino. If there's none, then I'm not going to roll any 7s.
That just means that I have all my clothes on because I haven't been able to play Strip Drake effectively.
How unfortunate.
I know, it's sad for you.
Yeah.
You're the only one who gets the view behind the desk.
Yep. I mean, you already cast with your pants off, so it's close enough.
It's because of the
I'm
Strip
going to let the
Drake,
people
man.
believe.
It's because of the Strip Drake. My favorite game.
Oh, dear.
When you get the Infernal, it's hot. Take a piece of clothing off. Play it at home.
Oh, man. That song, just like my childhood right there. It was so, you know, thinking about it, like going to a middle school dance and then playing It's Getting Hot in Here, so take off all your clothes. It's kind of weird for kids like 3rd through 8th grade. Not really advised to play that.
I don't know. It's a pretty natural thing to do. Got to cool off somehow, Kelios.
Sure. But I guess the implication could be lost on children.
Exactly. Just take it literally.
Maybe
It's
not
fine.
this day and age. In my generation, it was definitely the implication was certainly lost to some, but I don't know. I think the exposure to that is much more prevalent these days, so kids will understand more at a younger age.
That's right. The internet is ruining our youth.
Yep. It's so terrible.
I mean, it ruined me.
I think I benefited from the internet. Now I'm just desensitized to everything crazy that the world can throw at me.
Yeah. See?
I can't be surprised by anything anymore. It's great. It's like, did you hear what Donald Trump said? Like, nope, don't worry about it. It's not the craziest thing I've ever seen or heard.
Internet. Not even once.
Nope. Oh, Sasan gonna get caught up. That's gonna be the Tempered Fate coming in from Key. This Voyage coming through to try to keep him safe. And so, unable to do a whole lot except take a bunch of damage. Cosmic Binding will lock up him and Saucin. And now ESC gonna go ahead and peel back, but working down a good amount of damage to the members of Spenu. Just not able to push forward and try to get any damage even onto that tier 2 yet.
Nope. Gonna switch up here for the tier 1 instead. Get the deep boards into the jungle. They're gonna have to play pretty defensive Spenu right now, considering that they had to abandon the bottom wave to respond to the pressure in the mid lane. So probably gonna lose the tier 1 in the top side now. Smart backing off there by ESC. Will be the Poppy. Of course, does have the TP to respond.
Just now working on that Iceborne call and has the sheen of the cloth armor from the Glacial Shroud that's still a ways away, but another turret goes down. And so far, Spenu getting locked out of this game except for those double Ocean Drakes that they're able to find for themselves.
5,000 gold is
Yeah.
pretty significant, especially considering the only major CS advantage here for ESC is in the jungle. So they've been able just to build it off of first blood, first brick, and getting those 3 turrets. Spenu, they've got to hold on for a while till this Jinx gets 3-4 items before they're really going to be able to fight, and even then they can only fight as a 5-man unit. Jinx is not there, they are useless.
Oh boy, Key taking a punch. Ah, Flawless trying to keep him inside the Baron pit so he could go down, but Casket's just going to knock him towards the exit, so he'll stay alive for now. Flawless trying to just posture forward and scare Ares out of the jungle, but he is a very tanky Rek'Sai already in this game. Cinder Hulk completed with that Locket of the Iron Solari, so.
Well, Nuclear just gets a huge chunk taken out of him there, and that's the other
Yeah.
problem is that if there's any poke damage that hits Nuclear, he does not have lifesteal right now, really.
Yeah, and it's going to be even longer before he does have it because he's opting into the Last Whisper next. Completes that. Probably going to go for that Mortal Reminder with Vladimir on the info team.
Yeah, I definitely think going for the Mortal Reminder here, but at the end of the day, this is such a hard composition to operate because now that lifesteal is not as high priority for general AD carry itemization, you can run into some problems with compositions that are too reliant on an AD because any poke on the AD means that you have to recall and then it's just free objectives for the enemy team.
Yeah. So still just going to be in a bit of a rough spot here is Spenu, but all three of these games have been pretty similar. Just
No, I mean this is a lot more similar to game one where ESC was pretty dominant throughout the entirety of the game.
sure, they have the lead. I'm just saying as far as the pace goes. So it has been slow and steady, safety first.
Doing the safety dance.
Yeah, don't do anything crazy with your safety pants on. But not going to be the most exciting bout of League of Legends.
Now, everything's on the line right now. At least if you win this series, you have to lose 2 best-of-5s to actually get eliminated and relegated. Give yourself quite a few more chances to maintain your seed at the highest level of competition in Korea. So it does make sense that teams would be even more cautious than they are normally with so much on the line. And just, if you lose here, you have 1 best-of-3. And even if you win that, you have to win a best-of-5 afterwards.
Yeah, so definitely don't want to be in that position here for either squad. Rather just win out, get it over with, and be able to move on. But now 30 minutes in, just 3 kills, so we have a kill per 10 minutes. And just about 6,000 gold up for ESC. Flawless taking a little bit of damage. Now they're going to find Temp, goes into the Sanguine pool. He's still sticking around, drops the Hemo Plank now. We'll find 3 members with that. It's a good burst of HP back. Wow, he's about half of his health. Flawless still going low, has the body slam away now. Soul up in the front lines. Not going to be taking a whole lot, still a pretty tanky Poppy. But Nuclear just not able to walk up and try to get into any position where he can fire off some rockets. He's just completely zoned off, and now ESC pinching in should be able to take down this tier 2 with relative ease. Crazy walking forward, Flawless arrives, the minion wave gets exhausted. So it looks like it will be able to stand for a little bit longer. But ESC, they're still fighting over this, they want this.
Karma shows up though, does allow them to posture forward and clear it out. Soul at least using Poppy to stop the taunt from coming in. Did have good timing on it right there, so the Shadow Dash not be able to follow up onto anybody. Still think Gnar's the better pick. You want to fight in the jungles like that. If you could nail 2 or 3 people and have Jinx get a few auto attacks off,
Yeah,
that is absolutely huge.
it's almost impossible to miss a wall.
Right. As opposed to knocking a few people back, you really just want them grouped up for mass rocket AoE.
Well, it's a third Ocean Drake.
Ardent Sensor now done for Sasson. This has been his build. Athene's into Death Cap into Ardent Sensor in the Karma games that he has played in this series. Ardent Sensor did come out on Lehen's last game also.
Well, Triple Ocean and a Cloud will be the dragons for the day in this set. And then Elder going to be spawning up soon. So 2 dragons apiece yet again. And not going to do a whole lot of good for either side outside of that on-hit damage. But at this point, going for an Elder Dragon is going to be a lot more of a liability. So no one's going to touch it.
Waiting here now. The Baron threat is pretty huge for ESC. Try and get a pick.
That's going to be the Bard ultimate coming out. They do lock up Lehend. The traps are thrown down. Might be enough to buy him some time. He pops the shield, still getting slowed out. The exhaust comes through, and he's going to go down. The kill comes over to Crazy. Now Tempt arriving in the backside off that teleport. It's going to come in. Nuclear will get popped with the Hemo Plague. And that is just one fast Vladimir using that Ghost to insert himself into the backside of the fight. And now the damage pretty much gone on the side of Spenu outside of Saucin. Soul going low. The Shadow Dash connects from Crazy as he flashes forward. 3 kills picked up. ESC finally starting to run away with this game. Crazy still stuck at the base, getting slowed up by Saucin. Can he make it through the magical journey in time? He can.
It's a great
stay alive, but there's still just not a whole lot that they can take right now. The wave not prepped in top or mid. Pinks are coming out on the Baron. They could opt into this, but the death timers are pretty slow, and Lehend's has Abyssal Voyage up.
Well, they can definitely do the Baron here. Whether they can get out with everybody alive is going to be the question. We'll see if Flawless has it in him to steal. They are looking to delay. They do see him with on the back of the pit. There's the taunt.
They get the taunt, but he can still go over for the seal. Flashes into the pit. He's going to be looking for this one. Can he outsmite him? It's not going to happen. It's confirmed by Loken, and that is going to be Flawless going down. Now flash over the wall from Saucin will take him to safety as he goes into the red pit, but ESC, they get the Baron, and everybody is going to exit quite healthy together. 7-0, 10,000 gold lead now at 34 minutes. ESC pretty poised to knock Spenu into that loser's match later today.
That was actually a pretty good smite there from Flawless. I think it had about 5 HP on it as we take a look at this replay coming through, and we're going to see it go down, 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 and let's see what Flawless does. Auto attack, and it looks like it was very, very close to getting stolen. It was an early Shadow Dash over the back of the wall, so a misplay there by Crazy. They had a ward, so they could have seen him during that play.
Well, all in all, now ESC with this Baron buff, it's going to help them knock down the rest of these outer turrets. Tier 2 in middle goes down, bottom being split on by Ares, and Crazy's working on top lane at the moment, so ESC going to be in a very comfortable position now. 12,000, about to be 13 ahead. And Spenu got to be getting pretty damn nervous at this point. Haven't been able to make this comp work. No kills coming through yet for anyone on their team, and Nuclear just hasn't been able to be impactful in these fights whatsoever.
The problem is Nuclear got caught out, and if he's not next to the Karma, he's basically useless. So if you can separate him at all, Temp made the good play on that team fight before the Baron to realize that just popping the Hemo Plague and slowing him up will give his teammates enough time to help him complete that kill. And without the shields there, there's just not enough. And this is why we don't really see single threat compositions anymore. They are very difficult to get rolling, especially in a meta where the early game is so important.
Well, Hunt Pop, Stand United coming through on the Tempt, and he's kind of trying to get right back into that back line. Can't really get on top of Nuclear. Will be able to drop the Hemo Plague onto him and Lehend. But now Soul in the front line being taken low. That's going to be the Devourer coming out from the Tahm Kench. Keeps him alive, but the inhibitor will fall all the same. Wave still moving up close to the base, but a couple members of ESC junked out. Ares being one of them. So looks like they might just recall, spend this gold that they just earned for themselves, and then likely transition that into an Elder Dragon, which will be spawning in a mid 35.
Yeah, we've got time now. Base has been broken. The work has been done, and it's really unlikely that Nuclear is going to be coming back online at any point in time in this game. Still working up some attack speed with the Zeal.
Yeah, probably going to be the rapid fire cannon if I had to take a guess. So he can, sit further back, fire off those rockets at a safe distance. But even so, we've seen Tempt just able to stick on top of him, has that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so he can just slow up the Jinx endlessly and really get on top of her with the help of that on the Hunt. So now 15,000 just about in the lead is ESC, and they are poised to take this set 2-1.
Have to be methodical about how they close this one out, and that's what they were in game number 1. They Didn't really give an inch when it came to the late game. Spenu always going to be a threat with how much damage a late game Jinx can put out. But probably at this stage, with how much armor is coming in onto ESC, and the GAs beginning to arrive here, there's not going to be a lot of hope for good resets from Nuclear.
Yeah, not at all on the hunt popped here. Temp coming in from the sidelines. They do get the Bard ultimate down onto Nuclear. Missed time by keeping the Cosmic Fighting. Will find Lorenzo in the backside. Temp still down to about half, pushing forward. Gonna flash in, trying to find some kills. Not able to do a whole lot. The stun not gonna connect. Stand United gonna be used onto the Vladimir to try to keep him alive. Crazy arrives. Good barricade up by Soul to stop the Shadow Dash from coming through. Now Temp taking that turret aggro is going to be burned down quite low. Has to use the transfusion to try to keep himself up. So far, all members of Spenu are alive, but they lost a second inhibitor. And the wave is still pushed. ESC good up to go over to the top lane, but looks like they might just be going for this Elder Dragon that has set spawn.
Yeah, I think you just go back right now, take the Elder Dragon. You have to be careful because you're going to be in a confined area when there still is a Runaan's Jinx, but there's not going to be any time for Spenu to take it. They do need to clear out the mini wave, but again, they don't have anybody to clear out super minions except for Nuclear, so they can't try and take a fight and TP in or anything of the sort. Only the Iceborne really on the Poppy for damage in conjunction with the Sunfire Cape. Not going to do a whole lot to super minions. And so, Spenu, it could have been game over right there. If that Cosmic Binding had landed out of the Tempered Fate, then they may have just been able to blow up Nuclear instantly and end the game. But they missed time to skill shot for Key, and they couldn't get the follow-up crowd control. So Nuclear remained a threat, and they have to go back and take this out instead. They grab a blue buff right now and then set their sights on the top lane, try and poke out with the true damage at the moment, and if they have that opportunity, they can just take the final inhibitor. If they don't have that opportunity, they can chain the Elder Dragon directly into a Baron. It will be about 15 seconds before Baron spawns when the Elder Dragon buff falls away.
Pretty close, but now they just want to kind of siphon Spenu up into this top lane. Likely look for a fight. Wave's not there yet, so they're going to have to buy a little bit of time. But the super creeps are pushing in on that bottom side of the map and in mid, where the inhibitors are still working on regenerating. So still a ways out, a couple more waves. Super creeps will be barreling down the lanes towards Spenu's base. You can see already a mass of them starting to get onto that first Nexus turret. Nuclear clearing them out with the Gatling gun, but that's going to open up ESC to take out this final turret here in front of the inhibs, and the inhibitor should go down as well. They're firing out the zap, trying to zone them off. Temp not going to get tethered up, but a big Bard ultimate comes through, catches 3. Ares is there ready for the pop-up, will get all 3 of them, and that's going to be the Hemoblade down. Soul trying to jump away, but he is going to fall as that does pop, and Temp finds the kill. Saucin, the last standing member with Flawless, who's just not able to do anything. He's going to go down. Flawless on the back, gets jumped on immediately at ESC. They'll close it out 2-1 in about 41 minutes here. And they will knock Spenu Sonic Boom into the losers match later today.
That's right, ESC moving on till later this week, where they will have 2 more chances. Just have to win one of 2 best of 5s if they would like to stay in the LCK for next season. It's a good start. Game 2, pretty sloppy. But games 1 and 3 were pretty convincing, actually, from ESC. Clean games. I mean, 12-0 in kills, 0 turrets taken by Spenu. So I have to think that ESC, had they not given up that Baron in game number 2, they did manage to drag it out to nearly 70 minutes in spite of giving up the first 2 Barons and an Elder Dragon. And they almost won that game also, so ESC looking likely to stay in this league.
But now they get an innate advantage that Spenu will not have, because Spenu does not know who they will be facing later today, whether it's CJ or Kong Du Monster. They won't know until about 15 minutes before they get back on the stage.
That's right.
So, going to be pretty stressful for these guys to make a return into the LCK. And ESC, they're going to have a couple days worth of preparation to get set for their next match. You can see the damage to champions coming out here. Loken turning on the heat, 30,000 damage done there, most out of everybody else. Saucin, yet again, having the highest damage here almost in the game, but the rest of the team is just not there.
And the big factor is the Jinx. But ESC did a good job of not giving the Jinx any time to fight.
Yeah.
They never really truly fought a 5v5. They were splitting members off and away so they couldn't have that protected Jinx team fight that they were looking for.
Yeah, well, we're going to go to a quick break, guys. When we come back, we are going to have Kongju Monster versus CJ Entus. Oh, never mind. I thought we were going to a break, but we're coming on camera now.
Well, yeah, that was unexpected.
Okay, that was
We never come onto camera now, but we
Yeah.
are going to see CJ versus Kongdu next. We'll take a few minutes for the players to swap out their settings and equipment into the booth, so you'll have to bear with us while that happens. CJ.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, now it looks like we're going to have a break, so when we come back, we'll have that match for you. CJ versus Kongju. We'll see if CJ can hold on and retain their spot in the LCK. Don't go anywhere.
이제 가장 뜨거운 화제를 만들어냈었던 플레이어 바로
원딜이에요. 뒤를 노리나요?
라이트가 왔다면 라이트가 왔다면
아인갱이 이 타이밍에 오는 거
예상
진짜
못하고 있어요.
치명적이에요.
루카는 끝냈습니다. 파블 나옵니다. 이거
더블 상대 원딜 잡았어요.
야
잘
이게
돌아갑니다. 11호. 레오나가 먼저 배시.
여기서 한번 풀어주면은
김태호!
파블 인도자의 우르르
네.
코르키가 의지가 없어서 저를 잘 못 치더라고요. 그래서 그냥 죽여줬습니다.
완벽합니다 플레이. 자 시바나 뒤에 나타났습니다. 시바나 나타났어요. 탈진도 있기 때문에 이거는 무조건 죽어요.
브레이가 있습니다. 막장 브레이. 출장이 오래 못 가죠.
딜소드 결승 가나요?
두 명, 세 명. 정대로 젠더번 환영합니다.
프레이 선수 청케이 중에는 제가 임팩트 있게 죽었던 게 맞잖아요.
올림포스 롤챔스 우선 나진 소드입니다.
앞으로도 정말 열심히 해서 세계 최고의 원딜이 되겠습니다.
그렇죠.
노리는 거죠.
이렇게 주도권이에요. 심각해. 그러나 베인이
트리플 K.
버드라 에이스 마무리. 베인 나오나요? 한번 볼까요?
재진입할 수 있는 힘이 좀 부족해 보이는데요.
그렇죠. 접히가지고. 정찰 여기서
피해보면 안 돼요. 피해보면 안 돼요.
발진 먹었죠. 네.
코그모 딜하는데요. 딜해.
구로 좋아요. 트리플 K.
이대로 있어서는 안 됩니다. 아무것도 안 됩니다. 아무것도 안 됩니다.
메이크 체력.
자, 번째 치료.
이게
Everybody wants to the
아니 이것도 너무 아프네요.
아직까지 안 나와.
야, 그게 맞았어요. 와.
빅픽처. 야.
코르키가 포킹이 좋으니까
이지를
잘 쓰고 있긴 한데
배부리긴 하거든요.
자, 도죽이야.
자, 날리고
이제 날렸고.
인간이 보여줄 수 있는 컨트롤 그 이상을 보여준 것 같습니다. 한 번 더. 이번에는 무조건 잡겠다는 의지거든요, 벤 선수. 오? 네, 잡았습니다. 먼저 프레이.
그래서 인터뷰에 대해서 안타까움을 표시하셨었는데 어떻게 좀 만족스러우신가요?
좀 칙칙한 것 같아요.
내가 왜 여기서 이러고 있는지.
아니, 프레이 선수의 잘생긴 얼굴을 보고 있노라니 잠깐 제가 넋이 나가서. 짜최 몇이냐?
3개 정도.
이 롤은 2년 전에 질렸고요. 그냥
김동준 해설이 등장했거든요. 실물로 보시니까 혹시 어떤가요?
잘생기고 몸이 좋으시기 때문에 많이 닮으신 것 같아요.
정말 잘생긴 두 분이랑 이렇게 인터뷰하게 돼서 기분이 너무 좋습니다.
아니, 프레이 선수가 LOL 판에서 사실 3대 미남 정도 들어가잖아요. 예. 아, 진짜 영광입니다. 예.
감독님이 진짜 명장 감독님이 진짜 명장 발동하셔가지고 진짜 영병술 완벽하게 하신 것 같습니다. 프레이 형이랑 이제 2년 정도 됐거든요. 근데 아직까지는 잘 모르겠고요.
똑똑한 사람 알아본다고
예.
못 알아보네요.
원딜을 바꾸고 싶다.
상현이 형이 연습 좀 더 해야겠어요. 한번 나왔다고 좀 이게 올라왔던 것 같은데 항상 개 못하는 것 같아요. 형이랑 렉사이가 탱커인데 갑자기 보셨어요?
그래서
앞에 두 명 피하는 거 보셨어요? 제가 볼 때는 세 명이 다 피했어야 됐을 것 같아요. 수지가 좀 잘하긴 하지만 제가 좀 잘해서 저런 킬은 아예 의미가 없습니다. 죽어도 상관이 없어요. 좀 이상한 말을 해서 이득은 아닌데 이득은 아닌데 최선이었어요.
뭐 싸우시는 거예요?
제가 많이 부진한 모습 많이 보여드려서 실망 많이 하셨을 텐데 이제는
당연히 이기겠지만 이길 생각으로 해야겠지만 뭔 소리죠? 저희랑 아프리카예요?
아니요. 지금 다음 경기가 예정되어 있어서
아프리카 TV요?
아예 제가 지금
아프리카요?
말을 잘 못해서 죄송합니다.
네네네.
정확히 오더를 내린 선수는 없었던 건가요? 네, 알겠습니다.
네.
누군지 알 것 같아요.
아니요. 기억이 안 나서
혼나는 경우가 있나요?
노코멘트 하겠습니다.
분위기가 살짝 시무룩한 그렇죠. 것 같아요. 엠비선 선수는 여기 못 왔어요 지금.
숙소에는 있으니까.
정신을 좀 헤매는 사람들이 있으면 좀 정신 차리자.
저희 좀 달라졌죠 요즘.
네, 완전하시는 것 같아요.
감사합니다. 예.
제일 라인전은 곧잘해. 그럼 왜 왔습니까? 나한테 그래. 나는 맨날 샤이 만나면 그렇게 나가라고 하는데 저도 샤이 만나면 형처럼 얘기해요. 얘가 무슨 잘못이야. 샤이 나오죠 샤이.
CJ는 내가 필요하다. 샤이가 등장했습니다.
불카 들어갔고. 그런데 샤이 이거 네
잡았어요.
하루가 세고 샤이 앞장서는 샤이
샤이의 우직한 방망이질이 시작됩니다. 진짜.
더블 킬입니다 샤이.
방망이질.
Welcome back, guys. Now we have CJ versus Kongdu Monster coming up. See some familiar faces there in the crowd hanging out.
It does make sense that Kuro and Gorilla came back for the match today because Kongdu is sort of Najin. That is what happened. Najin did eventually become Kongdu, and of course, both Kuro and Gorilla have a long history being on the Najin roster.
Yeah, so you take a look here at the bracket. So ESC besting Spenu, so Spenu's going to move on to that losers match and be one step closer to relegation. ESC going into the winners match, just need to win one more best of 5 to make their way back into the LCK. So we will determine who's going to be that first seed moving in to losers here.
Remember also that Kongdu did actually win the playoffs of the Challenger Series, despite the fact that Spenu was undefeated in their regular season run. It was a 3-1 victory for Kongdu to come in. They do have a new jungler this time around in Punch, if you have not been keeping track since the end of the spring season, and we are going to see Roach in the top lane today. So Hippo, not been playing so much recently, played a little bit at the end of June, but otherwise it's been all Roach.
Yeah, so we'll see how he's going to interact with the team, because back in spring, not somebody that we saw a whole lot of. But now on the side of CJ Entus, Shy will be playing in that top side of the map. Whether or not we're going to see Untara later is yet to be determined. But Haru, of course, in the jungle. BDD back in mid. Not going to be Sky starting for CJ. And then, of course, Kramer and Madlife, the veteran, coming back in on support. And, you know, not something that we would ever really expect to happen. Madlife on the cusp of getting relegated out of LCK.
Yeah, and that text on the bottom of your screen from Coach Park right there says, "We worked hard on improving our teamwork, and our team chemistry has greatly improved. We will do all we can to maintain our spots in the LCK." And the road for Shy and Madlife has been from champions of this league all the way down to the relegation match. They did win 4 years ago in the summer of 2012. They followed that up with a second place finish at the World Championship. And now they are at the bottom.
Yeah. Kongdu Monster coming in again. Roach starting in the top lane. In the jungle, it's Punch. The player coming out. Edge still in the mid lane, so we can be damn sure that Varus is going to be a contested pick for him, as it always was. And then Soul and Guger still the AD and support bot lane for Kongdu Monster. So Punch going to be the new one, showing some face on this squad. Roach, of course, long-time sub, starting up in the top side of the map. So Kongdu surprisingly making that run through the Challenger Series against Spenu Sonic Boom and besting them 3-1 in the final when Spenu was dominating the entire time. So a lot of attention has to be paid to this squad, and we have to expect that they might be able to give CJ a run for their money.
Yeah, Coach Jay's quote here on the bottom is, "Heading into last year's qualifier, we were equipped with fear, but this time we will be equipped with confidence heading into the game."
Well, that's a lot better than being afraid. So just need to hope that it's not blind confidence. Still need to be on your toes, non-complacent here as they go into this match. Because CJ, despite their shortcomings and their relatively poor summer split, they did have, near the end, a couple of games where they did look fairly promising.
Yeah, they actually managed to take a game off SK Telecom towards the end.
And Rock Tigers.
Yeah, so there were some glimmers. You spoke too soon, though, because the last part of that quote from Kongdu's coach was, "We believe in our abilities and we will surely win."
Okay, there we go.
So
the blind confidence.
Very confident.
All right, well, let's find out if he's going to have to eat those words or if he'll be able to boast about it. Right into the pick and ban here. Echo GP taken away by CJ. So a lot of attention being paid to this top lane here. This has been two of the biggest picks for Roach so far. Shen, the third one, really coming through. Not sure if CJ wants to do a full triple ban on the top lane, but we'll find out. On the other side, Twisted Fate taken away from BDD, and Karma as well banned out.
So the Echo doesn't surprise me. Roach did play Echo in all 4 games of the finals. He also does, as you say, have some GP games. Also Shy, not a great GP player. Overall, they are also going to remove the Malzahar from the pool. I think you do have to take away the Gnar, otherwise Shy probably will first pick it. If you're okay with the first pick Gnar, I would not be with Echo and GP gone.
We'll see where they want to go. Of course, if they ban the Gnar, it could just take the Shen. Will be Gnar banned away. So now Shy coming back into this. We'll see where he wants to go.
Really, Shy has probably been most impressive on Trundle and Gnar, so I think the Taliyah definitely going to be the first pick here.
That's true,
They
yeah.
don't want to first pick the Shen when the Trundle can be taken away, and ideally they would counter pick a Shen with a Trundle.
This is a bit of a takeaway as well from Edge, who has played Taliyah in his recent matches in the Challenger Series, so would have been a comfortable pickup for him, but now we can see he was banned away all the time from Flawless in that first best of 3. The Lee Sin Open and Punch already going to be hovering this one. Hasn't been one of his biggest played champions. Been really all about the rec side, the Nidalee and the Elise, but could go off the beaten path and go for a Gragas.
I mean, Roach has played some Aurelia games. We have not seen much Aurelia in Korea. You definitely take the Trundle here, though. That is the obvious pickup. You're on red side. You can flex it. You need to take it away to prevent the Shen pickup. Ideally, if you're Kongdu, you take both Shen and Trundle, and you last round of the draft on red side the Shen pickup.
Seems like they want to see where they want to assign that Trundle to, as Cougar has been playing it as the supporting role. So they'll just snatch that up for themselves now. Looking like we might just have the Jhin pickup coming in for Kramer already. He's had some success on this champion.
He's played 0 games of it in the summer season.
I'm thinking about it spring.
Yeah, it's been a while. It really hasn't been preferential for him. We've seen Twitch games and Callista games much more frequently in the summer out of Kramer, even that one Jinx game that we referred to earlier.
Yeah, that one didn't go well. That was pretty bad, but it will be locked up as well as the Shen in the top lane. So Kongdu, they very well could just keep that Trundle in top for Roach.
Yep.
No need to flex it anymore, and all of the primary threats have been assigned here from the side of CJ, so just going to be looking for their jungle and their support as they move forward. Gragas still available for Haru. You could see that come through. Hecarim's been another one that he picks up, but with a lot more on the table going into this rec side. See what he wants to do. Lissandra and Braum going to be taken for the side of Kongdu Monster.
Interesting that they're waiting so long here to select an AD carry, but they already know the solo lanes, and they want to see exactly what the support's going to be. Mad Life not going to have the Braum, which has been his default pick this season. Bard and Nami, his next two most picked. He actually has not played a game on Tahm Kench this season. This will be a new pickup for him, but lots of synergy with the Jhin, able to peel very effectively. And of course, the Taliyah Jhin combination, is really quite good. You can just like shooting fish in a barrel, throw the Weaver's Wall behind them, zone people off the turrets, or keep them in front of the turret where they can easily be curtain called and forced backwards.
You know, I get the feeling that shooting a fish in a barrel is probably a lot harder than it sounds. Unless you have like a shotgun
It's
with
definitely a shotgun.
with a wide spread.
Yep.
So if you take like a 22 rifle into that, it's just good luck. You're not going to get anything. But all right, well, Tahm Kench and Gragas will get locked up here for CJ. And now might be the Ashe. They have that Braum shield coming in to block the bullets. You can just use the Shen Crystalline Arrow to try to lock down Kramer and stop the curtain call from coming through. But playing around with some of their options, Ezreal has been a very big pick as of late for Seoul. Not so much the Sivir, but the Ashe and the Ezreal have been really big ones for him.
Yeah, I think that it really does change the nature of the composition pretty severely, whether you take the Ashe, which would make it more of a pick composition, or the Ezreal and the Sivir, which are going to do a lot more damage in the late game and sort of compensate for the deficiencies in damage that Lissandra's going to have, because by late game, once you get the Zhonya's Hourglass and people start getting QSSs, Lissandra is typically used just to self-ult and Zhonya's and to be a frontliner, basically, and prevent people from getting onto the Sivir, so Sivir can maximize the damage. That's what we're going to see, so a pretty well-balanced composition. Kongdu should be able to create picks and play well into the late game around the Sivir and Lissandra. Lots of movement speed, lots of single-target CC, and they will always be able to split with this Trundle against the Shen, so Shy is going to have to be pretty convincing in this game, as The later this goes, the weaker he will become relative to the Trundle once that Subjugate ultimate goes down. So it's going to be about the mid game here for CJ. They need to make the Weaver's Wall work, need to land the curtain call shots, and they need to use the Stand United to dive some turrets.
Well, with BDD coming in on the Talia, be damn sure there's going to be a lot of global plays coming in. So, as you mentioned, you can just cut people off with that Weaver's Wall, lock them down with the curtain call, and have Stand United coming in as well to just continuously chain CC together, keep Kongdu locked down and burn them out. We'll see if CJ's able to pull it out. Let's go ahead and get right onto the Rift. Our second best of 3 of the day, CJ Entus versus Kongdu Monster.
환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Another Mountain Drake will be starting us off. Here, both teams having pretty good turnout. CJ, of course, a legacy team in the LCK, has a lot of fans turning out to show their support and just channel their energy and try to have them maintain their spot here. Because CJ in the Challenger League seems like one of the darkest timelines.
Well,
in League of Legends.
I think if you've gone through a slow decline over the last 4 years and things really have just looked progressively worse and worse and worse, maybe you deserve it, if you're CJ. Maybe you do.
You can see all of the CJ cheerfuls coming out. Guro and Gorilla just enjoying some nacho chips in the audience.
Good stuff. Nice to see them here to support what's sort of the zombie of their old team, really. Yeah. Anything else?
I mean, who would have thought you win the finals and you come out to the relegation match?
Well, they deserve a break, Kilios, before they start seriously boot camping for the World Championship. They will be going in as Korea's #1 seed.
I guess when you're sitting in the chairs of the audience, it's a lot less taxing than when you're sitting out here talking about the games. So they can enjoy it, but I like that photo that Gorilla tweeted afterwards. This is just his cat, like, surrounded by all of the flowers and the trophy that they got.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. It's a good picture.
For now, well, with BDD on the team, I'm sure we can expect a bit more of a bloodthirsty mid lane compared to our first set.
I mean, BDD is so much better than Sky, it's ridiculous. The guy, everything really does revolve around him when he's playing the game. He keeps a very high kill participation percentage, constantly has his eye on the map, makes good plays into the side lanes, whether it's going to be on a champion like Twisted Fate, which of course was banned in this series, or more typically I would say LeBlanc, the champion that he really goes big on.
Certainly one synonymous with his name, but Talia going to be coming out, and this was one of the picks that Sky had success on. He's going to go ahead and flash away immediately from that, but the flash forward gets the Ring of Frost down to the BDD, and he's going to go down for first blood. 3 minutes in, Edge finds that one for Kongdu Monster, so despite the flash, still gets taken out, but now Haru arrives, finds an answering kill already, has the red buff to slow up punch, but still not able to find the damage punch, still has his flash available. A nice return kill coming through from Haru. Gonna keep things nice and close here between these teams. Don't want Kongdu getting any unnecessary leads. We'll take another look at this.
BDD did flash at the right time, but double flashes make sure that he is not going to be escaping from that one. Great return kill from Haru, however.
Came with like a bat out of hell.
Yeah, punishing that great body slam flash. Really did hit the flash right at the end of the body slam to get the knock up. So they are going to trade 1 for 1. BDD even gets an assist out of that, which is really nice for him in that mid lane.
Yeah, so that helps him out quite a bit. We can see Double Doran's going to be the start for both of these mid laners. Boots coming through for Edge, so he'll be able to skirt around that threaded volley a little bit more easily. But now Up to the top lane comes Haru. He's looking for some more work to get done. Taunt comes through from the Shadow Dash. Roach is going to try to speed himself up, throws down the pillar, but he's really just cutting himself off. That's going to be a really bad flash by Roach. Another kill comes through, but now Haru getting popped up. He's going to go down as Edge arrives with the teleport. And just like that, we're going to go 1 for 1 yet again.
Yeah, you will take that trade. BDD going to get some pressure in the mid lane. They had to use teleport to get the even trade. CJ does come out on top. Also Shy getting the kill, so has that advantage in a matchup that is going to be difficult for him in the late game, so gets a leg up in the early stages.
Just like how we went from like 12 kills or 10 kills in 30 minutes to 3 kills in 30 minutes is what it was, to now 4 kills in the first 5 minutes. So change of pace coming in here for match 2.
Punch and Haru striking out in the early parts of this game, and BDD definitely surprised there, considering that normally you don't see a 3-minute gank onto the mid lane with a Cassandra without ultimate trying to flash onto you. Especially when you have Cleanse. Very unusual.
Well, for now, bot lane going to be pretty stagnant, even across the board. 44 CS for these AD carries, 6 for the supports. Kramer going to try to get a little bit more with that grenade, but Cougar will block it. Kramer's going to have to peel back as he's just a bit too low, so looks like he's going to recall, go for that serrated Dirk to start things off. And BDD, despite, I mean, the second kill came through from Edge in the top lane, but he's got nearly a 20 CS lead in mid now, and level 6.
Yeah, really substantial advantage, and that is partially due to the teleport. So everything going well. Haru executing a couple of nice ganks and counter ganks. Start this game off.
Punch will find that pink, but be all right. BDD just roaming his way back. Has some Trinket wards available for now. Madlife holding the way for Kramer as he does come back. Opted not into the serrated Dirk, but decided to get the boots of swiftness and a longsword. So wants to be able to evade those Winter's bites and the boomerang blades coming out from Sol and Cougar in the bottom lane.
That's not a really awesome place to be, though, if you are Kramer. He's going to be trying to, as you say, dodge, as opposed to actually putting down damage with the trades.
Yeah, now Sol with the BF sword, he's going to be winning out in all of this unless Madlife can do some serious work. So, going to be a bit of a rough time there for the Jhin and Vought. But if Kramer can stay safe and maintain CS alongside Sol, he will be able to catch up as he'll get that nice spike coming through off the Youmuu's. So far, things slowing down a little bit there.
Yeah, Shy going Tiamat first. He really wants to pressure Roach and not give him any stats from his itemization based off of the ultimate, so it'll be a pretty interesting damage matchup in that top side. He already has 400 gold up, so he's trying to punish the Trundle as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, he'll be in a nice spot, of course. Roach still a ways away from having that Tiamat of his own.
Yeah, the problem with going to Tiamat is it does make your Stand United pretty crap. Because if you try and go into the front line, let's say in the bottom side against the BF Sword Sivir, you will just melt. You will just melt.
Yeah. Well, you can expect him to probably go straight for that Sunfire Cape from this point forward, but if a fight should break out in that time, or you can at least get the Chain Fest, it could be pretty rough here for CJ. Haru will be able to take away this red buff. No real vision coming out from the side of CJ Entus around that dragon. Meanwhile, Kongdu Monster, they have the bottom side of that river and even inside of the jungle lit up like a Christmas tree. You can see 2 pinks set up inside. That double ward there, Haru's going to find 1. But there's still plenty more to clear before he's safe. He'll find that second one. So now it's just a river vision there for Kongdu, but still have all exits and entrances covered by those pinks. Haru's going to go forward, gets the body slam in. They're going to knock Punch back. BDD's here. Throws out the worked ground, but not going to be able to get much.
They got 2 pink wards for it.
Not the worked ground, the E.
Yeah, the 2 pink wards going to be pretty valuable here for CJ. They took out 4 wards in 1 sweep. Nice roam up and managed to get the drop onto Punch. Punch has to back away without any discernible tankiness at this point in the game. Now, Just more farming.
Unraveled Earth, that's what it is. All right.
It's very unraveled right before you. Let's call it boulders, whatever.
So it's just these newfangled champion ability names. Too old to remember all this stuff.
Dude, just don't even bother remembering it. Just call them boulders.
There's some that I just refuse to say, like captive audience. And most of Jin's abilities that's
pretty
not
bad.
Like Deadly Flourish and Curtain Call are fine.
I like Root is a lot easier than Deadly Flourish.
Sure, but just as a name for an ability, it's a lot better. But some of them I'm just like, why is it named that way?
I mean, Riot doesn't even remember most of the time why they name things that way.
Well, Haru's on the top side of the map, so this should be a very easy first Drake going over to Kong Doom Monster.
I mean, they have two ultimates. One of them is Frozen Tomb, and the other one is Glacial Prison. I mean, come on. It's like the same thing.
That's a good point.
Why does that exist? My favorite Riot ability naming story is when they made Ahri. They named Ahri's passive Soul Eater when they forgot that Nasus's passive was also named Soul Eater. Like, they don't even know what their names are. So they just doubled down, so they had to change it. I don't even remember what Ahri's passive is named now, but they did double up very briefly and then had to patch in a name change for that ability.
Maybe no one will notice.
I think it's Essence Thief. I think that's Ahri's passive.
That sounds correct. Haru gonna get locked down by the Ring of Frost. Seismic Shove's not gonna connect though. So Edge just gonna get chunked down a little bit. It's, Essence then.
Oh, Theft, not Thief. I messed it up.
Well, it's basically the same. No. Still just, we started off, really fast-paced. There's a lot of kills coming through. A lot of ganks. And everybody's just like, okay, we got that out of our system. Let's calm down now and take our time.
I vote we just name abilities literally what they are so we don't forget. Boulder Field is good. I'm renaming Glacial Prison as Ice Bola. There you go. Simple, effective.
I'm surprised it wasn't named that to begin with.
Ice Bola?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know why it's Glacial Prison. That's a really bad name for that ability. Now, Lyssandra's Frozen Tomb makes more sense, because that's actually, she puts you in an Ice Iron Maiden.
Yeah.
So I get that one. Glacial Prison for Sejuani, though, that's a mystery.
That should just be called Rock Toss instead of Threaded Volley. Gragas's would probably be just way too depressing though.
No, Explosive Cask is literal. That's
okay,
fine.
Explosive Cask is fine.
That's fine.
Drunken Rage is there as well.
Yeah, Barrel Roll is just a cheesy joke.
Oh, yeah. How does he trigger it? He must have there must be C4 inside of the barrel.
No,
of the remote trigger.
he controls the fermentation of the yeast with his mind. So he can make it ferment faster or slower to explode.
Okay, so we have BDD, who is an earth bender, and then we have an alcohol bender in the Gragas.
He's a yeast bender.
Yeast bender, sorry. All right, so you can make your bread rise real good.
That's one thing he can do.
That would be the most actually I've seen some pretty heard of some pretty useless superpowers, but the power to control yeast definitely goes up into the top 5 of the worst superpowers you could ever have.
I don't know, man. He can make alcohol really fast. That sounds like a great way to save money.
Sure, but I mean in the scheme of saving people's lives.
Or make money, really.
Yeah.
Instant brewery, man.
That would be, make a good deal.
I'd be a yeast bender, whatever.
Just going to embrace that. Oh, one's going to get knocked back here. Flashes away. And now it's going to take a bit of damage. The root comes through from the Jin. Now Curtain Call opened up. Edge just trying to find the kill, but Standing 90 comes through. Asses to devour. Now over the wall. They're going to spit him out. Oops.
Well, that Weaver's Wall wasn't the best, but Everything else was really good.
Well,
Mad Life's going to peace out back into the jungle right now, not going to get caught out in the pit. Mad Life actually coming through and flashing over the wall with Haru in his belly. Great save. Haru's mechanics on this Gragas have been good so far this game. Really good, actually.
Seems like Haru's been putting in a lot of work since the last time that we saw this guy. Because, you know, it was like exciting to see this fresh blood coming into CJ back at the beginning of summer. You know, the kid kind of like found out of solo queue. And then he just really didn't deliver a lot of the times. But now it looks like he might have been putting in some actual work. So we'll take a look at this fight. Punch just getting bopped.
Yep, and Haru here, just watch, just picks up that kill. BDD always there. He turns back around, gets the body slam off, has the Shen ult still on him. Shen actually doesn't complete that channel, looks like.
I think he got interrupted by the pillar.
Yeah, it could have been. I didn't see the top lane right there.
And it's the only other way that Trundle could have interrupted it, so it had to have been the pillar.
Yes, indeed.
So, but that's going to be a slight lead coming out for CJ now. 1,300 gold ahead. Cougar walking and face checking this brush. Going to get rooted. He's ready for the Devourer, but Kramer goes low, so Mad Life has to eat him up. He's going to get stunned up. Can he use the shield? No, doesn't get it in time. Now Kramer getting hit by another Winter's Bite. Exhaust coming through as well, but there's no one there to capitalize on the kill. Shy in with the teleport, looking for a taunt flash body slam on the soul. They knock him in underneath the tower. He flashes and heals. Is it enough to get him at the safety? Looks like it just might be. Throws a tomb down onto Haru. Shy goes down. Haru, one more hit would do it, but Roach just can't find it. Now BDD in a bad spot, getting knocked back, locked up into the pillar, over the wall, and now he is going to go down as Edge finds the kill. Kramer gets the curtain call up. He's looking for Cougar, who has a shield, but Roach can body block the rest. Hits him for 374, but it's not enough to take him down. And that's going to be 3 members of CJ Entus going down, 3 for 2 in favor of Kong Du Monster.
Yeah, CJ did sort of just file in one by one. They didn't have the stand united because it was interrupted earlier. Took a bit of a risky fight right here, but Punch comes over the wall. They still have the Devour from Mad Life, so they think they're okay. Mad Life can't pop the bubble quite early enough right here. Exhaust goes down early. Remember, Kramer has no mana right now, so he's hurting in this fight. Haru tries to make the play, but Shen just doesn't have the follow-up, so it's a really awkward flash from Shy. Not going to get too much, considering that the heal is used right there by Soul to keep himself alive. They go under the turret. Can't quite finish off Haru, and BDD, next victim, nowhere to go. Boxed in by the pillar. And he probably should have just flashed straight back, actually, and tried to get as much turret damage as possible. But still, we do end with CJ in the lead in this game.
Yeah, but barely so. Less than 1,000 gold, and now the Ocean Drake started up. Haru looking for the seal, has the Stage United coming through. He's not going to find it. His Punch is able to take that one away, but they kill the Rek'Sai immediately. Everybody else on Kong Du Monster will be able to back out, but CJ, Kryptos 5, going to set their eyes on this mid-tier 1, and they might be able to take it out.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall again, awkward. Ideally, they would have blocked off Kong Du from rotating through their own jungle to defend this turret. Would have bought them a little bit more time and damage. They're
root down onto Roach. Ooh, nice pillar to interrupt the body slam of Haru. Didn't know that interaction would work that way. And he won't make the connection, so Roach will be fine with the waves pushing in. They have the wave clear from the Sivir. Looks like it's reliable enough to go ahead and stave them off from this tower. Void Rush used by Punch to come back in, and CJ going to have to back off. So they lose to the Dragon, and they're not going to be able to find anything for it except for that kill onto the Rek'Sai.
CJ, the Weaver's Walls out of BDD rather this game have not been great. They've been a little bit short each time, not actually trapping people on the right side so that CJ can finish off some of these kills, nor really zoning them off objectives favorably, as we saw right there. Had that been through the enemy jungle, there would have been an opportunity to take the mid lane turret in addition to that kill.
So CJ still having that slight little lead, but not even finding too much ground as far as the objectives go. 0 turrets, 0 dragons. Kong Du haven't been able to find any towers themselves, so that first brick gold still available. Which we really need to make like a petition so that everybody in all of the other regions adopts the first brick.
Well, you have to have a word for it, because saying tower first blood or first tower gold is too long, so.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Pretty irksome.
They will learn the error of their ways in time. Riot should have just named it for us. Well, no, they probably would have called it like dust from the first stone that falls or something like that, because you have to make it insanely complicated.
I would love to see that written out. They get the pop-up during the NALCS to explain to everybody what that means. But no, first brick, somebody go make like a change.org petition or something. We'll get a bunch of signatures on it. Try to get Riot to enforce that. It probably won't work anyway.
No.
We have 500 million signatures. Nope. Dust from the first brick that fell.
Yep, exactly.
It must be.
You clearly don't know what you want, fans. We know what you want.
Well, CJ pushing into the river here. Good amount of vision coming through from Kongdu. They've had some pretty good ward control around this bottom side of the river for the most part, but haven't been able to find much off of it. Missile Voyage used into the bottom lane with Haru, but on the hunt gets popped. Weaver's Wall comes out, but it's not in time to cut anybody off, so Kongdu will be perfectly safe.
Yeah, these Weaver's Walls have been really bad for BDD this game. He's been showing up at approximately the right time and playing well in the skirmishes, but the zoning tool has not been used properly. That's such a huge part of Talia's kit and why she is so powerful in the current meta, and they've lost a lot that they could have gained by misusing the Weaver's Wall.
BDD just late to the punch on that one. See if he can make up for some of these sloppy walls as we move forward into this game now. 21 minutes. Still just going to be 1,500 gold separating the teams. At the moment, CJ going to be looking to get that first brick gold as they move forward, but Haru's only able to get one slap in on the tower. Not able to do a whole lot. Kongdu just rotating back down to the bottom where they've already done some good work onto that tier 1 turret. So if they get that shove going on with Soul, they might be able to take this tower out.
Yeah, nobody there. They do have the... No, they don't have the
There's no
Abyssal
Abyssal Voyage.
Wow, all right.
Well, he's not hard shoving at the moment, but Kramer's still on the run. Looks like they'll just push the wave up into it, get some damage that way, but the turret won't be going down quite yet, so this still gives CJ an opportunity to net that first brick.
Yeah, that's a missed opportunity. Not only that, but Sol and Cougar didn't clear out either of the pink wards. One in the lane,
yeah, they
one in
walked
the
over that
river
one in the
brush.
river.
Like, they could have taken the tower right there. They could have at least cleared some of their wards for free, but that's a lot of value that CJ got just because Kongdu was afraid of the Stand United, really.
So they're going to be missing out. You can see Punch sitting inside the Dragon Pit, waiting, but he's going to see Haru as Haru spots that ward, so he's going to go ahead and hightail it back out of there. Next Dragon getting ready to come up. It's another Ocean Drake. CJ have yet to take an objective in this game, so they will certainly want to fight over this one. As the double Ocean be way too much sustained for the side of Kongdu. They're coming back out. Kramer going to have to eat this wave and try to keep it away from the turret, because a couple of swings from Soul will take that down.
BDD constantly threatening, though. No
wards
right now.
Up. It's going to be the Ring of Frost coming through. Missile Voyage uses Mad Life arrives. Soul running up the river as well. Not able to find anything, but now Kramer in an awkward spot where he's trying to get back to the tower, but Cougar is just sitting there threatening to stun. Looks like he will be able to work his way through. Haru and Mad Life roaming back down, going to get spotted by that Scuttle Crab. So no surprises coming in here for Kongdu Monster. They know exactly what's going on. We're going to be looking for the blue buff, uses the Dragon Rage. Both junglers have the smite available. Waiting for the pop. It's going to go over actually to Edge, so best case scenario there for Kongdu. The seismic shove comes in, Cougar goes low, they throw out that threaded volley. Punch will be taking a hell of a lot of these shots from the curtain call. Kramer fires off one blind, cancels the rest, and now CJ, they can move over and take this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, Haru, they did hit the seismic shove as a result of Haru's explosive cast, but they also missed the Jin Brute as it was coming through, so they couldn't secure a kill right there. Still The Drake will be good enough. First one of the game for CJ Antis. Every time BDD puts out this Unraveled Earth, it really does come up a little bit short.
Yeah, it seems like he's really overestimating the amount of range that he has. And it's always several characters away from actually hitting anybody. So maybe he's just not that practiced on Taliyah.
He had one game, and we've seen a bunch of Taliyah bans against him.
Yeah. It's all just a ruse.
I don't know what we're looking at right here. Looks like we're just going to take a look at that tower. It is
Get
a
an update on
50% HP. Shen is, Shai's doing very well late on this Shen against Trundle.
Yeah. Soul having to back all the way from this turret. CJ really trying to hold on to this one, but now Edge making his roam down. Gamer arrives, needs to clear this out. 4 members of Kongju Monster hovering in this bottom side of the map. BDD did roam down, but he could have been shoving into mid that entire time. Has the Weaver's Wall to rely on to get him down here quickly. Instead opted into walking, and he's going to lose that pressure that he could have had in mid.
Shai also fell back to the Gromp just so he would be sure to actually get a Stand United off. So yes, BDD could have stayed in mid lane right there. Cautious play though. You have that Taliyah down there. They do commit to a dive, and you can instantaneously hit your ultimate. You can keep them nice and bottled up underneath your tower.
Now, 25 minutes in. Still just 1.3 thousand, so CJ haven't been able to do anything with this lead outside of picking up that Ocean Drake. Not going to get a whole lot. Google going to get Seismic shoved in. Oh, the W not going to connect, but now the current call opened up. Soul going to eat one of those, 2. And last bullet flies straight into Kramer, able to snipe out the Braum, finds
here
the
we
kill.
go.
TP being used, coming through now is Roach and Edge. This could be messy for CJ, fighting underneath the turret. Punch going low, takes the tunnel out, but BDD's on the backside trying to find the kill. Push forward there from Edge, nice devour from Mad Life, takes BDD to safety.
Mad
After he
Life
uses the
predicted
cleanse.
that with a flash. He actually just flashed over as soon as they started to collapse onto BDD. He flashes the wall to make sure he can get the Devour, so there's no follow-up off of the Lissandra ultimate. Very well done, and they're going to take a ride to the mid lane and try and get 2 towers. Nicely played by Mad Life.
Yeah, you have Punch and Edge coming over to this mid, though. Edge going to short the wall, can't make it through, but he'll still be there in time, but it doesn't matter. The first tower has already gone down in favor of CJ, and now that gold lead has doubled. Edge taking a hell of a lot of hits in mid. Turret almost down as well, but CJ not able to close out that kill.
And the Simmer's not there either.
Body slam
Simmer
forward
heading
by
down to the
Haru.
bottom.
Deathly Flourish, not going to root anybody up. Kongju Monster just trying to hold on to this turret, but it's already so very low. You have Kramer with that crit shot walking forward, going to take a big chunk off the tower, and it's going to go down Shy. Not going to connect with a Shadow Dash, but CJ, they are coming up spades after that play in bot. 2 turrets and a couple of kills as well, so looking very good moving forward at the 27-minute mark.
They finally get that engagement. The Weaver's Wall is good that time around. They set up the play in the side lane that they had been looking for and managed to execute it well. Take 2 towers as a result. Mad Life thinking quickly there to return BDD into the mid lane as well as save him in that tri-brush position. That was all about Mad Life.
Yeah, I'll take a look at this again. So good pitch in onto Googer. And the prediction here from Kramer.
Yep. That's going to be a blind shot. Just assumes he's going to be under the turret. Does indeed find him right there. Then here's the follow-up. And
oh, never mind. We have to watch
Trundle.
We have to watch Punch just run through the jungle.
All right. Well, that was really important. I didn't want to see that fight at all, Achilles.
No one cares what Mad Life did.
Roach.
He's been doing cool stuff for years now. It's all just it's old news.
Roach actually did take out the bottom turret right there.
Oh, so he did. That's what was so important that we had to see, except we didn't see it.
We saw the announcement of the turret going down on the screen. That was the exciting part.
All right.
Screw the game. I just want text updates of what the players do.
We should just do. Why don't we even have to cast?
Just live tweet.
Yeah. Just be like, you know, esports wikis, and we'll just tweet what's going on. Now, CJ, a lot of people playing up towards this top side of the map. Don't think they're in much position to go for the turret, though. Punch is hovering around by the Krugs, so they can match a 3v3 up top. BDD, though, working his way up the river, has that Weaver's Wall available if they want to try to go for a cutoff. Haru's coming around the side. We'll find Punch and
빨간
company.
팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
But now they're getting pinched on from below. They get the tower, but Edge moving in. Haru really far forward. Has that Winter's Bite ticking on him. Can they get the concussive blows block? Looks like it's going to be a yes. He gets popped up, taken down to about half HP. Stand United now coming through from Shy. Curtain Call opened up, trying to slow up Roach rather. They get hit a couple of times. Fourth bullet still there. Goober throwing up that Unbreakable just in case he gets fired at him. Stay alive though, and CJ unable to find anybody, but they put another turret on the board and they move forward a little bit more with their gold lead.
Still an awkward fight from CJ though. Haru didn't actually use his explosive cask, and they committed with the Stand United, so it looked like it was a slight miscommunication there, because otherwise Haru could have flashed explosive cask and really tried to take somebody down while Shy was ulting in, but Kongnu did the efficient thing, they did the smart thing, and just retreated as soon as they saw the Stand United animation start.
Yeah, well, CJ, they will at least net their second dragon. It's going to be another Ocean Drake. So a lot of Ocean Drakes today. Triple Ocean Drake for the second time.
We still haven't seen an Infernal Drake in 4 games.
Yep. Close Seon. And Elder Dragon, of course, is for post 30 minutes, will be the next one spawning. So I'm not going to see anything else. So yet again, 2 dragons apiece. Elder Drake not going to help out either of these teams too much. But Kongdu with the mountain would help them out a bit more, I suppose.
Well, certainly. Roach, I'm still waiting for him to get into that split pushing stage. Shy has been doing a good job of just controlling him in the lane early with the quick Tiamat.
Yeah, and Roach actually opted in for the Ravenous Hydra instead of the Titanic.
Now it's a GA.
Sometimes see.
GA is going to be the next item for Shy. Also, really does need to be able to come back to life.
Ooh, couldn't get it. But taken away there, Deathfire Touch. It's close there by Kongdu, but I don't think CJ is going to feel confident enough to go for this Baron for a little while unless they can get a crucial pick in onto Punch. But even then, the amount of damage that can be output by Soul in a fight if he can kite well enough, it's going to be pretty scary when you're all clumped up. So CJ just going to push forward, look for some vision. Edge waiting in the brush, sitting on top of that ping, so it knows that he's not seen. But no one's going to walk close enough for him to try to go for a pick.
So actually just cutting the wave. Trying to push forward even further and keep Roach on his side of the map. Everybody else setting up vision. They want to get those picks right now.
Haru fighting Punch. Gonna take a little bit of damage, but overall not going to do a whole lot here. They'll lose that ward. Maybe that Raptor. Haru is able to take it away so he wins the war. But this is where things start getting a bit scary for CJ. They're 33 minutes into this one, have a lead, but historically these are the times they have not been able to close things out. Weaver's Wall used. Everybody on Kongdu able to get to the other side in time.
Yeah, thanks to the Sivir ultimate, providing necessary speed to make it over the wall. No one actually going to get caught out. Would have been nice to probably have saved that one. Again, deployed it. They should be accounting for the Sivir ultimate when BDD is dishing here for picks. Hasn't really been happening yet this game, though.
Now we're just back to farming.
Just back to baiting the Baron, but they can't do it because there's a ward there right behind the red buff. Got to clear that out first.
If only they knew.
Bad Life does have a sweeper, so they can know if they so choose.
I think he just found it. There's some pings out. Nope, never mind.
He used a sweeper, but he did not see it somehow.
Must just be that brush. I mean, we saw.
Yeah, there's something weird going on with that brush today.
Yeah. Speno and ESC that pick ward just sitting there for a while, so a buggy brush perhaps. You can't just like remake it disable brushes though, or wards. Sort of breaks the game. In case anybody was wondering, Aurelion Sol is disabled in Korea after the fiasco might be a strong word, but
yeah, it's a little strong. Yeah, it's just one remake. Happens from time to time.
We'll call it fiasco for CLG's sake.
Well, I don't know. People seem to be complaining about that, but I fail to see how one champion pick would ruin an entire best of 5, particularly when the losing team lost 0-3. I'm sorry, you did not lose because of one champion.
Yeah, precisely. That just seems to be the argument. And BDD is going to miss that Weaver's ball yet again. That's the tally I should be starting, actually. I think that's like 4 missed Weaver's walls. So we'll go with that. I'm going to start the count at 4. Now shoving forward, getting some damage in onto Edge. He's going to get rooted down. First call going to be opened up. He takes that glacial path out. Has to use his Zonias. Does he know the timing? Is he like arrow? Yes, he is. Kramer gets him as soon as he comes out of that one. And pops out Edge, and that's going to be CJ pushing forward, getting this tier 2. Now the pings are coming out onto the Baron. Punch is still alive and healthy, but that Lissandra, a lot of the AoE control goes away.
And it does. Teleports up, so they can't be too tardy here if they want to start this Baron, but they are just going to bait it instead, see how much more they can get.
Trying to bait this one out. Shadow Dash goes forward onto Cougar. He's going to take a bit of damage. Uses the stand behind me to close a very slight distance on the Roach. And CJ, Gambit's been called, so they're not going to be able to get onto this Baron. That opportunity has passed, as Edge will be back up in about 15 seconds. So CJ really just got to net themselves that tier 2 and nothing more off of that pick.
CJ should have just started the Baron.
Yep.
No reason at 35 minutes to delay. You can go ahead and take that one out. Yeah, you just have to make sure Punch is on the outside. But you do have the Shen and the Gragas to get over the Baron pit wall to make sure that Punch is not going to be there.
You can also just devour him if he comes in. So a couple different ways to try and control the Rek'Sai. It's not going to be used. Elder Dragon has since spawned. So we'll have that and the Baron sitting here for a while, it would seem. 4,600 gold lead here for CJ. So still in a comfortable spot, but definitely not something that's insurmountable by Kongfu Monster.
So back to delightful Baron baiting. Now with more pink wards from CJ Antis.
This is the fun reality that we live in, where we just get to watch people farm forever.
Yeah. It's all about the Baron bait, man.
It's great.
Gotta go slow.
It's like all
Take
of the
it easy.
all of the wonderful movies that just keep getting remade for no reason. It's like we get to watch those and nothing else.
Yeah, that's great. I really love the creativity of Hollywood.
Like, oh yes, let us remake Ben-Hur again.
They're remaking Ben-Hur?
It's already at the box office. It's already out. Morgan Freeman's in.
What?
Yeah. He's got dreadlocks.
What?
I
don't want that at all.
It's really bad.
I really don't want that.
It's got like a 30% on
What?
Rotten Tomatoes.
The original Ben-Hur is such an awesome chariot racing.
Yeah, it's like
it's iconic.
That
scene.
movie is an epic. And yeah, they did a remake of it. Oh, that's gonna be the knock-in on the Punch. Getting locked up. Haru gonna have those concussive blows come through, but the Sand United is there to keep him alive. Punch has to back off. Teleport gonna be channeled in by Roach. Joining his team as CJ pushes forward, looking for this tier 2 in the top tower. Deadly Flourish not going to connect, and Edge just throwing forward for the wave clear, but Roach gets knocked in with the seismic shove. Still has that Guardian Angel, but he's taking a lot of damage. Throws down the Subjugate onto Shy, trying to work his way through that Shen. Now Haru in a bad spot has to run back. Zone is used here by Edge. Root not going to connect as he does flash away, but they're right back in on Haru. Devour comes through for Mad Life, trying to keep him alive. He's going to flash away to try to buy some time. Shy sitting forward, going to have his GA proc so far. It's a 1-for-1. Haru going down in exchange for Cougar. CJ still looking for more. The Glacial Path coming through from Edge. Not going to follow it up, though. Punch getting locked down. One last hit. The crit from Kramer comes up with a kill. Roach locked in, trying to just trade back, not able to do so. He's going to fall. A double kill coming in for Kramer. A triple kill now for Kramer. BDD going low. Soul trying to trade it back. He's able to do so, but Madlife gets to eat the TP coming through, and that is going to be the ace on Kongdu Monster. Now with Shy back in the lane, they should be able to take this tier 2 tower.
Wow, that was wild, especially the TP coming through on the Jin trap to actually end that fight. It's going to be a very slow push here. Don't have a minion wave to work with. Mike will help by using his Devour to give a little bit of AoE clear, and eventually they will get the fruits of their labor, but start of this fight. So Claw comes in. They think they catch out Roach to start this thing off. Remember, he already has a GA, though, and starts to go ahead and steal some of those stats from Shy. Punch does end up showing up. Now, Soul plays this fight really well. Lots of ricochets going on. Edge gets bumped out by the Taliyah, but Soul is still here ricocheting all the way through the members of CJ Entus and not getting hit at all. So Roach will fall first. GA's triggered.
He spit Haru right back into Kongdu Monster.
Yeah, now watch what Shy does too. He actually gets out of here with a Shadow Dash, flashes, and then recalls to come back into the fight. Punch gets rooted down, and Soul zoned out of the fight by the boulders from Taliyah. Edge comes back in, does manage to pick up a kill right there, and Soul thinks he's got enough, and indeed he does, but they are going to trade out kills in the end for the Taliyah for the Sivir.
Yep. And the tier 2 does come through, so a little rough there from CJ, but ultimately coming out on top. That nice 5 for 3 exchange plus tower, so they'll be in a pretty good spot. Yeah, Ben-Hur has a 28% on Rotten Tomatoes. It is 2% higher rated than Suicide Squad, so you know it's real quality.
Okay, well, you know what? Madlife gonna get caught a little bit.
Yeah, taking a good little bit of damage. Slow coming through on the Winter's Bite. Will connect on a Haru. Edge coming into the backside, trying to lock down BDD. Has that cleanse. Gets devoured up by Madlife. Now into the zone. As Edge trying to stay alive, but BDD is able to finish him off with that volley in the end. Punch going low. Haru shorts the barrels. Not able to find the killing blow onto the Rek'Sai yet, but now Roach on the backside of this fight is trying to stick in and find an answering kill. Is unable to do so. Gets taken down 2-0 in favor of CJ. They're going to go ahead and start up this Baron. The recall comes through from Punch. Going to jump back in with the Void Rush. Could be looking for the steal. Has to dive in here. ASAP, it's going low. Can he find it? He's able to take it away! CJ, they lose the Baron. They'll find Punch in the end. A kill coming through from BDD, but Kongdu Monster coming up with the crucial steal on the Baron to buy themselves some time.
Oh, man, you just can't do that. You have so many tools to get over the wall to make sure that isn't going to happen. And they give it up anyway. Punch with a big, big steal. Can they actually make something of it? Soul at least still has the Baron buff, but everybody going to be turning on to the Elder Dragon now. And CJ with still a substantial gold advantage.
Yep. Now they're going to get ahead, not miss a beat. Go straight for this Elder Dragon. Punch is gone, so there's no hope of a counter steal. They'll be able to take this one away, and I think it's just 2 members now, I think, on Kongdu Monster that still have that Baron buff, but we'll take another look at this one.
I mean, they're trying to play defense, but there's a pink ward, so they can't ward over the wall. 1275, 900, 600 just to smite. That's it. I mean, Haru had a chance to smite that one too, didn't actually take the opportunity. So good timing there from Punch, and they had a pink ward in the red, the bush behind the red buff. So any wards that were popped over the wall by CJ would have been taken out. You just have to blindly go over that wall at a certain point. Shen should be tanky enough to deal with that.
Well, got to be a bit of a head scratcher there for CJ, but overall they're still maintaining control in this game. 6.4 thousand up at the moment. Now Shy going to be moving forward in the bottom side of the map, looking for that tier 2 turret. The last outer still standing for Kongdu Monster, so we'll see if they're able to get it on the push. The rest of CJ now gravitating their way down. A split going on the top side of the map, despite the fact that the TP is there for Shy. But no matter, they're able to find it.
Yeah, not going to be pushing too far forward, though. 2 Baron buffs still up. It's going to be a challenge to get more than an inner turret. the duration of the buff. They're going to try and actually make a pick, though.
Yeah, trying to go for Roach. He throws on the pillar, really well placed, but here comes BDD. Hasn't used the Weaver's wall yet, can still try to cut him off there. He actually is standing at the moment. Roach now getting pinched on, Stand United coming through from Haru. They get in onto the Trundle, root him with the Deadly Flourish, but he's still very tanky. Still has the Subjugate as well. Looks like he might just stay alive, so CJ investing 2 of their ultimates, 3 of their ultimates really with the Stand United, into trying to find the Trundle, but all they get is 20% of his HP.
Yeah, and a Sivir ultimate too, but not that much. Roach doesn't even have to flash to get out of that in the end. So CJ overcommitting to an attempt on the pick, and potentially getting themselves strung out right there for a good Lissandra ultimate, considering how far behind Kramer and Mad Life were after they got pillars and had to walk around it to get back into the river.
Void Rush used out here. Punch just rejoining his team. Kongdu just in the unfortunate spot where they can't really do anything. They've only taken 1 tower in this game. That bottom tier 1. The tier 1s and top and mid are both standing at 45 minutes.
They're lucky they got that Baron too, because it has stretched this game out to a point where maybe they can hit 6 items.
Well, now they're going to be looking for Haru, have the concussive blow stacking up. They'll be able to lock him up, but a triple body slam comes through for the Gragas. Opens up with a curtain call. Cougar already going down low. 1 more hit will do it, but Roach is just body blocking the rest of these shots. Bullet comes through. BDD picks up the kill, and now they're on to Roach yet again. Seismic shot pushing him back in. Still staying alive. Flashes over that tower. Throws down the pillar. That means Roach is still going to live through this, but now the flash goes down. So does the Subjugate. Still has that Guardian Angel, but CJ pushing him back from the fountain. They're going to be looking for their first inhibitor tower. Moving in. They're going to knock this thing down very quickly. Inhibitor should follow. Kongdu Monster can't do much other than watching this thing go. Got nice explosive cast on the punch into the taunt. They will be able to pop the Guardian Angel, but can they do much more? Still has the flash available. He's going to flash immediately and try to get out of here with the tunnel. So he will be able to do so. BDD just firing off threaded volleys from the backside, try to jump them down as best as they can. But CJ not going to be able to find anything else outside of that inhibitor.
Yeah, CJ has such a lead that when they actually use the Taliyah ult properly, it makes it look easy. If they had been able to zone better with the Weaver's Wall this whole game, this game would already be over. But they've missed so many times. That time was not one of them. Easy follow-up into the inhibitor itself. Now they can wait it out for the second Baron of the game and make their final push off of that objective instead. BDD coming up a little bit short here on the Weaver's Walls. More often than not, only about 1 in 3 have been any good at all.
Yeah. It's just been pretty rough, but now we have our 6-item builds coming through for multiple members on either side. It's really just going to be the supports that are lacking at the current moment. And then Punch, who still just has that Randowitz on the way, sitting on the Warden's Veil still. But both Edge and BDD, Soul and Kramer have been 6 items for quite some time. Mad Life has 2 levels over top of Cougar though, 14 for him. He's been trailing behind on the Braum.
Mad Life doesn't have a large amount of kill participation in this game, certainly not 17 out of 18 like BDD has, but he's been really clutch on a lot of these plays, saving people mostly.
Yeah.
And resetting team fights.
Which is fine if that's what you get from your Tom Kench. Well, goes through on the punch, and it looks like he completed that tunnel in time, so he made it to the other side. Now CJ trying to let that pressure build up in bottom so they can push in on top, but see Roach is just sitting there catching the wave outside of the base. He'll be able to tank that up, doesn't have to worry about taking any damage from those minions. But he can just sit there and wail on them all day long and just keep clearing out the waves.
It's the waiting game. See if they get anything at all before the Baron spawns. No vision there for Kongdu. Opportunity to fall back into the jungle and just try and clear this Baron out quickly. See how dedicated CJ is after getting one stolen out from under them.
Well, there's no vision. They clear out that scrying orb. They're going to put down another one. Baron's down to about half HP. Punch already here. Let's see if he can have the repeat steal. Baron down to less than 4,000 HP. CJ still sticking to it. It resets a little bit, gets some health back. Roach pitching around from the backside. Punch goes in, gets a knock up on the Haru. Just getting knocked into the wall. Now Edge coming through, hasn't found a way to get in. The Weaver's Wall separating the majority of the team. Soul trying to fire off as best as he can. But can't get a whole lot done. Shy gets worked down a little bit. It's going to be the Ring of Frost third down on Haru, trying to keep him away from Edge. Root not going to connect. There's no damage there to really get that root in from the Deadly Flourish. Now Roach down to about half HP, but he's going to be regenerating with minions dying around him, so he'll still be in a very comfortable spot. Has the Subjugate, no ultimates have been used on the side of Kongdu Monster yet.
Yeah, they're just waiting though for these super minions to start taking out the Nexus turrets. Kongdu does have to respond. There is no TP onto Roach, so they have to send Edge back instead, and it will be back onto the Baron.
Have to be cautious. Punch waiting over the wall. Be looking for the steel Edge, still not channeling the teleport yet. It's going to take him 4 seconds to arrive. There's a ward right in the base that he could come to. Still not doing it. Baron goes low. They get on the punch. They try to taunt him up. They knock in Roach. Still has that Guardian Angel up. Now the curtain call being opened up. The first shot going to miss. Second one goes in, but the pillar interrupting Kramer. But he's still able to get a big pop onto Punch with that final crit shot. Edge going for it, trying to get in onto that Jhin, onto that Talia, but he's just not able to do it. And now Roach Cougar going low. The big body slam comes through, the seismic shove. 2 kills picked up, and the GA. Shy respawning, as is Haru. They're going to be fine. They pop Roach in the end. They should be able to get this kill, if not just the ace. Soul going almost down, trying to find a kill onto Mad Light, but Shy is coming around the side. Has that shield coming through, could very well kill the Sivir with the help of Kramer. Soul is going to have to hightail it the hell out of here. And CJ, they're pushing in. They're super creeps at the Nexus Towers. The first one almost going down. They might be able to end right here.
Well, they're going to see how far they can get. I'm not sure they can end. They may just go for another inhibitor instead. They are going to try, though, as the TP comes back in.
TP coming through now from Shy. BDD on the run back. Doesn't have the Weaver's Wall, but the inhibitor comes back up, so they have to clear this out first. It's 15 seconds on Punch, 15 on Cougar, and 25 on Edge. They might just try to finish off this turret as it only has a few more hits left, but I don't think that they can finish the game. The wave clear from Soul is going to be pretty strong. It looks like they're just going to take an Abyssal Voyage out to safety. But do they go straight for the Baron? It looks like Haru says yes. Void Rush being used. Punch going to come in above the Baron pit. Going to be looking for a steal.
Well, they lost their pressure from the super minions in the bottom lane. Have to wait for another wave to move all the way across the map, and they're not going to go for it this time.
Recalls coming through.
Yeah, it's a smart recall. They need to go ahead and spend some of the money that they've earned.
Kongdu not going to just go ahead and try to rush down that Baron, so looks like CJ will be in a nice spot, but this does give Kongdu the priority over Vision, so they'll be able to go in, clear out these pinks, lay down wards of their own, get some inside of the jungle. The Weaver's Wall going to be used, trying to cut them off on the right side. That's going to be the crit call used, but now everybody is out of range, so Kramer has to cancel it, wait for the reset to come through. Roach getting popped in with the seismic shove, does not have his Guardian Angel, does not have his flash, gets rooted by the Deadly Flourish, but still is alive. Haru going to go low. Cougar has to flash away, almost goes down, but it's just not enough damage to finish him off. Haru going low, Edge goes in, finishes off the Gragas. It's going to be Shy going down as well, and now the rest of CJ have to kite back. Punch with that Guardian Angel, almost getting it popped, but everybody on Kongdu Monster stays alive, albeit barely for 2 members. Punch going to go with a recall, has the Void Rush, and now suddenly they're in such a rough spot where CJ have to try to get this Baron, but there's just no way to do it, so they peel back, and Kongdu Monster will get the second Baron of the game.
And really it comes down to BDD's Weaver's Walls being quite bad again. They thought they could just isolate them at the Baron pit, but it was so far away that it was easy for Kongdu just to escape, get back into a choke point, and force CJ into another choke in order to fight them. Great Lissandra play from Edge to really turn that around. And now they're going to go for the Elder Dragon also. Can they get it? Shy will have Stand United, but they have to buy 20 seconds.
This is going to be really rough now from CJ, who had control over this game for so long, and now it's starting to slip through their grasp. First the Baron, now the Elder Drake. 2 buffs up for Kongdu, one of them being a mountain.
Well, we talked about this, Achilleos. The Civ are going to be a lot more useful in the late game. Also, the Trundle being able to take so many tank statistics away from the Shen. And BDD, he's just not using the wall properly to divide and conquer here. against Kongdu.
Now Kongdu finally going to be able to net their second turret of the game in 54 minutes as they knock down that tier 1 in mid. CJ going to have to try to hold on to the rest of these. They're going to go ahead and pop that curtain call. A nice Weaver's Wall coming through this time for BDD. But the rest of CJ just not able to get into a position to capitalize on this choke point that they created for themselves. They'll get a root in onto Soul, knock him down to about half HP. But Kongdu Monster, they're still sticking around. Shy's in the top lane, no TP available, has to stand united, but they just haven't had the opening for it yet. And that's going to be another turret going over to Kongdu Monster, who bring us to about 2,000 gold separating.
Gold, not so much of an issue
it's
anymore.
not going to matter at all.
Not going to matter in the least, except for the supports. But I mean, Weaver's Wall is so bad. And it doesn't actually do anything in this fight. Everybody from Kongdu able to regroup on the side. Then we see the members of CJ go in. Good pillar to start to separate them. But really just watch Edge in this fight, because he's going to be the one who makes the big difference. They can't quite kill Guger. Edge is going to find a glacial path into the middle of everybody. Nice self-ult. And that's the zone that they needed just for Soul to do an unholy amount of damage on the Sivir.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think that Weaver's Wall could have worked a little bit better if Kramer had actually opened up the curtain call over top of the team, because it got cut off and everybody was able to exit it so easily. So suddenly the ultimate was just wasted and he had to cancel it.
It was
then get that back up.
It was really early and it was really far away. You combine that with BDD just being short on a bunch of his skill
Trying it
shots.
again, they cut off Roach, but it's like, what are you gonna do? Kill the Trundle with the Guardian Angel?
Yeah, it's just,
that's gonna be another one.
This Taliyah play, now we've seen BDD play it before, it wasn't this bad. This is really bad Taliyah play. The damage just isn't there because the Unraveled Earth is not hitting anybody.
I might have overshot my initial prediction, but I have 11 bad Weaver's Walls so
Yeah,
far.
maybe. He has had some good seismic shots. That's been the upside to his Taliyah play, but
seems like everything's been good other than the ultimate, which is one of the more important things. So another tower goes down. Now 7-5. And that's going to be Kongdu Monster swinging into a gold lead. But again, at this point in the game, 56 minutes, most everybody has 6 items except for those supports. So gold is not going to matter so much. It's all about the kills and objectives that you can obtain from this point forward.
That last Baron too, they thought they had the good Weaver's Wall, but you just leave it alone. All they had to do was wait for the super minions to push into the bottom side. You were already lucky enough to take out the bottom turret of the red base, the furthest one away from the Baron. Absolutely can actually just sit there and wait at the Baron buff. Instead, you throw out the bad Weaver's Wall, you feel like you have to commit, and you really don't. Just let them blow the Sivir ult. Stop caring.
Well, now things just went from pretty comfortable to pretty awful for CJ. They still are just looking for a way, not back into this game, but a way to close it out. They've just been struggling with that, not just in this match, but higher split so far.
Just really just disappointing Baron control from CJ. Both in letting that first one get stolen and then in the way that they had an advantage with super minions and refused to play around it in the second.
Well, now everything's slowing down. Looks like we are going to end up with our second 60-minute plus game of the day, and we still have another best of 3 to go.
I wish I could say I was surprised, Achilles, but I'm really not. It's pretty much what I expected.
CJ Entus. Oh boy. Well, we're in it for the long haul tonight. 7 p.m. already. And at least one more game in this set, so a minimum of 3 games to be played. And up to 5 more.
Yep.
Oh dear, we're not even halfway there. But anyway, see Shy is pushing up top lane. Baron going to be spawning in a minute and 15 seconds. And God knows who's going to get it this time. Could be CJ, could be one out of 3.
Well, I think Kongdu now has the big edge.
Yeah.
So many GAs. They have the big edge. He's not actually that big anymore because he's playing Lissandra. Really have the big soul. He's the scary one. But triple GA, even on the support Booger at the moment. And combine that with just the ferocity of the late game Trundle and the Sivir, and you should come out on top.
You know, I just realized that Kramer didn't go for the armor penetration build. I guess I haven't glanced at his build. I just kind of assumed, like, yeah, it's going to be the armor pen.
No, he did. He changed his items.
Oh, okay, he swapped them all. That just goes to show how much gold does not matter, that he's been able to do that. Oh, you're right. Now I remember him buying that Yomos first.
Yep.
Okay.
So, yes, he did.
Forgive me, it's been an hour now.
It's an hour into this game. He is 10-1-8 with 523 CS. He absolutely has enough money to swap out all of his items.
Maybe we'll get a new CS record. Soul's on the way there.
Yeah, he's actually doing pretty well.
It's like 200 more and he'll have it. I forget what it is. 800 and something, I'm pretty sure. But we'll see if he can make that mark, or if Kongdu will just win the game before it happens. I think that's probably the more likely scenario.
I mean, you really have to blame CJ for this one. This has been absolutely pathetic shot calling to close out a game.
Oh, for sure.
It has such a huge lead.
Well, again, it's just reminiscent of a lot of stuff that we've seen so far in the summer split. Just get ahead early, which wasn't something that we would normally, connect with CJ. It was all about the late game in spring. They'd get ahead early, and then they just were unable to close out. So,
well, at least in the spring, they had some good team fighting that would allow them to win in the late game, so it wasn't such a coin flip. But
spring was fine.
This game is a total coin flip.
I mean, Haru, be really far forward, gonna get locked up, but Mad Life is there for the Devour, so no kill coming through. Shy still splitting on the bot. Yeah, I mean, at the end of spring, we thought, CJ, here's a team that coming into the next split, given their, their big like 6-match win streak, almost making it into playoffs within reason. Thought maybe they would be a playoff contention team coming into summer, and it just completely reverted all of the progress that we made.
Now, what is the purpose of that Weaver's Wall right there?
It's to put another tally on my counter right there.
Haru got one barrel roll off of it. They aggroed the Baron to do a tiny amount of damage to Kongdu.
That's worth it.
I think
it's a game of inches right now, Monte Cristo.
I'm pretty sure they had a ward on it.
Yeah, I mean, they also have an ocean drink, so any damage that you get on it is just going to go away. But bottom moving up, top moving up.
Well, at least they have side wave control, so they can threaten a Baron at the very least as they use their sweepers around the pit.
Void Rush coming out. There's plenty of wave clear there from Kongdu, so they can just knock those waves right back over. Whether it's the Lissandra or the Sivir. Don't have too much to worry about. CJ opting to play around this mid tower rather than the open inhibitor in bot. Kongdu not going to take a whole lot of anything as far as damage goes. CJ going to back off, edge showing yet again at top. Has the TP, but it's also very close distance. So it'll be safe to go ahead and keep that top wave pushing. CJ just can't do anything.
Won't do anything.
It's pretty close to both.
There is a bit of a difference.
Fair enough. Well, this is exhilarating.
They had such a huge advantage with the side wave control, and they didn't do anything with it. Now they're going to start.
All right. Well, let's see if this one's going to bite them in the ass. They start up the Baron. Getting worked down, but Kongdu Monster pushing forward, so CJ is going to go ahead and start to back off. They're keeping it in combat, though. Edge has not TP'd in yet. There's a ward in the river inside of the pit that he could choose from, as well as minions at the top of the lane. Still waiting. Hasn't done it. The Baron down to about half HP. Numbers on both sides, still fairly healthy. Haru and Shine not taking a whole lot of damage from this. They Waves come down to the smite off punch, moving forward. Baron down to 4,500. Now Haru getting knocked up. They get a bit, work down to a half HP. They knock in Roach, might be able to pop the GA in time. He throws out the subjugate. Looks like he's gonna stay alive as he retreats into the back. Haru going low, now the curtain call opened up, just firing shots in onto Cougar, trying to find Roach, but Kramer is just shooting blind. Hit the fourth and final in onto the Braum, but he's unable to do anything. And now Kongdu Monster, they feel comfortable enough to go ahead, start up this Baron.
Shai's gonna recall and come back with full HP here.
Yeah, he's got the Stand United, he's got the TP up, so he can go on to anybody. Cougar takes a nice chunk of damage. Deadly Flourish in, here comes Haru, can he get it? No, he cannot punch. Gonna confirm the third straight Baron for Kongdu Monster, and now CJ Entis are in such a bad spot. Haru has to retreat over the backside of the wall with a body slam as he goes low, but Soul gets hit up. Shai getting knocked up into the air, still has that Guardian Angel up, gets devoured by Mad Life, but Kongdu Monster, they're on for the chase. Get the Frozen Tube down on the Mad Life, lock him up with concussive blows, and they will be able to take him out. The question is who gets the kill. Looks like it's going to be Roach. They take him down so far, a 1-for-0 for Kongdu. They're going to be happy with that, back off, but 3 consecutive Barons going over to them. CJ just unable to win the smite battle.
No, they can't win the smite battle, and they can't win much of anything right now. The team fight's not going their way either. And I mean, that particular fight, they had to back off because Shai went back in after the big crit came down onto Soul, thinking he may have been able to pick up the kill, but instead he put himself in danger, caused Mad Life to devour him, which meant he didn't have it up for Kramer, who they actually needed to do the damage. Now Kongdu gonna go for the Elder Dragon and potentially the closer here.
They're gonna be able to get this one. BDD nowhere nearby. Cougar watching from the backside of the pit. There's already a massive wave built up in bottom that they can just power with this Baron buff, shove forward, and at least take an inhibitor.
Well, maybe. We'll see. Their composition is not great for sieging, especially when Roach is joined up with the rest of the team. He needs to...
There's wall used, just stopping the waves so they can clear it out. But it's just going to be a massive buildup, and there's no one really nearby to work that one down, so it's just going to be another fairly useless ultimate cast out there by BDD. On the hunt, used Shai going to be up in the front line, so it's Guardian Angel available, but he's taking a hell of a lot of damage, worked down to about 50% HP. One more hit would proc those concussive blows. He's not going to take it. That's going to be the inhibitor going down. Kongdu looking like they might just retreat. The waves aren't really prepped, mid especially not. Top is moving forward, but looks like they're going to go ahead and recall out first. So this game is going to keep on going.
They, like you say, they don't have mid ready. Even the top lane pretty far away. They'd have to recall and then head all the way back across the map. Instead, they're going to opt to go here and just try and push up the mid wave while they have an opportunity to. Either way, it was going to be a long walk for the members of Kongdu. But again, they could have sent Roach up into the top lane a little bit earlier. Prepped that one, or even the mid lane. Decided not to.
They're just coming right in here for mid. Curtain call going to be opened up by Kramer. Roach perfectly happy to eat all of these shots, as is Cougar with the Unbreakable. Kramer sitting a while on this one. It's going to go just cancel it out. And now the Super Creep's pushing up towards the base, and the buff is up the map. So CJ going to be fighting on 2 fronts, and Kongdu are still very healthy, still have those Guardian Angels. Guy sitting in the front, not going for a taunt yet, going to get locked up, taken down below half HP. He's getting burned out by Soul on the Sivir. Edge spreads with the Glacial Path, not going to follow it through yet. Just letting the minions chip away at this tower as they work it down to about half HP. They wait for the wave to crash in bottom.
Very patient game. Baron's still going to be up for a little bit longer.
About to expire. Punch going forward, so has the GA available. Turret's going to get broken. Now Kongdu, they can run rampant inside the base. An explosive cast used, going to knock forward here. Mad Life gets the devour on the Kramer, trying to keep him alive. The Deadly Flourish not going to connect onto anybody. Frozen Tube down on the edge, just locking up the members of CJ. BDD goes low. He's going to go down. It's a double kill coming in for Soul. A third kill now picked up by Cougar. A triple kill coming in for the Sivir as they finish off Kramer. Shai, the only one left alive, but Kongdu Monster, they've finally done it. They've shattered the base. They're going to shatter the Nexus. They will close out game 1 over CJ Entis in 68.5 minutes.
Wow, that was CJ's game to lose. Huge early game advantage for them. They didn't capitalize on it whatsoever. They gave up, they misplayed at the Barons, and Kongdu simply had a higher damage late game composition, and they had the Trundle to deal with the Shen. So Not much there to like from CJ. I don't know, man. Kongdu, persistent. It did take them 2 Elder Dragons and 3 Barons to finish that game, but they clawed their way back into it.
And I guess that's just going to be the basis for how the games go today. Already saw it in the first set. Seeing it again now with CJ and Kongdu. And CJ got to be feeling pretty down about that one. Had so much control for so long in that match. And then they let it slip through their fingers in the end. Haru having an awful time with these fights.
Yeah, but he did have a really strong early game, and he's one of the main reasons why CJ got so far ahead, but they misplayed as a team around the Barons. There was nobody there checking punch. The Weavers, while they were committing in really weird ways. And look at that damage, 91,000 per soul.
Absolutely ridiculous. Kramer coming in, looking pretty good, but the comparison of Soul to the rest of his team is just absolutely massive, but that's what happens when you have a Sivir late game sitting out for that long of a game. We're going to go to a break here, guys. When we come back, we'll have game 2 and see if Kongdu can close out clean over top of CJ, or if they're going to have a chance to fight back and take us to a third game in this set, because there's still that losers match coming up after this best of 3 that has to be played. So we'll go to a break, and when we come back, we'll have game 2.
Alistair and the Sivir.
Well, we've seen some great performances on the Alistar by Mad Life. Not really in recent memory, but in the past, of course, it's been a big one for him. So we'll see if he's able to return to that level of performance alongside Kramer in that bottom lane, going up against Jin, and looks like it's going to be a Trundle support here for Guger. So one of the big ones that he's been playing alongside the Braum and the Tahm Kench.
Yeah,
and then it will be Varus mid for Edge. It made it through the draft.
I mean, it's a good draft from Kongdu so far. They have a very strong mid-game poke composition.
Well-balanced damage, too.
Yeah, they have well-balanced damage. They are going to be able to peel efficiently with the Trundle and the Echo. If they do get engaged on, they can just use the Trundle ult to soften up the Gnar and then immediately kill him. They have to be worried about the hard engage, though, primarily from the Alistair. CJ here. Now, Lissandra would be a terrible lane matchup for BDD, but it would be good in team fights because you'll be able to play potentially with the teleports. You can have dual teleports for some flanks, and that'd be good too.
Okay, well, thinking about the Syndra, this is a pick that is really picked up in popularity, specifically with Cloud9 and Jensen in the mid lanes.
I mean, we've seen a lot of it played in the LCS, but we've seen it recently played in Korea too. But in Korea, people just abuse the absolutely vulnerable laning phase that Syndra has. And we saw Frozen try and play it. He died like 8 times in that game.
That wasn't a very good performance.
So, high risk, high reward is the name of the game on Syndra, but at least you have a very long range engage with the orbs with the Scatter the Weak, so that can disrupt a poke composition. You actually, what you will do, probably see BDD do, is throw his ult down, Scatter the Weak, and then Mad Life will follow up with a Headbutt Pulverize combo. So I like the pickup here. Edge is going to take Barrier as an overshield to the Syndra Burst in response. And BDD is going to take Cleanse because he doesn't want to get locked down with the Chain of Corruption.
A couple things he can get himself out of. The root from the Jin. Another one, but going back over to this high burst mage on the Syndra, so a bit more in form with BDD style. But we'll see if he's able to pull it off, because Frozen trying his hand at it didn't look so well. So we'll see how BDD fares, because had a pretty decent game on the Taliyah, barring the ultimate. So we'll see how he can set up the Scatter of the Week here.
I mean, he really didn't coordinate very well with this team on the Taliyah, but he will be more self-sufficient this time. Not going to take Ignite, we'll take the Ghost instead.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get right onto the Rift for Game 2 and see if CJ can even the score if Kongdu is going to send them into the loser's match.
소환사의
The CJ fans still cheering,
환영합니다.
trying to give them their energy. Still have Koro and Gorilla hanging out in the audience in support of Kongdu Monster.
One would assume. One would assume.
Yeah, a Kongdu Monster cheerful. Look at that, we get an Infernal Drake.
Wow. Well,
the clothes comes off.
The clothes come off now. Strip Drake has begun. Goodbye, Vest.
All right. So we'll see how far we can push this. It's gonna be a triple. It's gonna be like a triple Infernal Drake or something.
Underwear next, Achilles.
Underwear next.
Yep.
Okay, you have to do the Zoolander though, where you reach into your pants and then you pull them out without taking the pants off.
Damn. Well, I'll work on that one. I haven't worn my tearaway underwear today.
Oh no, that's the secret. It's not tearaway underwear. You just have to work it off.
Oh, I don't think I can physically do that, sadly.
Hansel did it.
Well, I believe he's a lot better at stripping than I am.
You know, I love that whole thing, the whole walk-off is judged by David Bowie.
Yes, that movie is fantastic.
Too bad they made a second one.
Well, I never watched it, so my memories remain unblemished, Achilles.
Yeah, I refuse to watch that.
Just like I didn't even know there was a new Ben-Hur. Did you know I would have gone the rest of my life without knowing there was another Ben-Hur movie if you didn't tell me today?
Yep.
You're a bad person.
The only reason I knew is because I was just like clicking through YouTube videos. There's this guy that I watch for movie reviews every now and then. Chris Stuckman, and then it said like Ben-Hur, and I was like, oh, he reviewed the old Ben-Hur movie, and then I clicked on it, and I was like, oh, there's a new Ben-Hur movie with Morgan Freeman.
Wow.
Okay.
The darkest timeline is when they remake Lawrence of Arabia.
Yes, please. Oh God, that will be awful. I mean, they're remaking It now, Stephen King's It.
I mean, I don't care about Stephen King, so whatever.
That's Tim Curry though.
It's true. I do care about Tim Curry.
So
they are remaking Rocky Horror Picture Show also.
Yeah, they're just saying like, you know what? Let's just say screw you, Tim Curry, all at once. Just release. They're gonna remake Clue. Just name a movie that Tim Curry's in, and they're probably just gonna remake it. It's gonna be terrible.
I think that while they're remaking Tim Curry, they should designate one actor as the remade Tim Curry actor
So
and
he's
just
in
give
all
him
of the
all
films?
of those roles.
Sure. Can it be somebody really good at like character acting? Let's get Gary Oldman to be the new Tim Curry.
I'm down with that.
That would
He might-
actually be okay.
He's probably too old to do that, though, sadly.
Yeah. Can you imagine Gary Oldman in Rocky Horror Picture Show?
Be pretty great. Pretty great. I'd enjoy that very much.
Yeah, that'd be pretty wonderful. But it's probably not going to happen. BDD going to get this early blue buff over from Haru. Going to help him out a lot. But oh, there you go. 2 HP. That's a oh no, Haru got it.
Oh no!
2 HP. It's the deadly number.
Wow.
That's how you lose stuff.
That is the curse.
Oh man, that is tilting because BDD used all that mana to try to get the blue buff. He wasted time wandering out of the lane, and now Ed has the lead.
They were trying to give him that nice, sick lead off of the blue buff too that the Rek'Sai doesn't need. Bummer.
Wow, that really sucks. That would tilt me.
Well, at least Edge doesn't have a blue buff and BDD doesn't, because first blue buff did go over to the Nidalee. It's not the end of the world, but it would have been nice to have that advantage to start this game. He also missed some CS.
Yeah.
He's out of lane. He's not going to be able to make that up now.
He'll be able to juggle a lot more balls.
I can only juggle 3 balls, Kilios. Can you juggle?
I can't juggle. I'm not good at juggling. I can toss the 2 that I have up and down. That's about it.
That's not juggling at all.
Yeah, I know. I'm not claiming to be a juggler here, Monte Cristo.
Good. Put you in your place then.
Yeah, never a skill that I learned.
It's not too late, Achilles. It's really not very hard just to do standard 3-ball juggling.
I'm sure. Seems like something that you have a lot of time to learn until the arthritis sets in. That is the limitation of being able to learn juggling. Trades coming out on the bottom side. Mad Life can get chunked out low, but he's okay. He's an Alistar and has that triumphant roar. But overall, Kramer slipping behind a little bit. BDD the same. With that roam over. But Haru has gotten a bit of a lead in the jungle, so he'll be in a decent spot on this recall.
Yeah, somehow, actually, against the Nidalee. Interesting that in our Nidalee games tonight, we've been seeing Rek'Sai's out-farm them. The speed just hasn't been there from our Nidalee players.
Nope. It was that auto-attack reset that they got rid of. It makes a difference.
It does make a small difference, but I don't know, man. I think people have figured out Nidalee. She's not that great in the late game. See how the build goes for Punch here. At least they have a composition that is well designed to house the Nidalee and to provide additional poke alongside the Nidalee spears. So it will be about positioning and about CJ's ability to flank and stop them or hit that scatter the weak. BDD did switch off the cleanse, so has to be cautious when it comes to the Chain of Corruption.
And now that we are at that level 6 point, Chain of Corruption line up pretty well for a Javelin from Punch. And just allow them to collapse in onto BDD, so. See how he tiptoes around that fight in the mid lane. As it's pretty inevitable. Kramer and Soul both coming back in, having BF swords. So Soul looking like he's gonna just go straight in for the Essence Reaver or the Infinity Edge rather than building into something like that Youmuu's Ghostblade.
Yeah, interesting here that that'd be the selection.
He's ready to scale with his
I guess
scaling jungler.
Yeah, his mid-game focus team composition. Bit unusual. See what Seoul's going to be able to do with that.
So far, he's maintaining a CS lead at least, so that'll be good for him. Haru gets the red. Still has yet to visit any lanes. Punch is going to set up this blue buff, likely for Edge. He hasn't gone back and gotten the tier yet, so maybe
really delayed recall here.
Yeah, he's going to be potentially a bit behind on stacking that tier up, but looks like, yeah, he will be able to grab this blue. So he'll be in an okay spot.
I mean, he's probably not going to buy tier first against Syndra anyway. He'll probably buy Hexdrinker first.
Okay,
so,
go for a really late.
Yeah, you really don't want to buy the tier first if you are in the Syndra matchup. And so probably go Hexdrinker tier Maw, if I had to guess. So in any case, the tier stacking not really going to be a delay as a result. In fact, by staying in lane longer so he can afford maybe a Hexdrinker and a tier, he might be saving himself some time.
That's true. Still not a whole lot of harass coming down onto him either from BDD. He's only used 2 of those corrupting potion charges in the first 8.5 minutes of this game, so he's been in a pretty decent spot this entire time. Shy is starting to stretch a lead, about 20 CS up in the top lane, opted in for the double Doran's Blade, and the boots to Roach's, looking for the sheen, looks like, with that Sapphire Crystal and the Dark Seal. So, doing a pretty good job up here on this Gnar.
Not too shabby, but that is a pretty aggressive start there. Yeah, to get it second time around with the double Doran's Blade, and usually you do see the Echoes build like this.
Boy.
They're able to keep that into the late game. Nice force on the flash there from Roach.
Yeah, really good. So getting that one away from Shy. So, it was good force up after he had used that Mega Gnar, so could get back into it to try to counterplay. And yep, had enough for it with the tier and the Hexdrinker coming in from Edge, so he's going to be sitting pretty nicely in this mid lane now. There's a lot of protection available to him. Gang coming up to the top side. Javelin not going to connect. Roach gets stunned into the wall, has to snap back immediately. Punch going in underneath the tower, but Shy's alive, gets the pummel! He flashes forward, tries to get the auto attack. He's able to do it, gets the first blood, but he goes down as an answering kill. Haru not getting the last hit, but gets the assist in the end.
Yeah, Haru just showing up with a Void Rush into that fight. Didn't expect the Rek'Sai to be able to get there that quickly, and Punch realizes that he's going to get trapped under the turret, does the smart thing and actually just trades flashes for first blood. They got 2 flashes and the first blood kill, so actually worthwhile for Kongdu.
Oh boy, now Madlife gets the headbutt in onto Cougar. Rather, the Pulverize headbutts him out. Takes a hell of a lot of damage, but looks like he's still going to be fine. Soul on this Jhin, not going to be doing enough damage to pop him with those hits, so we'll take a look at this again. Shy playing this pretty well.
I mean, they had no idea that there was a tunnel there in the brush. Nice setup earlier on into this game. Punch actually does have to flash over. One of those times where the auto attack reset actually probably made a difference.
Well, get the kill in the end. Get that first blood, but CJ are still going to maintain the lead. Very much in part due to the top lane and the jungle. Shy and Haru have been dominating as far as the CS goes. The first blood gonna make up for it a little bit as far as the Haru versus Punch match goes, but still 20 CS there. Another 16 in top for Shy that he has as a lead. So CJ doing decently well to keep their heads above the water for now.
Yeah, I guess it's just not very convinced, because at the very least, Kongdu, they ever get a chance to group up here, their poke is absolutely immense. We haven't seen the shot calling necessary from CJ to really coordinate to stop that.
Madlife just gonna get rooted, doesn't have his ultimate, and he has to flash away. Oh, big chunk coming out onto BDD as well. So he is gonna be hurting now. And interesting roll from the cow. And that's going to be the Infernal Drake started up by Kongdu Monster. They'll be able to take this without any competition.
Yeah, great timing. They know Madlife's in the mid lane, and they know he just used his flash. Also, Sivir right back at base, so absolutely free Infernal Drake. Good rotation there by Kongdu into the bottom side of the river, with Madlife just helping out with his Relic Shield. underneath the mid lane turret, and the fact they landed the piercing arrow onto BDD, who had no more potions. So that's a huge pickup, especially for a poke composition that really is looking at dealing a lot of damage in the mid game. Very helpful for them to chunk people out with that Infernal Drake buff.
Yeah, Edge is going to be having a field day once he starts completing these first couple items. Already has that serrated dirt coming in, so he can look for the ball. So he'll be able to build that up fairly quickly. Has a couple hundred gold in the inventory right now, so still just needs about 600 more or so to get the completion. And he is going to start hitting like a truck on this Varus. And BDD has been slipping further and further behind on this Syndra. Still looking for that Morellonomicon as his first item.
I don't really understand this Nidalee punch. He hasn't done anything this game that he couldn't have done with an Elise or a Gragas. Hasn't been able to hit those huge counter jungling numbers that we know that Elises are capable, or Nidalees rather, are capable of getting. So might as well just go for a more standard jungler that'll have use in the late game.
Mad Life just sitting in the brush, finds Cougar, doesn't want to hit him or anything, so just run around in a couple circles. Essence Reaver completed for Soul. So getting that one in well ahead of Kramer, who is taking a slight detour to pick up a dagger for his Berserker Greaves, more than likely. He'll just be slightly behind this Jhin. And now with that 6%, or 8% rather, additional AD AP coming through, it's going to put Soul that much further ahead.
Top lane matchup. Interesting, Roach is going for the Trinity Force, so some damage here, but it's not translating into a lane advantage just because Shy has got that Frozen Mallet now. Does make it very hard for Roach to consistently close the gap.
Yeah, he's going to be able to hound him down. And because of that CS differential still that's been created between top and jungle, CJ have a 400 gold lead here in 14 minutes, so nothing significant, but need to knock down a tower to really help get themselves rolling.
Well, Kongdu's going to come alive here at 25 minutes into this game when they start to have those opportunities to group up and really utilize their poke to the fullest degree. Roach will be effective in potentially in some of these team fights, particularly against BDD, depending on what his build is going to be, because the Syndra, bit of a sitting duck in the back line, especially against a very sticky champion like an Ezreal.
Well, now, Morellonomicon finished out for BDD, but a long ways away from having that 100-0 potential that he needs to have. Rift Herald going to be started up here by CJ. Roach throwing out the parallel convergence, but not going to go forward and try to get the stun in. BDD roaming over just in case.
They have no pressure there, no mid lane, no jungle, no chance really. Taking that away, and the Shy will get a very valuable buff for that split push. Roach is going to come in with a Time Winder, but they're going to find Mad Life on the bottom side of the map.
He's going to get rooted up, has to use the ultimate to try to get himself out of there, throws out the Pulverize, but there it is. That's going to be the Subjugate coming up with the kill. Curtain Call used, but not needed. Mad Life goes down to getting caught out in the river.
A lot of opportunities there. Roach did have to back off, of course, immediately. And they showed so many people on the bottom side of the map engaging. Can't do a cross-map engagement safely. So here comes Kongdu onto the turret, though. This is big. If they get this first turret gold, they're going to be in a very good place just to start grouping up and rotating around the map with their poke composition.
Yeah, they're going to hand this all over to Soul, but looks, yep, there we go. I was going to say, maybe they were going to split it for a second, but they give all 650 over to the Jhin, who already has that Essence Reaver completed, so he is going to be in a very nice spot. And he goes for this next back, so first brick picked up now by Kongdu Monster, and they're going to just launch themselves into a 1.5 thousand gold lead.
And now looking at Zeal items, so Soul picking up a little bit of extra attack speed here. As, where's he? Is he going back into bottom lane? That is...
Translate into his added damage. He's got that fixed attack rate. BDD Able to find the stun, but Edge just gonna flash away. Finds a corrupted arrow onto Haru, and he's just eating all these tower shots. One more will do it. Oh, but the piercing arrow is not gonna connect as Haru is able to flash away. Barely out of the range. Punch getting stunned up by that Scatter Weak, and BDD is able to back off, but almost losing their jungle off of an engage opened up by CJ.
A great play from Edge. Nice flash straight into the Chain of Corruption. Smart idea to flash early because the Chain CC was going to come through and kill him if he didn't. Instead, he nearly gets a kill, at least trade summoners. And he forces Haru off the map temporarily until the Void Rush sends him screaming back onto the Rift.
Now Mad Life getting found yet again. The pillar comes down. Punch gonna jump forward. He pops the ultimate, gets a pulverized. It's gonna be the ultimate. Stun comes through under the Nidalee, but Soul's there with the curtain call. Can he find a shot on the BDD? He's juking him out and he's blind. Haru will eat the fourth one to the face. The BDD will live, but that's flash and goes down. As well as Mad Life's ultimate. Hongdu Monster are just inching ahead.
Yeah, CJ with the right assignment though. Kramer to the mid lane. They don't have enough people on the side of Kongdu. Push out both mid and bottom at the same time right now. Edge had no mana, so he had to recall head home to top up. So at least they saved their mid lane turret for the moment, but there should be another push coming in right here as the Sivir will be sent back into the bottom lane. Mad Life is trying to get rid of some of these crucial wards that Kongdu has. Blue buff, huge here on the next push, picked up by Edge.
Yeah. All finished. Still not working towards that Moron mana yet outside of stacking up the tier, so we won't see the mana mute come in yet. But Youmuu's Ghostblade likely on the way as those double longswords come through, so probably going to see that serrated jerk when the call fields come out for him.
So hard to defend against this if you're CJ. They have two melee champions and then the Syndra without these summoners in the mid lane.
They'll get a good amount of damage in onto that tower. Can't take it yet, but it's still just a couple pushes away. Kramer's here though now. So he'll have some good wave clear to offer up for CJ, but it's just going to be matched by the line wave clear of Edge.
It's only a couple more, and there we go. Curtain call opened up.
Haru coming in on the sidelines, not able to find anything. Mad Life going low. One more shot would do it, but he's able to hide behind his teammates, but that's enough to push them back and hand the turret over to Kongdu. Second pickup for them.
Yeah, really nice positioning there from Punch, actually, because he did prevent Haru from going in. Looks like the blue buff will be taken by Haru in the end. So Haru was looking for a flank there to stop the curtain call. Not going to find it now. Kongdu going to get a little bit more speed as they take the Cloud Drake. Kongdu doing a good job of execution so far. They do need a larger gold lead here. They need to keep rolling with the turrets and the objectives. They want to take this, but now Jin heading up into the top side, and turret gonna fall down to 50% right here, but Roach drives Shy back for the time being, and it's like they're gonna try and hard push into the bottom side actually. Sivir already there with a large minion wave. They're gonna trade 1 for 1. This is good for CJ.
Yeah. And any sort of even trade at this point gonna be nice for them. Give them a bit of gold back and kind of keep things close as well as just distribute in for the AD carry. Shy.
CJ should just keep pushing on this.
Yeah, looks like they're going to. The Echo is there. Shy not going to stick around and threaten to fall. I mean, turn's not going to go down yet, but Price didn't play a little bit further since he had that Mega Gnar available, but lets them get a lot of hits in onto this tower.
Static Shift, interesting item that we almost never see.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Early on Jin, but it does just add more wave clear. And is good for the siege. Not great for the team fights, but if you're going to be poking and sieging, it's a good item to have. This just says they're trying to accelerate their tempo here in the mid game and really continue to take down these turrets. Again, in the end, it is a 1 for 1 outer for outer trade. So CJ seizing on the opportunity of a well-placed side minion wave in bottom. But the answer comes through in the top side, and at the end of the day, they still are outer turretless right now, and the wards are going to start popping up in the CJ jungle.
They're not going to get caught by that root. Still Kongdu Monster, despite the score just being 2-1. Are vastly in control of this game as they push in, looking for this tier 2 and mid. Keep the ball rolling. Haru going to get locked up, taking a bunch of these hits with the curtain call. Third and fourth shot's not going to connect with the tower. Will go down in the end, so Kongdu, they get what they wanted, only had to use the one ultimate for it.
Yeah, Kongdu again, nice setup. Get the opportunity to use the curtain call to zone people out, and with so many melee champions, melee jungler, and the melee support, there's very little that CJ can do besides run in circles with the piercing arrows, the javelin tosses, everything just comes through from Kongdu.
This is just a rough spot to be in here for CJ. Need to win this game. And the next to avoid the loser's match, where they could be relegated out of the LCK.
That would put pretty big, it would light a big fire under CJ because there would be no more losing possible past that point. You lose this initial match, you have to win the best of 3, and then you have to win a best of 5 to stay in the tournament, as one of your lives in double elimination has been used up.
We'll see Shy and Roach continuing to hover around this bottom side. Shy not really able to get up and get any damage in onto that tower. Baron's been up for a couple of minutes. Vision controlled there for Kongdu, but is not going to be looking to make a play around that objective anytime soon. Still have a ways to go before they're comfortable enough to pull the trigger on that. See there, Haru very tanky on the Rex side, barely taking any damage from that piercing arrow, but it's just going to get worse. As the Yomos is almost completed, then we will certainly see that Muramana completed as well, so Edge is going to be pumping out all sorts of damage.
Absolutely huge, and it's a Proto Belt into a Lich Bane here from Punch, so he's actually...
Oh, okay.
This is actually a really all-in burst build. I'm surprised to see this.
Oh boy, Haru goes over the wall in the tunnel. It's rooted down, takes a little bit of damage. The subjugate used by Cougar, but
bit of a waste.
Not going to be able to find anything. Yeah. Even for being a short cooldown, probably going to want that. They look to push in on this tier 2 and top. TP is going to be coming through from Shy. Doesn't have much of an R bar, but it's going to be matched by Road.
Really bad TP flank there.
They're able to
Shy.
find anything. Yeah, Shy needs to be able to pinch in, slow them up with that Frozen Mallet. Gets a hit in onto Soul. Mad Life now going to get caught out. Throws up the ultimate, but Haru's going to have to body block the rest of these. Now he gets caught by that corrupting arrow. Mad Life gets locked up as well. The tendrils do stretch out onto him. He goes down. Now Kramer getting hit up. Roach goes in, gets stunned. That's going to be the ultimate coming through, but he snaps back with his own. So BDD unable to find the kill. Takes a big javelin. The jump forward to the Proto Belt. There it is. Punch coming up with the kill. 2 members of CJ down. The tier 2 to follow. And do they just go over for this Baron? BDD's dead for another 35 seconds. Looks like the answer is no. They're going to go ahead, back off, and spend this gold that they just got.
Kongdu's execution with his composition is very impressive. Punch knows exactly what he's doing. He's really impressing me on this Nidalee in these team fights. First off, yet again, he stayed with Soul. Watch Punch here. He's going to stay with Soul to zone Shy away, threaten Shy from coming in on the flank, even though he's still in Mininar form. And then watch this as he catches up. So good curtain call, softening up these targets. Roach is going to go in, try and catch on to Kramer, and then use that Chrono Break to get out after the Cinder ult is dropped. Punch is here, and he's not shy at all. He comes in, Proto Belt flash to finish off with the Sheen, and that's only going to get to be more damage once he finishes the Lich Bane. So he knows his role, which is to protect the curtain call, and then as soon as that's done, when the poke damage goes down, he uses the pounce to catch up, and then just all in people with the Proto Belt and the Lich Bane as an execute. Good stuff.
Yeah, really good. Pick up that kill. Looked like BDD was fine for the moment, but now Kongdu Monster in complete control of this game. Going to move over and look to take their third dragon, the Mountain Drake, going over to them.
Mountain Drake is the worst thing you could give them right now.
Yeah.
For a poke composition that has been so thoroughly styling on you when it comes to taking objectives. Giving away that Mountain Drake is absolutely huge. They didn't have a very safe Baron before because of the lack of tankiness.
Well, it's only going to get...
they're just collapsing right now.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse for them now as Shy gets jumped on. Parallel Convergence won't find him. He's going to hop away and
wow,
flash.
they use so much, they got to go now.
Oh, yeah. Can't get him, but they do work him down pretty
That
low.
was
So.
3 ults.
Yep.
3 ults in exchange for a flash. Not a good trade for Kongdu. So a little bit of a mistake there. Wait out the curtain call on the Chain of Corruption now. But won't be too long on the chain. And they already picked up the Drake as the objective, so there's not much else they could be doing right now while they wait for the cooldowns.
Yeah, they still have another Infernal Drake coming up in a couple minutes, so even if they can't make anything happen right now, given that they burned out all of those ultimates, they can just simply wait to get that nice 16% increase to their stats. And they just come back in and smash CJ.
Certainly are in a good position. It should have been done stacking that here for 2-3 minutes now. Just waiting on that Muramana in conjunction with the flat armor penetration that he's already picked up. Shy only now starting to buy armor at 27 minutes as a chain vest. Probably building into a GA, but
yeah,
that's it. So Randuin's and a chain vest in terms of armor on CJ, so Haru really has to absorb the brunt of the poke.
Now, let's see. Gonna be the Void Rush coming out from Haru, just zipping his way into this top side of the river. Where Kongdu Monster have been hovering around. Don't have that much vision inside of the pit. There's going to be a ward there from CJ, actually. So Kongdu will be lacking in that regard, but up and down the river and even into the jungle of CJ, they have a decent amount of control. So the curtain call opened up as Madlife, not really going to get hit by any of those. Roach gets knocked in, actually blown up, can't use the ultimate, can't use the flash. They find a pick, kill goes over to Kramer, the second one that CJ's been able to put on the board. They find more though. Looks like the ping's coming out. They might be looking for that tier 1 in mid.
Yeah, but the wave clear's already there. Varus shooting that piercing arrow through. Gonna get the Scatter of the Week onto him. But where's the
edge?
follow-up?
They hit him. That's gonna be the corrupting arrow into the root here.
Beautiful.
Going low. One more. Hit the flash forward. Soul finds the kill. Madlife gonna go down as well, and Shy gets hit by the remaining tendrils. A double kill for the Jin. And Kongdu Monster, after losing Roach, turned that completely on its head and blow up 2 more members of CJ.
Yeah, Haru's still alive, so the risk here to doing the Baron is real, even though they do have a lot of damage. And a Mountain Drake to help them. Roach is going to be able to TP in here, does as soon as he spawns.
Here he comes, Edge,
Haru.
Cougar, and Punch all going pretty low. They jump over the wall, get the root down onto Haru. The Baron's going low. Haru's going to try to have to get in here. Comes in, but he dies before he can use the smite, before the Baron was in smiteable range. And Punch confirms it. Soul gets another kill on the Jin, and suddenly things are looking very grim for CJ Entus.
I mean, BDD was so cocky pushing up here, throws the sphere, takes too long, and the damage from the poke with the Infernal Drake, ridiculous. Great flash forward there by Soul. Madlife has no more ultimate, and an engagement that started off poorly where they should not have used the Subjugate onto Madlife. And they did cause Echo's death after a prolonged engage. CJ gets too greedy, and they are supremely punished for that. Nicely done by Kongdu. They look so confident with about their limits and where they can fight with this composition.
Yeah, 3 more kills, 6,500 gold. That's about 7,000 gold now at this point. So it's been climbing up very quickly. And a minute and a half on a second Infernal Drake. At this point, I mean, is there really anything CJ can do?
Hope for the miracle pick. If they get a good flank, they can still win, right? The composition is very squishy from Kongdu. They are vulnerable to a good Gnar engagement or a good Scatter of the Week. Kramer is still playing Simmer, so if they can get like a multi-man Gnar ult and then 1 Boomerang Blade and Ricochet comes through and they get a good crit, that actually could just absolutely wreck Kongdu, but unlikely.
Well, now, posturing up in this bottom lane. Looking for this inhibitor tower so they can break the line at 31 minutes, but much faster pace for Kongdu Monster. Got a lead much earlier on in this game. Gonna be the Curtain Call opened up. Mad Life already taking a couple of these hits, just getting worked down very quickly. Haru gonna body block Kramer. Takes that last one, does not spell shield it in time. So he's gonna get chunked out. Mad Life has to go back to the fountain with Sivir in tow. And that is just gonna be the tower going down. Now Kongdu, a couple more hits would do it, but they're actually not able to find it. Haru bitching around the backside. They want to retreat, cover their flank.
Yeah, they absolutely should not overdo it here. That was the right call. The one thing that can lose you this game is a good flank from CJ. Don't let him have it. Just play patient, come back for the last hit. Now you've broken the base. You can also just go back for the Infernal Drake right now. There's no reason to keep pushing forward if you're feeling uncomfortable, and that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, looks like that's just going to be the call. Make their way back, clear out the Gromp. Won't get spotted by that ward right there, but now there's just no way for CJ to funnel into them. So this is just going to be 16% increased stats now for Kongdu Monster. They've already been looking dominant in this game. They have an 8,000 gold lead at the moment, and now double Infernal with that Mountain, with that Cloud Drake. Kongdu has everything that they can possibly want to be able to close out this game.
Yeah, they're in really good shape. The armor still low on CJ across the board. GA finished for Shy, but besides the Ninja Tabi and the Randuins on Haru, not much else. BDD not anywhere near being able to build a Zhonya's Hourglass yet. And he probably needs that just to dodge Chains of Corruption because he doesn't have the cleanse. So if he sees that ability coming in, at least he can Zhonya's. Because if he gets hit by that, he just dies.
Oh, now CJ need to be hoping for some sort of miracle. Soul completely misses the wave with that W.
I'm just confused as to why Haru is building Cowl and why Mad Life has a Locket. Like, Locket is not useful against Kongdu. The one person who was behind on Kongdu was Punch on the Nidalee.
Yeah.
You don't need a Locket in this composition. You'd be better off building, say, a Crucible to deal with the Jin root or the Varus root. Or even a Talisman, just to get the hell out of there. I don't know, the Locket here is very strange. Like, the Locket being done, yes, you can pop it to absorb some of the attack damage poke, but there's so much poke.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to be doing a whole hell of a lot. Shy just taking that spear to the face. Needs to make some sort of massive play on this Gnar. Was dominating the lane early on, but hasn't been able to transition this into a team fight. Hasn't found an opening. You can see the damage on the Mad Life just chunking him down so significantly on the hunt to be used, but to what avail? They can't find an opening. They can't find a catch on anybody with this Syndra from BDD. Split push just continues as Roach and Soul move up into this mid lane, looking for another inhibitor tower. Mad Life down to half. They hit him with a W, opening up with a curtain call. Have the body blocks here. And now he's out of range, so it should just be a cancel here from Soul. Gonna find one more hit on the Mad Life. Ooh, 916 damage, way too late on that spell shield. He's gonna have to go back.
Nice
Shy goes in, but there's nobody else there. Can't connect onto the wall, and that's gonna be his Guardian Angel pop, and likely his death as he does respawn. There it is. Edge comes up with the swift kill, so Shy just trying to make something happen, can't do it. BDD will be able to finish off the Trundle with use of the ultimate, gets a nice double stun, but just no way to collapse in and capitalize on top of that.
I mean, Shy, that was terrible. The Sivir had already been massively chunked out. BDD wasn't there. The Gnar ultimate did nothing, effectively. True that Cougar died afterwards, but that was more Cougar's fault than anything else, sticking around a little bit too long, and man, Shy just getting way ahead of his team. Communication seems to really be breaking down for CJ.
Yeah, this is not a good look at all for CJ. This is very reminiscent of the beginning to middle of the summer split. Things just not going their way right now. Shy had to been able to make that play 8 seconds sooner. Might have been able to have additional collapse from CJ, but everybody getting jumped on and just getting chunked out by this by this Varus, by this Jhin, to send them back to the fountain. There's just no one there to capitalize and try to get those kills.
I mean, he lost his GA too. That was just really, really bad. So Baron going to be the target here again. If Kramer had been alive and that Gnar had worked, maybe you get a good ricochet off of that, but Kramer was just heading back to the fountain right there, not able to participate in the fight whatsoever without getting instantly killed by Punch.
Here we go. Mad Life getting jumped on. Gonna be the curtain call opened up, getting chunked out. Last hit is eaten by Haru. The Javelin not gonna connect onto him, and Mad Life just way too squishy on this Alistar. Every single time that the curtain call opens up, he almost goes down. Has to be body blocked, and now Kongdu gonna be looking for the second Baron here. Should be able to get a nice route onto Haru by Soul, zoning him out, have the parallel conversions there as well, and it's just gonna be picked up by Punch. Now Kongdu Monster just stormed the base yet again. They're going to take out Shy.
The difference between the Baron control in this series from Kongdu. Oh, nice flash from Punch.
Oh,
Pushes
yeah,
one out of Kramer.
Not going to get the root there from the Deadly Flourish. BT gets chunked out, though. Almost finds Cougar.
Doesn't quite die there.
Whew, that was close, but he's got that passive. He's going to be regenerating off of the minions dying around him. So just going to be one kill picked up there by Kongdu off the back of that Baron, but still just advancing forward. Now have a 12,000 gold lead.
Yeah, they are going to send the Trundle back, but really what their goal should be the next dragon, the Ancient Dragon. They already have 4 up, so the true damage would be huge. True damage in combination with their poke means basically no chance of defense from CJ. So they get something here, it's good, but no rush.
Yep, that's going to be the turn going down. Curtain call, one more shot. Looks Mad Life pretty damn low. Piercing arrow not going to connect. Roach not going to get locked up. Yeah.
The Lichbane and Sheen from the Nidalee and the Echo are making short work of these objectives. And they're going to recall. That's a bit dangerous. They should actually just go for the Ancient Dragon right now. You do not want to give that over. Okay, they staggered their recalls. It's okay. A couple members are not going to be allowing CJ to push out efficiently. At least they didn't all recall right there. So here we go. To be methodical, they got the inhibitor. Now they are setting up. Push the wave, then drop back to the Dragon Pit.
Should be able to work this one out. They have plenty of dragons to get bumped up. It's going to be 24% increased stats there from the Infernal, a double on the mountain, a double on the cloud, and then 4 additional stacks for that passive burn. Kongdu Monster, they can just force up around this inhibitor, and CJ, they just have to let it go.
I mean, this has been actually quite good macro from Kongdu. They understand exactly what they need to do with this team composition. Their win conditions are clear. They are doing smart things like going for that dragon, which they really can. Poke comps are like the best with the Ancient Dragon just because the application of true damage is so frequent and devastating like that.
Yeah, that's going to be one side coming through from Soul. Finds the kill in on the Shy. No one else really in range, so you can just cancel that curtain call or just hold it the zone off. The inhibitor going down. More super creeps pinching in on the mid. Roach goes forward, trying to find Mad Life. The root not going to connect. Devlin goes out, just going to hit a couple minions. Mad Life pops the ultimate. It's going to back off, but the piercing arrow, the corrupting arrow rather, comes out. Mad Life flashes away. Is it enough to kill him? Yes, it is. Edge coming up with the kill, and now the Nexus towers have been broken. BDD just running to no man's land on the backside of the fight. He goes down, and that is going to be a 2-0 for Kongdu Monster, finishing out the second game in just 40.5 minutes, and suddenly CJ Entis are one best of 3 away from getting eliminated from the LCK.
I mean, that's huge. Props to Kongdu. The first game wasn't that pretty from them. They had to battle it back. They managed to get quite a few Barons despite being at a hefty disadvantage and muscle their way with a better late game composition. But that second game, that was impressive use of a poke composition, and that is hard to do.
Yeah. This is the Kongdu Monster that we saw maybe twice in spring.
Yeah. Good stuff. Punch in the jungle, too. Really like the way he played the Nidalee in the team fights. Questioned him when he started falling behind in farm, but he actually delivered well on that champion.
So now CJ Entis knocked into the losers match. That'll be coming up next. Have to square off against Spenu, Sonic Boom, and it's do or die time. Spenu already losing to the team that relegated them out of the LCK in ESC ever. And now, CJ Entus, a legacy team, Mad Life, the legacy player, fighting for his chance to retain his position.
I mean, it's almost unbelievable. Shy and Mad Life were at one time arguably the top players in their positions in the world. They were champions of this league, and now they are nearly done.
Everything has an expiration date, I suppose, Monte Cristo, and it might just be that for their careers. You can see right there coming out of the mid lane, just an insane amount of damage from Edge on that Varus. 35,000, almost hitting that 1K. Almost hitting that 1K DPM mark with that champion. And it's just one of those ones that he's so well known for back in spring, and he gets his hands on it here, and he shows you why it was always permabanned.
Yep. Well, he didn't take it in game number 1. Didn't look like he needed to, and it's a quick 2, not quick. It is a 2-0 for Kongnu.
Yeah, definitely not a quick one, but a 2-0 all the same. We're going to go to a break, guys. When we come back, we'll have our losers match. CJ Entus fighting for their spot against Spenu Sonic Boom, who want to get back into the LCK. So make sure you stick with us, because it's potentially history in the making. We'll see you in just a little bit.
자, 오늘 두 팀, CJ 엔터스 블레이즈와 SK텔레콤 T1 이 팀이 경기를 기다립니다.
솔로 랭크에서 엄청난 경기력을 보여줬었던 선수들 위주로 구성이 되었고
네.
이 선수와 오늘 앰비션과의 싸움이 굉장히 흥미진진합니다. 글로벌 골드의 영향을 좀 덜 받습니다. 물론
그런데 그대로 먹었습니다. 지금 역시 도망가는
일반적입니다.
그렇죠.
일반적까지
이거
장난 아닌데요.
언제까지 기다릴지 일단 한번 건드려봤는데요. 뒤쪽 나갔을 때 이진군
잡았어요. 이거 빼야 돼요. 빼야 돼요.
그러니까 전화까지 쓰면서 잡은
와,
걸로 지금
이걸
예상이
원콤으로
되는데
잡나? 야, 대단한데요. 이걸 원콤으로 잡아요.
뒤쪽에 있었기 때문에 충분히
그래도 이번에 버거 페이커 기호선
우승 SK텔레콤입니다. 신비 도망가야 됩니다. 지금 도망가야 돼요.
몇 가지가 있었는데 그거
아이라 죽었어요. 이거 바로 걸린 싸움이
체력이 안 들어요. 치열한 경쟁을 뚫고 단 2개 결만 하나 더
마스터이
보고 있어요. 반겨 마이가 지금 잡고 버립니다. 또 에이스 더블킬. 오너한 선수들의 꿈의 무대 셀로체스 서머 파이널이 전면 타이밍 페이커
이거 뭐 어쩌라고 그래.
이거 궁각이지? 사이드 무비
살짝 뒤돌았다가
와 혼자서 솔킬을 두 번. 텔레콤입니다. 자 잡으러 가자. 정면요. 자 90도에. 화려한 상부를 시작하겠습니다. 맞추면 그런 거죠.
이번에는
포탑플레이 해야 됩니다. 다음에
이거 제대로 안 들어갔는데요. 애매한데요. 터졌어요. 페이커가 이미 들어갔어요. 페이커가 안으로 이미 들어갔어요.
더블킬.
계속 달리고 비욘드 안 터졌어요. 비욘드가 오히려 먼저 들어가서 페이커를 잡고 비욘드 잡히지 않았어요.
오늘 첫 방인데 떨리지 않아요?
이제 인터뷰 들어가겠습니다. 3, 2, 1. 유현출, 은정이 어딨어?
미아 발생. 조증미야.
비공감이 쏟아지고 있어요.
은정아 어딨니? 은정아.
오늘부터 실종 전담반을 맡게 된 전용준이다.
용산, 상암, 해운대. 뭔가 이상하지 않아요?
사라진 사람들이 한둘이 아니야. 단서가 더 필요해. 단서가.
광주에서 발견된 실종자가 있었어.
기억이 나지 않아요.
민훈이? e스포츠에 성지로 가봐야겠어.
용산이 아니라 상암이라고! 속보입니다. 강민이 자택에서 숨쉰 채 발견됐다는 소식입니다.
킹이 400을 넘고 있어요.
Don't forget, when I signed this, there's no going back.
결정적 단서가 될 것 같은데.
웃어?
오빠 오늘 버스 태워줄래요?
난 불온중걸.
일주일에 800, 한 달에 3,000포인트.
캐시는 500.
전술들과 활성화, 석양. 거부할 수 없는 제안을 하죠.
막타를 못 먹겠어. 말레이는 가지 말랬지? 잊혀질 수 있을 거라 생각했어?
그럼 게임 한번 시작해볼까?
싸웠지만 잘 졌다. 단프닝 제작진이 선사하는 초대형 액션 블록버스터 오주의 실종 전담반.
All right, guys, welcome back here to the Spring Promotion Tournament. We're getting ready to go in for our third and final best of three of the day, the losers match. CJ Entis getting knocked down by Kongdu Monster, and Sky is moving in. BDD is on the bench.
Not like this, Achilleos.
This is
Not like this.
This is a horror story in the making, Monte Cristo, it would seem.
Sky basically hasn't shown up on anything all season besides Talia and Twisted Fate. Spenu is going to be on blue side here, so they have a chance to take either of those champions before they ever get a chance to fall to the red side of the draft. And man, this is so dire for CJ. They have to win not only this best of three, but then a best of 5 later this week to make it back in, and 2 chances to drop out in this double elimination bracket. Spenu looking calm, at least they won a game, unlike CJ in their first best of 3 of the day.
CJ just getting 2-0'd by Kongdu Monster in that last set. We're gonna go ahead, not waste any time, get straight into the pick and ban for this. Again, this very well may be the darkest timeline of LCK that we are living in and going through, as CJ Entis could potentially be relegated right here in this set.
Yeah, not even gonna first pick the Talia, just banning them both out.
Yep, they say screw it, take those ones away from Sky. So Talia, Shen will be the final ban in addition to that, and the Twisted Fate, of course, the Lee Sin away from Flawless, followed by Nidalee.
Probably not going to ban the Gangplank here, but the Gnar is quite possibly coming in as a first pick here for Seoul, who bizarrely played Poppy in all 3 of those first games. It will be a Malzahar, so GP and Gnar are left up. And a Rek'Sai first pick, actually. Interesting.
All right, so taking that one just off the board away from Haru. We'll see where he wants to go with this now. Could be a Vladimir first round pickup here for Sky in mid.
And no games of the Gangplank this summer season for Seoul. 1 game on Gnar, otherwise generally preferring Echo. We'll see what Seoul can bring to bear here in this elimination match in our promotion tournament. Taking a look at that Vladimir for Sky. Sky did play 3 games of Vladimir.
Just to give you guys a rundown of the way that this is set up. Essentially now, Kongdu Monster and ESC will go to face off on Thursday. And the loser of that match will face against the winner of this match here on Saturday. And whoever loses that game on Saturday is relegated. And the winner will be back or advance into LCK. So all of these teams going to be fighting for their, maybe not their lives, but their careers for sure here in these next couple games. So GP, Vladimir picked up for the side of CJ Entus, and now Nuclear potentially going with this Jin in the second round on blue side.
Yeah, didn't pick it up at all in the first series.
Yeah, we saw came out with the Ash in game 1, followed by Sivir, and then the Jinx, which is a very fast lock-in and just didn't do a damn thing. Saw the hover over that. Alawi for a second. Seoul, not one that I've played it, but Mimic did play a game of Alawi in the Challenger Series, but it's just going to be the Jin and the Echo picked up, so still some strong champions coming through for Spenu.
I don't know about taking the Echo here over the Gnar. Certainly Seoul has performed more times on the Echo pick. Both,
especially into the GP.
Yeah, both are good against Gangplank and Lane, don't get me wrong. So often we've seen the Gnar be able to accrue large leads. Not that that always matters, because of course Gangplank can be solo killed 2-3 times in lane by a Gnar and still be relevant in 30 minutes and take over the game. CJ really gunning for a late game composition. I don't know how I feel about that, but at least they'll have damage. Their shot calling has been their main issue today, and maybe they think Sky is a solution to that instead of BDD, Gragas, and Ash, the selections here. So they have 2 forms of engage right now for the GP and the Vladimir to close the gap.
Yep, give them a little bit of pick potential with that explosive cask and the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow. Now going to be looking for that mid laner. Knows that he's going up against Vladimir in mid. Of course, wouldn't put it past Austin. We saw him do it before, the flex Echo into mid. Saw him do that in spring, but looks like it's probably just going to be into the Gangplank. We'll see what he wants to run. Karma, something that he could pick up into that Vladimir yet again. Ran that in game 1 versus ESC. So could just see this one come through. Actually, it's going to be the support Karma with Syndra. So we just saw BDD trying out this Syndra in that last game of our last set. Didn't go so well, but now Sassen going to try his hands at it.
Yeah, this is something that I didn't really expect here. Sassen, since he came back late in the Challenger Series and in the playoffs, really hasn't been favoring the Syndra at all, and it didn't work really well last game for BDD, but they needed damage here. If they had taken Karma with Echo and Jin, that would have been a very awkward team composition. Now what they've got, though, is a pretty good siege comp. The combination of Jin, Syndra, and Karma will be able to really do a lot of poke damage underneath turrets, and they also have the Echo for some disengage. So Spenu looking for the siege, CJ really wanting to team fight. And the Bard will be able to catch out the siege composition. Does seem like a good pick. That way they have yet another form of engage with the Tempered Fate in combination with the Ash and the Gragas ultimates. So trying to catch out Spenu if they can, especially Syndra and Jin, who have limited mobility when they're starting to set up for some of these sieges.
Yeah, that could be a pretty brutal bot lane, this Ash and the Bard. Constant slows coming out from the Ice Arrows can really allow for those Cosmic Bindings to come through from Mad Life. We've seen him play this Bard time and time again. It's really one of his shining gems in his champion pool at this point. So going to be going back to this one. Surprised that we haven't seen the Braum even hovered there for him with Jin on the other team. There's a very big champion for him in spring, helping put the team on his back and really carry them to success. But going to be going back for this Bard. So we'll see if Mad Life can be the playmaker with those Cosmic Bindings, with the Tempered Fate.
Well, I mean,
to really set up these picks.
The Braum, too, is so good against Syndra also.
Yeah.
He blocks so many things, but...
You'll get stunned by the Scatter of the Weak, but no one else.
Yep. So, certainly an advantage there. They already did have 2 forms of hard engage with the Gragas Barrel and the Ash Arrow, so there was, I think, a bit of freedom of movement right there, but taking Braum could be punishing into a Jin Karma lane also.
Yeah,
they may want to apply a little bit of pressure because otherwise they're in a situation where they're sort of picking 3 losing lanes, and that could move into like a lose lane, lose game territory.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get right onto the rift for game 1 of our losers best of 3. Whoever loses this set is relegated out of LCK. CJ, their legacy on the line. We have Mountain Drake. You can really hear the CJ fans out there really just trying to instill as much confidence into the players as they can. It didn't work out for them against Kongdu Monster.
Oh.
And now they're going to get another try, but
Sky.
First we have a pause. So Sky comes in and everything gets messed up.
Well, it may not be Sky's computer trying to look. It looks like not something in the CJ booth from what I can see.
It might be something on the end of Spenu. Then again, the first time that we had a pause in the first set, it was hard to tell what was going on, but didn't take too long to get that fixed up.
Interesting here for CJ Entus. Looks like they don't look too happy at the moment. Did see some smiles on the side of Spenu.
Well, Sky's got a big grin on his face at the moment, but the rest of
looks
CJ
more like a grimace, a pained grin.
The rest of CJ definitely looking a bit defeated already, because not only do they have to win this best of 3, but they have to win a best of 5 on Saturday if they come out with a victory here. So this win will be a step in the right direction, but it certainly will not get them out of the woods yet. You can see Mad Life looking very stony-faced, just not sure, what would be running through your head at this moment. One of the oldest players in Korea, potentially facing, the end of your LCK run.
Yeah, who knows what will happen with CJ. If they do end up getting relegated, some of those players might end up scattering to the 4 corners of the globe. Mad Life at least has had some good play this year, so certainly an opportunity for him probably exists elsewhere, but a lot of these other guys may not have second chances.
Now with BDD on the bench, it's just a big question mark as far as the future of CJ. Because Sky, his debut, coming back in here in summer, very explosive, great performance on the Taliyah, but everything after that was very downhill. And it just didn't really work out. And we finally saw BDD coming back in there at the end of the split. Looked better. CJ looked like they were actually cohesive. The shot calling was there. Taking a game off of SK Telecom, albeit SKT was at their lowest low at that point. But it was still a step in the right direction for CJ. And now coming back in here today, it just doesn't seem like that much improvement has occurred since the last time we saw these guys.
No, the shot calling has been abysmal for CJ today. They couldn't even snowball a 8,000 gold lead in game number 1. Couldn't even play properly around the Baron. And game number 2, Kongdu Monster just didn't give them any ins to that game. Played very well with the poke composition. Something that we don't really see too often, actually, in this current meta, but it is execution heavy, but if you can make it work. Certainly poke comps are easier to play than they used to be because the teleport now takes an additional second to channel, so the risk of a flank is less than it used to be. So I anticipate we will be seeing more poke compositions, particularly at the World Championship and in the Gauntlets, because I think they are very powerful right now, and particularly when we have guaranteed standard lanes, and it really does make ranged top laners ranged top laners and ranged supports, pretty valuable.
Yeah.
You not only get that laning advantage, but when you start to group and you can really work on poking your opponents out, those are the kind of champions that you want in your roster. We'll see how it works out for them. We're still waiting here. Looks like
we had a connection issue with
Lehens
there. So looks like he just got back into the game. So we'll see if everything's fine, and then we can get that countdown going and get right into this, because still haven't seen any action coming out yet. Just a couple wards from these guys, but no invasive plays. Looks like the counter is going, so we should be getting this game underway right about now. So again, a lot on the line for this matchup. This is CJ's legacy potentially slipping through their fingers if they lose this set. Haru finding Flawless now in the river as we re-enter the game. But no one going to be pushing in too deep. There's too much to fight for here to go for any sort of overly aggressive play.
When you stop to think about it, though, Kilios, CJ really... Wow, that's loud.
That is very loud.
CJ doesn't really have much of a legacy in League of Legends. Blaze and Frost do, but Blaze won under the big banner. Frost won under the Hazubu banner before they were even part of the CJ Antis organization. And they were in the finals, Blaze, but lost to MVP Ozone. The only real achievement that CJ has was a WCG victory.
All right, we'll say they're fighting for Mad Life's legacy.
There you go, and Shy.
Mad Life and Shy. Those are the ones that, no offense, guys, matter the most on the squad. It's going to be starting at the Gromp here for CJ. Krugs for Spenu, so going to be a race for that level 2 in the bottom lane. Overall, not going to be a whole lot of playmaking off of the level 2s from either of these supports. You can have the Tether and the Mantra, so I guess a little bit more damage on the side of Spenu, but the Bard not really going to be profiting from that. Sky pushing forward, already trying to shove Sasin out of this lane as best as he can.
Yeah, that's not going to work for too long, though. Sasin should be the boss of this lane, should be controlling the minion wave push, and the one with the better harassment. Got to be careful, though, getting 3 minutes. Gragas is close. Unlikely that they'd be able to pick up a kill without the explosive cask and with Blackbeard level 2 or level 3, but you don't want to relieve any pressure when you have that advantage. Now in this Echo lane, you know, we've seen a lot of Gnar versus GP and Echo versus GP. Oh, I'll talk about that in a
They're
second.
going to go for this one, flash forward on the Sasin. He's going to flash down the river. The barrel connects. Will slow him up. He's trying to get the stun out, but he just doesn't have it because he took the W. Flawless arriving, but that's still going to be the first blood going over as Sasin falls. Both of his summoners being expelled. Haru trying to stay alive with that drunken rage. Gets him away a little bit, but Flawless able to follow up with the kill. Can't get one onto Sky, however. Lian's running up from the bottom lane, trying to answer one onto Vladimir, but first blood still goes over to CJ, but the gold is going to remain dead even.
Looking quite like the last series where CJ took some early advantages. This time they get the first blood on the mid laner. That is enormously helpful against the Syndra. Plus, Sasin decided to go Ignite in this game.
Yeah.
Last time we saw an Ignite flash Syndra, it was Frozen who got absolutely bodied in the laning phase. Once you lose that flash, you leave yourself open to more and more and more ganks.
Yeah, going to be catching up on the CS right now. Should be able to deny a couple of those creeps into the tower to get the shove going, as Sky's not yet near the tier 2. So he'll miss out a little bit. So the CS should basically reset here. Goes over, gets a ward down by the blue pit, but Haru just exited there with blue buff in tow. So not going to gain any knowledge, not going to be able to take away that blue, because be damn sure he was trying to snatch it over the wall with that W.
So going back, when we talk about the Echo and the Gnar, they do play very differently in the lane matchup into GP. While both are favorable, because Echo doesn't have any instant crowd control, you really do want to play back towards your own tower, so GP has to overextend, and you can chase him with phase dive down the lane. That really is ideal. Whereas Gnar, you can go ahead and push him up into the turret because you have a Frozen Mallet and the ranged auto attack at mini Gnar form and just prevent him from CSing under his own turret. You can't really do that with Echo. not as efficiently. And here comes another big gank.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be the push back there onto the Vladimir. Don't think they're going to be able to find anything. Cosmic Binding not going to connect. So CJ looking for the roam, but not able to find one. Surprised they didn't try and take a magical journey through that river wall.
Yeah, that's an awkward gank though, and the reason why is that they were pushed up in the bottom lane. Bad Life trying to find a Cosmic Binding right there. But what they did was they gave Nuclear a free recall. Because basically Kramer had to fall underneath his turret to pick up that CS. Now we're going to see Nuclear come back with a quick Dirk into lane. So this is going to cost CJ a little bit of farm. They're going to be able to recall right now, but this is going to be like nice block there on the back. Doesn't quite get Kramer.
All right, well, that'll be fine for CJ. Mad Life will happily eat that one. Lian said push forward, gather those minions, and ensured that they could be picked up by Nuclear, so he's going to equalize the CS count. He's going to BF sword coming out from Kramer. Phase dive in the parallel convergence used by Souls. He dashes forward on the Shy. Haru roaming up here, does not have the flash available. Get the slow. Soul not level 6. Getting slowed up, but Haru just can't push forward for fear of the Rek'Sai, who is roaming up to the top lane right now.
Yeah, good hold of the composure there by Soul. Didn't flash, realized that he was going to get the third proc on the passive and get the speed boost.
Now Flawless coming in, drops down a pink, clears out the one from CJ. Parallel convergence not going to stun up Haru. But they're not going to find a kill either. Now Kramer going low, the root hits on the W. He flashes away, but the tether's still there. Flash forward by Nuclear will have this kill. That's going to be the Cannon Barrage thrown down, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Kill picked up by Nuclear. Bot lane had to use all of their summoner spells, but they get 3 away from CJ plus the kill. That's going to be worth it, and they're going to have a nice little 600 gold lead over CJ Entus.
Yeah, pulled the wave back, made that play possible. Really good flash from Lehent right there to keep the tether going. And managed to get the root, and that's the second kill of the game, headed over to Spenu, and this Jhin starting to get going in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, if he can get a Youmuu's Ghostblade in the next, 5 some odd minutes, he is going to absolutely devastate Kramer down plot. If he could just pick up a couple more kills, it'd be nice. He did kind of go into those Boots of Swiftness, so sacrificing that additional bit of gold.
Yeah, smart though, because they have no summoners.
Yeah.
And the slow reduction combined with the extra speed to actually dodge the arrow is going to be highly necessary because Kramer is about to get 6.
Oh, well, Flawless, speaking of level 6, is here. Looking for this red buff, gonna drag it back. Soul and Sasson are there to try to take this one away. Sasson gonna snatch it up, put some even more distance between Haru and that buff, and it'll just get snatched up by Spenu. Had some nice rotations around the map, responding when needed. And it's gonna give Flawless a bit of a lead here out of the jungle as he took away the Krugs and that red buff.
Good invade. Really pushing back, Kramer. Very cautious about moving forward. They have no vision right now on the bottom side of the map in their jungle or the enemies. Need to play conservatively. Sky going to start laughing to himself in the mid lane.
I mean, you might get relegated. It's probably induced like madness. So he's just having this weird psychopathic cackle to himself.
Got to keep your spirits up, Achilleos. It's the most important thing. Start thinking about losing, and it does bad things to the mind, the mental state.
Yep. Can't have that defeatist attitude, but sometimes the tilt is a little bit too real. I mean, just look at who they're set against C9.
I haven't watched that series yet. Is it? I did watch the clip of the. I would be generous to call it a base race.
Yeah.
Base sacrifice.
It was like C9 was doing a base race and Huni was doing one of those sack races where you just hop into a potato sack and you have to hop across the finish line. Like
there you go.
At an elementary school field day. But hopefully CJ, for their sake and their futures in this, they can overcome those thoughts.
Well, Shy's doing well in lane, but Shy has had good laning phases in the first 2 games of the day. Fortunate for him that Soul is pushing up so frequently that he's able just basically to free farm underneath the turret, which is going to be fine by the GP. You're doing well as GP if you're not dead twice in lane before 20 minutes. And people think I'm joking. You know, it was really funny, like looking at comments from people who were talking about the GP Gnar matchup. Like it was some sort of terrible matchup that GP is destined to get bodied in. I'm like, yes, of course he gets bodied. We know he gets bodied. But the point is, it doesn't matter. That's the power of Gangplank, is 2 items in, he still just destroys you. And with Gnar especially, you can set up barrels, and Gnar, if he ever tries to engage on you with Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver, GA, just gets owned. You create zones that Gnar just can't get past without losing 50% of his health. So when it comes to team fighting, GP against Gnar is really good for GP.
Everything before that just kind of sucks, though.
Yeah, it sucks, but you accept the sucking to get into just a ridiculous late game.
Yeah. Prime example of that.
You just have to be a good
ADD versus Duke.
Yeah, you just have to be good at team fighting with GP. That's the critical difference. The laning phase, whatever. The team fighting, if you suck at GP, you are gonna, look terrible.
Yeah.
But I mean, we saw in the finals. Look at what Smeb was doing. Into the Echo matchup on that GP. It was amazing.
Smeb's a whole other animal, though. Sky, nice little dodge away from the stun. Will take a little bit of exit damage. Juke's out. That W, but had to use the Ghost, so overall, Summoner Spell will be picked up there by Spenu. So nice little takeaway. Sky falling slightly further behind in the CS numbers. Be able to get to about 88, so still down by 8. Just having a bit of a rough time here on the Vladimir. Haru and Mad Life coming back into mid yet again. Haven't been seen, I don't think. But they're not going to go for the gank. Kramer's with the roam up, has that Crystalline Arrow available. If he can connect that onto Sasson, that could be a very swift kill. Going to throw it out. Will it hit? Nope. Nice little sidestep. Meanwhile, Shy getting engaged onto the top lane. Flawless jumping onto him, but he'll just eat the orange, get healthy. But the first tower of the game still likely to go over to Spenu despite the cannon barrage.
He's still got the sheet, so whatever. Yep. First turret goes over, and that's very valuable. Interesting that Flawless went for a Cinder Hulk first.
Yeah, instead of the TMA.
Yeah, CJ trying to dive, but think better of it. They double back for the Drake instead, but they've got nobody in the mid lane right now because Sky was also part of that mid lane dive, but they have to return to mid. They cannot afford to lose 2 turrets here this early into the game. The gold lead would become oppressive for Spenu.
CJ right now just kind of hemorrhaging objectives and the potential takes there. They're not getting a pick in the bottom, not getting the dragon, and just losing ground in mid.
They're gonna fight harder in the jungle.
Yeah, Spenu just one step ahead. Sasson yet again, just repeating what he did before. Grabs up that red buff. They'll knock it up and take it out. Flawless takes it away.
Yeah, great synergy between Flawless and Sasson here to control buffs.
Oh boy, Kramer by himself gonna flash away, still getting caught by these bullets. Not in the death range though, but they will all connect over the W. Deadly Flourish. That does work him down. Now Kramer below half HP. Flash down as well for this Ashe. That is just gonna make moving forward these next 5 minutes even more of a hell for Kramer. He's been keeping up in CS, so that's at least the reprieve that he's got going for himself, but Nuclear already has the kill, he already has the Caulfields, and now with this back, it's the Youmuu's Ghostblade coming through.
Spenu did translate at least the Echo pressure. There's some nice global gold there, and Shy now playing very far back, hasn't had the best cannon barrages yet. Couldn't prevent the bot lane kills from coming through and couldn't prevent the turret from going down either. But Shy has not been known to be a very good Gangplank player. He's tried it a couple times this season and has yet to look impressive.
Just going back over to that. It's a bit rough. You have to be really concerned for CJ coming in with that pick where they just haven't had that success. Flawless moving forward. It's going to find Mad Life. Body slam in from Haru. They're going to bump him back. Try to get a kill.
I mean, they can't
Kramer
kill him.
on the way. They have the Crystalline Arrow, but now it's going to be the W coming through. Mad Life takes a good chunk of his HP. Haru as well as Soul arrives off the back of that teleport. Shy hasn't used his yet. Has the Cannon Barrage as well. But Spenu, they're just going to shove them off the turret. They're going to get this. Cannon Barrage comes out. They should be able to finish. They have the Sheen there on that Echo. They're going to actually opt to pull back, but
yeah,
they get a crucial amount of damage in.
The next wave is right there, so you're not going to have to wait 30 seconds for that wave to come in, so you might as well just back off. Sasin here assigned into the top lane just to clear it out, and looks like they are going to have to back off due to some minions going into mid, but we'll see how long this bottom turret is going to last for. And the reason why...
Oh boy, Kramer. The crystalline arrow opened up here. Looks like it did connect in onto Nuclear.
They did him.
So they stop him. That could have been Kramer going down, but now shoving them off even further should be this tower. Going over to Smenu, so they'll put the second one on the board and they'll stretch this gold lead even further to about 3,000.
Yeah, Soul just not even going into lane right now. Minion wave is a really good place for him to farm, but they're prioritizing this tower first and foremost. Just gonna go over, give Nuclear another couple hundred gold, and they can maybe transition here into the Mountain Drake.
3,500 now. Shy gonna get jumped on in mid by Souls. He just works his way back up the top. Doesn't have that TP available, so has to run. Do it the old-fashioned way. Dragon still not being contested yet.
The worrying thing for Spenu is they're giving Shy a lot of gold in this long lane. They're allowing him to farm from here's tier 2 to Spenu's tier 1. So he's going to have some real carry potential here in about 10-15 minutes. No deaths for him.
Triforce and the Caulfield's Warhammer completed, so...
Yeah, so that 2-item point is really where GB starts to run off the rails. So if he does end up getting that Youmuu's Ghostblade soon, it'll be a good sign here for CJ, in spite of some early losses that they've taken when it comes to those side lane turrets. And Spenu has to keep snowballing this one. They got to keep getting objective after objective. Mountain Drake valuable to them because they really want to siege with this long range composition.
Still haven't gone for it yet. There's no wards inside of the Dragon Pit, but plenty for it in the jungle of Spenu, so they'll see Flawless if he starts rotating over that way. As they spot him out there with the Void Rush, he'll clear out these wards. Mad Life waiting in the brush, but he throws out a pink, he'll spot him out and be able to walk away safely. I was going to say Flawless could sneak out this Dragon if he could just come over the wall. But with all of his forward vision, CJ know exactly where he is.
Yeah, that last skirmish really showed that CJ is not used to playing against full tank Rek'Sais. They thought they could get a kill, but when it's Cinder Hulk Aegis this early.
Oh, Flawless. It's a knock up in on the Mad Life, takes a good little chunk of damage. Just clear out the ward and throw down another one. CJ will take some damage on the Yanks of the Scuttle Crab, so they have that semi-permanent vision there in the river. And now Soul rotating down here to meet with Sasin. Get some damage in onto the tower. Sky gonna retreat, goes in for the parallel convergence. Not gonna get the stun. Sky gets worked down to about half HP. Some damage in onto Sasin. Nice dodge on the stun by going into the Sanguine Pool to hold onto the tower, but still takes a couple hits. So getting worked lower and lower. While Shy with a nice split in the top lane, really utilizing that Triforce, should be able to take out the tower here before Soul can arrive.
Yeah, Shy is getting way too much time alone, Achilleos. This is making me super nervous for Spenu.
Oh boy, speaking of which, Sasin, there it is. Up goes Assassin. The Chemo Plague takes him out. He used the flash and everything there. Just couldn't make it out. And now 2-2 on the board. CJ still behind in gold, but the turret that they're down is making up a good chunk of that. Yeah, they're taking the steps necessary to get themselves back into this game. We'll see how this turned out in mid.
It was only a Hemoplague, actually, and then Mad Life coming in, doesn't even land the Cosmic Binding. Like, Sky did all of that himself.
Cannon Barrage helped out a bit.
A little bit, but with the Ghost, Sasin would have been caught anyway, so that was just a pretty big misplay by Sasin there. They didn't have to use Tempered Fate or the Enchanted Crystal Arrow or the Explosive Cast to even initiate that fight. It was just an overextension.
Well, good by Sky there to get himself involved in a kill, so it's going to give him that much more gold. Finished out the Hex Drinker so he can have that added duel potential against Soul in that top lane. And then Soul has the Caulfield's Warhammer, likely for the Youmuu's Ghostblade. Flawless comes over the wall trying to find Haru, who's not going to get rooted by that Deadly Flourish. But now Hens pushing forward. Parallel Convergence coming out. Not going to find anybody. Nice Bard ultimate to stop up that curtain call from Nuclear.
Be enough, though, to...
Yeah, flash down from Mad Life. So that should be enough with Shy. This is still going to be Shy pushing up in the top lane, working towards that tier 2 tower.
I mean, this is what you want to do if you're CJ or if you're the Gangplank team, is just farm, farm, farm. Emphasize the minions onto the Gangplank more than anything else, more than the Drake, more than the turrets. But the fact that they've been basically only down 1 turret so far is a nice advantage there from Shy, who, of course, is also picking up extra gold with the parlay.
Yeah. Now has a 35 CS advantage over top of Soul. And with all of that parlay coming through, it's going to be in a very nice spot as he works towards this second item. Not sure if he's going to go for the Maul Malmortius completion or just wants to go for the Youmuu's from here. We'll find out. He's already got the Caulfield, so I can guess that it's going to be Youmuu's Ghost Wave.
Spennu's been trying to play...
Yeah, he's already clearing waves in the barrels.
Yep. Spennu's been trying to play away from the GP to get the mid lane turret and to get Drake, but their last couple of pushes on mid have failed. They haven't been able to get the pick, and moreover, Sasin got picked off himself. So the strategy has not been working, and now it has accelerated the GP without opening up a larger gold lead for Spennu.
They're going to put 5 members into this mid lane, try to get on this tower as Soul runs down the river, so not going to connect. And Kramer, he's getting the tier 1 bottom, so CJ, they're making the right calls.
But it's more
Take
like,
out that turret.
more like Spennu is making the wrong calls, I would say. Sure, they're just staying in lane. Spennu is
a little bit of both.
Grouping at awkward times.
Well, turret going pretty low. Spennu trying to finish this one off. Haru playing up in the front lines. The tower will fall as Soul jumps forward with the Trinity Force. Shy runs down. But it looks like it's just going to be a trade of the mid for the bottom. So Spennu will maintain a gold lead, but it's only 700 at this point. So CJ have been doing pretty well to keep themselves in this game. The Mountain Drake going to be the only real clear advantage that Spennu has at this point.
More free farm for Shy, though. He's the one who's always there.
Perfectly happy.
Yeah, they just never send the Echo into that lane.
He's
Echo
got 2,000 gold up over Soul.
Oh yes. Oh yes, he does. I definitely believe that at this point in time. And that's a huge farm total. To have 236 minions on GP into the Echo minute matchup at 22 minutes is enormous. I mean, that's great farm for any top laner, but especially for one that should be losing that lane.
Yeah. Well, Shy deciding that he needed to prove himself on Gangplank. Brings it out, and he comes out swinging now. CJ looking for a kill onto this tower. Kramer will just get a couple shots off, but TP is coming through from Soul. Gonna try to set up the play to jump onto Kramer. He goes low. Soul trying to stick to him. Light Blue will be able to take him out. Nuclear actually snipes him with the curtain call. 2 members picked up on the side of CJ. Now Sky getting stunned up by the Scatter of the Weak. Gonna try to stay alive as best as he can, but he gets rooted by the W, and one more Q from Sasin takes him down. 3 for 0 picked up by CJ, just way too far forward where they don't have a tower.
Yeah, still have the cannon barrage up though, so they can melt out the wave, and that means no objective for Spennu. They could go for a really risky Baron, but that would be, in my opinion, unwise.
Going out parallel convergence, they're going to start this one up. This is the make or break here. Soul almost dead. They have the shields from Lehens to try to keep him alive, but Shy comes in and just absolutely melts the Karma. Can he find more? The parlay, the double kill, the Ash Arrow connecting it onto Sasin. Can he make it a triple? He's gonna make it a quadra instead of pentakill. No, Mad Life steals it away, but Shy just blew this game wide open for CJ Entis.
That was a terrible Baron, Achilleos.
I just threw my pen. Well, CJ fans, congratulations, you won game 1.
Wow, 22 minutes. Your only tank is a Rek'Sai. Remember that the Trinity Force here.
Scumbag Mad Life.
Denied the pentakill, the GB pentakill from Shy. But I mean, they had no HP. Shy is so fed at this point in time. He is so farmed. He's the one left standing. GP is one of the worst champions to get caught in the Baron pit with. Spennu, they got turned away from the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. And man, did they pay for it. They got so very greedy.
Oh, they paid for it. That was so much gold.
Cool, Shy has 12,000 gold now.
He is so farmed up. He's more than a fourth of his team's gold.
Man, Spennu has just, they played the map completely wrong. They took a risk in trying to get that mid lane turret repeatedly, but with CJ sort of countering every attack, it just ended up with Shy getting a billion CS on a champion that cannot be allowed to have a billion CS, because now he's a 3-item Gangplank in sub 25 minutes, and there isn't anything that is going to kill him anymore. He is just going to explode everybody on the side of Spenu.
All right. I don't want to get ahead of myself, though, because CJ, they had that massive lead against Kongu Monster in game 1. They let it slip from their grasp. So despite that massive turnaround by Shy, I don't want to say that they have this game quite yet, but my God, it's looking pretty good.
They have a Baron. They're only going to increase their gold lead. Nobody can stand against the Gangplank right now.
Well, here they go, pushing down to get to tier 2 in the bottom lane. Might be looking to actually break the inhibitor line here. 3:30 minutes, running out of a wave. New one's coming through, empowered by Baron. No conversion thrown over the wall. Soul can't even chase after that one. Big Mantra shield to get everybody away from that Ash arrow. So CJ now have to play very cautiously. Haru's chunked down, and looks like that might just be the turn away. Dragon's getting ready to come up here in 3 seconds. It's an Ocean Drake. So will help them sustain up in these extended sieges.
Yeah, it's good for CJ with the poke that can come in out of the Curtain Call and the Syndra to pick up an Ocean Drake. They can manage
keep Shy here.
Yeah, they should just keep Shy here. They need 2 people to stop Shy, at least. Well, Shy really delivering on the Gangplank this time, but it was basically him versus the minions for the first 20 minutes of this game.
Which is like a Gangplank's wet dream.
Yep, pretty much.
So
Doubloons galore.
He is going to be sitting quite pretty right now. It already has the ball about Mortius. The Yoke's Ghostblade's working on a Guardian Angel right now, so he's in a damn good spot. Versus CJ pushing up here, looking for a tier 2 in top, but the wave clear is still there from that Syndra. So it doesn't look like they're going to be able to net this for themselves. Honestly, CJ, just go take the Ocean Drake. Looks like they'll recall out. Shy's just going to set up a tent here in this bottom lane.
Well,
it's the way that it goes, I guess.
They don't need to play aggressive right now. CJ is in an extremely good spot at the moment. They got a free Baron donated to them alongside an Ace. So the gold swing was enormous, about 8,000. And their late game composition is well and truly rolling.
Well, hot damn, we get another Ocean Drake.
Well, still good for CJ here.
Alrighty, well. Now that one coming up. Now Mad Life coming over the wall, trying to get on the Soul. Parallel Convergence, not going to come in for the stun, but now Haru arriving, gets a body slam. Not going to hit anybody from the Jhin. He still has the ultimate for the snapback, has to use it, still taken really low. Now the Cannon Barrage in the backside, Bard ultimate as well, catching 2. This guy's going to jump forward, can't get that much damage in. Heal used down by Nuclear, flash down by Leyans. Here.
Oh, where's Shy going?
He's running up. He's going to split top by the look of it.
He needs more farm.
Yeah.
More farm for the
Another
Fire
one.
God.
He's got the teleport, so he could come in at a moment's notice.
He really
with
should.
a 4-second delay.
I mean, somebody should be putting pressure mid right now. Pushing out this other minion wave doesn't do you a whole lot of favors when you already have 4 people knocking on the door of the base.
They're going to rotate over. Void Rush was used by Flawless to go, looks like 2 feet towards the bottom tower. Now opening on this turret, Shy going to be able to burn this thing down very quickly with that Trinity Force, and that's just going to be another tier 2 going over to CJ Entes. Finally making moves. Where was this CJ in the last series?
Well, they weren't being donated 22-minute Ace Barons.
That's true.
I'm sorry, Achilles. There's only so many nice things you can say about CJ when it has been Spenu's mistakes this game that just allowed Shy to free farm straight into what was effectively a pentakill Baron steal.
Even then, the players seem like they're playing better.
Well, maybe it's Sky's shot calling. We'll go with that.
Yeah, it's all Sky. Where was Sky in that last?
Not in the game, but perhaps he can rescue CJ from relegation in this one. He did play well in the early game, to his credit. That solo kill on Sawson was quite nice.
Yeah. Well, now CJ just need to keep putting on the pressure. Another Baron spawning in 30 seconds. If they can find a pick onto Flawless, they would be able to burn that down very quickly with the amount of damage that they have. They already have complete total vision control of this upper side of the jungle and river, so there's no way that a sneak could come through from the side of Spinu. And now you have Shy and Soul just dealing with each other in the bottom lane. Soul just backing off saying, you know what, I want nothing to do with you.
He does not want anything to do with the gangplank with one armor item. There you go.
CJ trying to bait this out. Shy is just going to keep up the pressure, so even if they try to fight the Baron, Shy can probably just push in, finish off that turret in the bottom lane, expose that inhib. Another Scrying Orb comes down in the Baron pit, so Spinu knows that it's not being taken. The rest of CJ shows in mid anyway. But now this is the point where Spinu might just have to face check. They have complete and total vision control here. No Scrying Orbs available, so they're just trying to siphon Spinu in. Can't be moving to that Rek'Sai Tremor sense. Not gonna spot anybody yet. Ash Arrow comes through, they find Lehens. Lock him up, flash body slam, knock him back in with the explosive cast, and that's a kill coming in from Madlife. Will put his second on the board as he takes that one away, and that is gonna be the Baron starting up. And everybody now around the bottom side of the map, nuclear and top. There's just no way for Spinu to try to contest this one. CJ will get themselves another Baron.
Yeah, CJ also playing the Baron properly. They do send Madlife out to run interference, so no chance of a steal this game. Much, much better from CJ. They were waiting to apply pressure also onto the inhibitor turret at the bottom. Everything going well so far for CJ Entus. At least they've played cleanly in the late game with a lead. I think that picking the scaling composition also helps them do that, because it does give them an even greater advantage than their gold lead would show. At this phase, now Shy is a 6-item gangplank at 32 minutes, where we would normally expect him to be a 2 to 3 item gangplank, so whatever, 3 more items, that's fine, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, whatever, more than 10 CS a minute. Mistakes were made by Spinu.
This is when Spinu just
lane
this is fine, everything's on fire around us, but whatever.
Lane assignment mistakes were made.
Oh dear, oh dear. Spinu waiting in rush of their own. Potentially looking for a pick, but they're going to go ahead and move out of that one as CJ pushes up into this mid. Haru will get stunned up, but not a lot of damage coming through onto the gangplank. They'll get a little bit in on that tower, but now Shy, he moves up in bottom. This is turned down to about half with help of those Baron-empowered minions. CJ is just trying to keep this 4-1 going here. Shy gonna get stunned up, can't follow up with too much damage. Still has the Guardian Angel, so he is pretty safe to be as aggressive as he wants. While the rest of CJ pushes in, they will be able to get this tower and expose this inhibitor. Looks like it's gonna be Spinu backing off as well. So they should get this. Now they can rotate down and just take a second one.
CJ looking to pick up their first game win of the day. This victory does seem pretty assured right now as they crush the second inhibitor heading into the base.
That's going to be the current call. Nuclear going to get interrupted by the Tempered Fate. Flawless goes forward, comes in with the Unfurl, but they knock him in against that little wall. Cannon Barrage thrown down. The members getting chunked down to about half with the Mantra shields from Lance, just keeping them alive. Baron-empowered minions now working on that turret, but the waves crashing in top, and CJ, they're going to be looking for the triple inhib take. They have a 13,000 gold lead at the moment, so there's just pretty much nothing Spinu can do. Unless CJ makes one hell of a monstrous mistake. Third inhibitor getting chunked out now. Kramer pushing forward, trying to get the hits in, but Spinu's still playing very far forward. Flawless down to half HP, has to back off to the fountain to regen. Soul gonna exit the base, jumping over the wall with a phase dive to keep himself away from Shy. And all 3 inhibs will be broken. So CJ, what do you do now? Do you stick around or do you exit? Looks like it's going to be the latter to get Magical Journey out. Shy maybe gonna stick around for a little bit, clear out this red buff in the jungle. Maybe even just solo the Ocean Drake, because screw it, why not?
That's right. He doesn't need money. He just needs buffs right now. He's out of things to spend money on, really.
I mean, he's a pirate. He kind of like naturally wants to just accrue more money.
That's right.
Regardless of how much he has.
Well, he's doing a good job of that. All the farm to Shy.
Well, we'll have that, and the Ocean Drake's going to be started up by...
Oh my god, he
Haru
has
and
7,000 gold. 7,000 gold of that lead is just Shy. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Look at that, the rest of the people are not even that far away. Mad
Yeah.
Life is actually up 2,000, that's pretty significant.
Kramer's up almost 3. So, but Sky and Haru not making that much of a difference, but the powerhouse of Shy on this gangplank is just carrying CJ, kicking and screaming after that last set victory in this first game.
I'm gonna take the Ocean Drake.
Oh,
Just gonna.
I thought they went for it, but I guess they say like screw it.
Well, yeah.
Who needs an Ocean Drake when you can end the game?
Exactly.
Well, it's going to be Super Creeps pushing in. Mad Life taking a hell of a lot of damage. Going to get popped up. That's going to be the curtain call opened up. Haru going to body block. Hard Ultimate comes through. Will catch Nuclear yet again. Kramer is able to finish off Flawless. Going to be second kill coming in as Saucin goes down. And CJ with a very clean win. 36.5 minutes. 11-5 and a massive gold lead coming in. They take down game 1. They finally find a win here today. And they just need one more win to keep themselves away from relegation.
Today.
That's very correct.
They still have to fight through the rest of the week. It's not over. If they win, they will have to win another best of 5 on Saturday to make it back into the league. But at least that game, they got the advantage and they closed efficiently. I think that was the main thing. Sky perhaps making a big difference in the shot calling, also showing up in the early phases of the laning. I don't really think Syndra's very good right now.
Yeah.
Every time I see her low mobility, her flaws really come out and are abused by the enemy team.
She's not good in Korea.
Yeah. Well,
certainly not. Other regions is a mystery, Monte Cristo. I don't try to figure those out. I mean, 100% pick ban rate on Kassadin and EU, so I don't know what the hell's going on there. But in Korea, the Syndra's just not proving to be very effective.
Well, the secret of Kassadin, Achilles, is if you can play Kassadin at all in the professional scene, Europeans will play it every game. That's what I've learned over the years. Look at that. Shy,
right.
coming up big on the GP.
Yeah.
The free farm and the free Deer Penta and the free Baron. Turns out that makes a GP pretty strong. 6 items by 32 minutes. There's really no coming back from that.
Yeah, who would have thunk it? Get a bunch of kills, get free farm for 20 minutes, and you do well on Gangplank. A little bit of sleeper damage coming in there from Sky as well on the Vladimir. Didn't really seem like he was doing as much, but the consistent damage from the transfusions and Titan Flood really just doing work in the end. But a much needed win there for CJ Entus, and Spedu now a loss away from being kicked out of LCK yet again. Not kicked out, but the chance is denied. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have this second and potentially final game as CJ continues to fight for their spot in LCK. Welcome back, guys. Coming back in for our second game of this last best of 3. CJ coming off of a very convincing win, riding the coattails of that man on your screen right there, Shy, with his Gangplank performance in the top lane. Deathless 4-0-2. The only kills that he got came out of basically a pentakill in the Baron bit. And that was the turning point there when CJ just took hold of the game and they did not let go. So now coming back in here for game 2, CJ will be moving over to the blue side. Spenu on the red. We'll see how that's going to impact the draft. But one thing is for certain, Shy is not going to get Gangplank again.
Oh, they should ban it. If not, CJ should certainly first pick it, because if Spenu's plan against Gangplank is let him free farm, then you're totally fine first picking it if you are CJ.
Hell yeah.
Because he didn't even need that basically pentakill and Baron steal to be absolutely huge. He was already averaging above 10 CS a minute on a Gangplank, so he was going to get enormous no matter what. It just made it even faster, Achilles.
Yeah.
But that was legitimately one of the saddest Barons I've ever seen.
That was pretty terrible. There's not really many other words to describe it, but going into the draft here for game 2, Lee Sin, Nidalee going to be focused out here away from Flawless. Of course, just going to keep that consistent. Malzahar was the last ban for CJ in that first game. Could very well see it come out yet again. Talia and the Twisted Fate going to be consistent. Their last ban was Shen. Could very easily be swapped out for a Gangplank, however.
Yeah, but you don't want to give Shy the Shen either. So bans will remain the same for CJ on this blue side.
Well, you have to make a choice here if you're Spenu.
I mean, the problem is basically that they haven't banned out Shy at all. When we looked at the Hongdu CJ games, they banned the Gnar, and we saw CJ actually banning the Gangplank even on blue side. So that left the Shen as a higher priority pick, but basically the problem is okay, they're going to ban the Rek'Sai. I don't know if I agree with that. Looks like they want to take the Gragas and force Haru onto sort of a secondary jungler here, but he can still play Elise pretty well, so not sure that's going to be effective. They're saying, okay, do you want the Gragas or the Gnar or the GP first? Or the Vladimir, also another option. And with Sky's diminishing champion pool, looks like they are going to be forced to first pick the Vladimir simply because the Talia and TF have already been banned.
Yeah, this opens up for Spenu to get a couple different picks in here. They could take the Gragas for themselves.
They
I'll
should
over the Elise right now. But
they should take Gragas GP or Gragas Gnar, depending on what matchup Soul is comfortable in. Remember, Soul has not played a Gangplank game yet this season.
Flawless did play Gragas in game 3. Obviously didn't have success on that in the first best of 3 set. But looks like he might be committed to this Elise, and the Gangplank could be taken away for Soul, which means that this opens up the Gnar for Sky.
Exactly. And the Gnar for Shy, he's just been so good on that champion compared to everything else. Now, remember, caveat, compared to everything else.
Yeah. The other time with this one will be the GP, and actually it's going to be the Jhin already snatched up here. Now, Mad Life coming in on the Bard in game 1 didn't have any issue dispatching the Curtain Call with the Tempered Fate. So, still just trying to run this one for Nuclear. But this just opens up a lot of the draft here for CJ. Makes it pretty obvious. You see the hover over the Azir. I don't think we're going to see that one come out.
Oh, you definitely take the Gragas here. I don't know why Spenu would go for the Rek'Sai ban on red side if they weren't planning to early pick the Gragas, considering the Lee Sin and the Nidalee have also been banned out, so it pretty much forces Flawless onto Elise, which is fine. You do have the chain CC with the Jhin and some kill pressure with the GP. Haru might try and take the Elise here and go for a pick composition, but I really think Gragas is better.
Yeah, just go with the Gragas. You had success on it there in this first game. There's no need to change things up now, but they're going to do just that, and there's going to be the Echo coming in. So Shy really dominating the Gangplank in that game. It just happened. Now going to be trying the other side of the coin as he is going to be going in against the as the Echo against the GP.
But Shy hasn't played any Echo at all this season. That's not been a champion that we associate with him. Meanwhile, the Gnar has been his most played pick. You know, he didn't look good on he looked good in the laning phase on Gnar in their second game against Hongdu, but he couldn't find the flanks onto the poke comp in game number 2. So we'll see what he can do on the Echo instead, and perhaps he will be able to play the lane better. Will be a reverse matchup. So hopefully the combination of Elise and Echo does have kill pressure onto the GP. So that's probably why they wanted to draft these two champions immediately. But that means that Chai is going to have to do what Seoul didn't and really play the wave close to his tower and wait for Haru to come help him.
Okay, well, Karma locked in, and Graves going to be coming out for Flawless, so not going to opt into the Gragas that's perfectly available, just going to move right back to this pick, which we haven't seen from him in quite some time.
So I like the mid Karma with the Graves and the Jin and the GP. It is definitely going to be a mid Karma because you have to have the big shields with a lot of AP if you're going to run this triple AD composition, and you're going to need a tank support too. So whether it could be an Alistar here. If they run anything in the mid lane, this is such a glass cannon, Spenu might be in a lot of trouble.
It's just questionable because he's played this twice in the last month and a half, this Graves in the jungle, and it's a 50% win rate in that regard. So it just hasn't been one of the picks that he's brought out, but he's going to try it here today with Karma in tow. And now last pick's coming through for the side of CJ. Ran Ashe in the last game. Looks like they're just going to move over into the Sivir here for Kramer and back to the Bard for Bad Life.
Now, Mad Life is going to be able to stop the back line and a lot of the damage with the Temper Fate, but he also has to be really careful because the combination, the burst damage from Graves, Jin, and GP is enormous, is absolutely huge. So Mad Life can get 100 to 0'd in record time. Now, Lehens did play a Blitzcrank game in the semifinals of Challenger. He did win that game, but this would be a pick comp, that's for sure. A very powerful pick composition, but a very transparent pick composition.
I mean, it's do or die time.
Do you really gamble your future in the top league in Korea on a Blitz pick?
It's looking like they very well may, unless they want a last pick mid.
Okay, that's better.
Okay, so flipping over to the Braum. Personally, I would love to see the Blitzcrank, but
no. The Braum fits the composition much better. You need a tank here. You need a tank. Otherwise, you are just going to give them free tickets into your back line.
Yeah, Blitzcrank's a tank. He's got a shield on his passive, Monty.
All right, okay.
He's a
Calm down
tank.
there. Calm down there.
He's engineered to tank.
Can't block boomerang blades.
You can stop him. You just grab him into you and you knock him up and you silence him, and there's no boomerang blades.
Yeah, well, good luck with the spell shield.
Yeah, definitely. It
Spell
definitely would have been
shield,
bad.
Sanguine Pool. The odds of you
Repel.
hitting, the odds of you hitting hooks against that composition are not great.
Yeah, I know. I would just love to see the Blitz coming out for the sake of entertainment, not necessarily for the team comp, but Braum will fit in a lot better. So some decent comps from either side, but pretty glass cannon overall on the side of Spenu. Not going to be nearly as tanky for a while, what with that Braum being the only real tank in this game, because Graves going to be looking for damage, GP obviously going to be glass cannon up at the top, and then the Karma just going to have the shields to rely on to keep people alive.
Yeah, huge burst potential. And Flawless is going Thunderlord's Graves in this game. We do see that on the loading screen, so really big damage on single targets. If you do get picked off, that will be pretty quick and easy for Spenu.
Yeah. Well, now loading in. We'll see if CJ can close this out with a 2-0. It would be a nice boost of confidence as they get ready for their potential match on Saturday. Spenu, they want to hold on and not get relegated. They need to win right here. Let's go ahead and get on the rip for game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty. It's going to be an Ocean Drake to start things off. So we're going to take it nice and easy yet again. So probably won't see that one picked up for quite some time into this game. But now CJ on the blue side, we'll see how they play this. They did quite well in game 1 playing from red. Whether or not they're going to have that same level of performance here You have to be seen. Shy now on the Echo rather than the Gangplank.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this reverse matchup, just because I think Soul played it really poorly in game number 1. So maybe Shy can do a little bit better. The Gangplank was stolen away from him as a result of Sky's champion puddle, necessitating a first pick Vladimir, basically.
2 mid laners today that have a champion puddle.
Oh, Duke's here too now.
Yeah, you see, Duke joining in on the action. And he's going to be hanging out with the rest of the crew. So, yet again, just going to have that Grump and Krug start for the bottom lanes. Get that race over 2. So, Sasin getting this counter pick with the Karma into the Vladimir. Yet again, we saw him run this game 1 versus ESC. See how much success he can have on it this time around, though.
The composition is a lot better for the Karma than game 1 against the ESC, though, because usually you want to run Karma with either a Gangplank in the top lane or an AD carry in the jungle, or in this case, both. You want to use that mobility that you give those carries as well as the tankiness so that you have just a ton of upfront burst damage. I'm not a big fan of Karma without one of those 2 conditions being met in team composition.
The other one we have to keep our eye on, of course, is going to be Flawless coming back in onto the Graves, and Haru on the Elise. You know, just played a pretty solid game on the Gragas, has it available for him in the second rotation of picks, and just opts to take this pick away from Flawless.
What this tells me is that they really just want to shut down the GP, right? They see the GP, they immediately take Elise and Echo. The idea is to get those ganks, 100%.
They'll be looking for this Wolf. Being taken pretty low, gets the Cocoon.
Nice.
Will be able to snipe it away with the Smite, so nicely done there by Haru. That's going to hurt Flawless quite a bit there as far as his gold and his experience goes.
Spider.
The worst kind.
Is that the worst kind? I don't know. What about a giant spider the size of a building? That's not very sneaky, but isn't that worse than a sneaky spider?
That's fine. I'm thinking about in the context of what can get into my apartment. The spider
the spider the size of a building can definitely get into your apartment. Let me tell you.
Okay. Well, at that point, I probably just, I don't even know. I jump out of my window.
Doesn't matter. You die anyway. That's how the Monte Cristo Choose Your Own Adventure with Achilles works.
I'd rather die than be in a room with a giant spider. So.
Well, now you can have both.
All right. Great. God, I'm like shuddering just thinking about it.
Now I know what to get you for your birthday.
No.
A ball full of spiders.
I'm just not going to come back from the States and go visit in September. I'll just stay there.
A spider surprise.
Oh, boy.
Just a box full of spiders.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm worried about if, like, Papa goes back to Australia, that he's going to come back with a bunch of spiders or something and just unleash them.
Yeah, spider box, you know. Yeah. The greatest gift a man can give his friend.
It's like the pocket sand attack.
I'm giving you a chance to overcome your fear of spiders.
I don't know if I want that. I'd rather just not like them for eternity.
That's how phobias work, right? You just expose the person to them, and then it's solved. It's cured forever.
Yeah, precisely. There's no mental scarring. You know, there's no paranoia or anything like that. It's just everything gets fixed.
Nice.
I don't know why I didn't think about that sooner. Should have just dove into a pool full of spiders by now, and I would have been fine. Haru's sticking around in mid, just going to help shove in against Karma. Guys got to be careful, though. Assassin's going to miss the Monka as he connects into the minions. And overall, still going to be quite nice on that mid lane, as the Chalice already completed as he had to use that teleport off the back, and now has a very slight CS lead as well.
Otherwise, pretty quiet early game. No quick ganks coming through. Both top laners maybe coming back to lane with Sheens. So Sky not gonna go for Doran's Ring and Dark Seal this game.
Flawless making his way up here. Shy. Gonna look for a ward inside of the Tri-Brush. So not gonna be able to spot Flawless, but knows that he's not lurking around, so he'll be safe. Keep pushing in against that Gangplank. Double sheen for both the top laners. The Ruby Crystal coming in off for Soul since he started with the Sapphire. So it'll be just a little bit faster that Trinity Force if that's what we're going to see Shy go, which I can assume is going to be the case. Could go for the Iceborne Gauntlet, but Triforce is pretty much taken over in that regard.
Yeah. I think we're certainly going to see the Trinity Force in this game. They like getting out of there. We'll see what Haru's going to build. He may be forced to build more tanky.
Yeah, we've seen a couple different things. I mean, Proto Belt on the Elise has been something. The Rylai's Crystal Scepter, Abyssal Scepter, you know, there's a lot of different options you can go for.
Or the score build, which is pure tank. Aegis into Randuin's on Elise. You just repel in and use your Randuin's active.
I mean, playing Elise, it's a lot harder to miss a smite by 2 HP. You have that execute damage on the Q.
You do, it's true. So always a nice feature of Elise. Ability to out-smite as long as your Venomous Bite is up.
Elise is basically the new Nunu.
Yeah. Not quite as much damage as Consume, but
it's pretty close.
I miss Nunu. Nunu's hilarious.
So do I. You see, if we just have... If Nunu gets a buff, SK Telecom immediately just kills Bengi. Say like, sorry, Blank, we'll see you next year. And they just shove Bengi into the World Championship.
He's such a delightfully poorly designed champion.
He's so basic.
I know.
Ah, you attack faster.
You slow down.
I throw ice cubes at you.
Everything's targeted, yay. I stand in front of the fight and press R.
Or wait in the bush.
So bad.
But Secret Agent Bengi is one of my favorite clips.
That was so good. It's hilarious to cast that.
Still suffering a little bit here. But we can see that top lane has really started to go the way of Shy. Just hammering down on Soul in those trades. Had to go back rather. Refill that potion for himself. Just completing the phage. So not yet having any of the stinger built up. Jump forward by Latenzier. Getting the root down on the Mad Light popped up, and he's just going to get blown up, actually. Nuclear now opening up the curtain call, looking for Kramer. Gets the move speed off of that little relic. One more bullet will do it, but it's not going to have a kill. Kramer still has wave clears. Low on mana, though, so has to be careful as he sits around. He's going to miss that cannon minion pretty crucially as well.
Yeah, that was a bit of greed there from Mad Life. He could have flashed out, could have exhausted, could have tempered fate, could have done anything. And decided to go for none of the above. He got chain CC'd, and
it was so odd. Like, I didn't think anything was going to even come of that because Nuclear and Hens just literally walked up to him, and then he just sat there and took it.
Yeah, kind of awkward.
So I was just like, okay, I'm just going to get a little bit of a trade. Oh, okay. You're dead.
Yeah, definitely should have had a bit more respect for that gank. I just think he wasn't anticipating the cannon barrage coming in, and that was the error.
Yeah, having that assist now on the Soul is going to help him out quite a bit. Even though he's down in the CS, the assist coming through with the Parlay Gold, he's probably pretty close to even right now. So he try to keep him down as much as possible. And Haru, this is my worry coming in on this Elise, hasn't come in really for a gank anywhere. Walked into mid, helped push up against Sassen, but that's pretty much the extent of it. Hasn't come and made a visit to this top lane yet.
No real attempts here by Haru.
He's walking
on a gank. Maybe finally they might be looking at something. He does sneak into that brush.
You need to chain 2 different types of CC though, because Gangplank of course has that cleanse, so you don't want to layer the Cocoon with the parallel convergence or else he'll just get out of both of them. It's like Soul might just back.
They really are hoping that Soul's going to go aggressive here and instead push all the way through the turret and try and take this down.
They might be able to take this. They do have the Sheen. Soul's going to wrap around the back, try to throw in a barrel, but he's just going to...
That would be a long chain of barrels to be able to save that, so he's not going to do it. And Shy and Haru, once again, going to team up for first brick in the top lane.
Now Dragon Beat taken. Flawless Nuclear and enter here. Saucin roaming down, so let's just let this one go over. It's an Ocean Drake, and we're going to get another Ocean Drake.
Ooh, getting the Rift Herald will be nice for Shy.
Yeah, that'll be really good.
Yeah, it should be easy too. Good transition because Karma went down to help out with the Drake, so they'll be able to get 2 objectives in exchange for 1. And when you want that split push going well, that's certainly going to be handy to have, although it is only taking 11 minutes, so not going to last too long. Into the late game, 31 will be, nearly 32 minutes will be the number where that buff will fade away from Shy's Echo.
Well, it'll be a good pickup, and hopefully Shy can continue to be oppressive to Soul, who's just now working on that Stinger. Opted in for the boots of quickness so he can really kite around this Echo as best as possible. Flawless in the roam up, gonna spot out this ward. So not gonna be able to really find a gank onto Shy unless he sticks around for a significant amount of time. So it looks like he will be safe for the time being. Now, where do they go from here? It's still just a couple hundred gold, teetering back and forth between about 150 and 200 here in favor of CJ. Still haven't gotten a kill, but they get that first tower, which really helped out in equalizing the gold distribution.
But now that we have the long lane, Soul may have a bit more trouble just walking up and taking this farm. So Shy should regain his CS edge, but when you consider the parlay gold, that won't mean a whole lot. So it's about the deep vision that they can get in here. Haru actually is going to abandon the blue buff and start to invade here at enemy red. Sees there's an opportunity to maybe take this. He will be too late.
Yeah, knows he's spotted out. So won't be able to move in, try to get the smite like he did on the Wolves later on in the game. Submission going to be controlled here. All of those auto attacks onto the ward being blocked by the Unbreakable. So Mad Life not going to be able to clear out that ward. Doesn't have the sweeper up for a little bit longer, so he's just going to rotate back down to the bottom side of the map.
It's annoying. You can't defend your pink ward properly, but at least CJ does get some wards in right now. Pink ward going next to the red pit and the green ward in the red pit itself. So CJ allows Shy to continue to push up and get pressure onto the GP, which is what they want. And now some counter jungling coming in. Kramer and Mad Life happy just to continue to wave clear the bottom side. Not really an opportunity for Spenu to get auto attacks onto the tier 1 turret. So it's about pushing this advantage. Shy low.
Haru coming back up top here, not going to get hit by that end of the line. Takes the repel over the Krugs and will stay safe. Shy with a pretty bold recall. Spotted Flawless and spotted him out. Could have dashed forward to try to get some collateral damage in, but don't make it out all the same. Haru will as well. Everybody will stay safe. So just going to be very slow pace of the game for the time being as people just try to farm up, which not the kills coming in. This is going to be good for Spenu, keeping even with his GP. He's got the Trinity Force completed now, as does Shy. So both of them going to be outputting a good amount of damage.
See what Flawless decides to go as his first non-jungle item. Probably will be armor penetration. It should be a triple armor penetration build for Spenu. And
I would guess a Hexdrinker here.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Hexdrinker probably because of the Elise. But triple armor penetration is going to be very good. That even if you build a lot of armor on CJ, when it's the GP and the Jhin and the Graves all building flat armor pen, it does become much less effective. You can get away with one damage type more or less. Also, Saucin going for the early Forbidden Idol this game, so fast Chalice, or yes, Sensor, that's what I meant.
Yeah, Haru getting it jumped on, actually just gets blown up. Saucin comes up with the kill, and now Sky, the bad spot flashes away. Curtain Call's opened up, looks like he will be able to zip his way out with the Ghost. Had to use both of his summoner spells, flash down for Haru as well. He just completely vanished in that fight.
Well, that's what happens with Thunderlord's Graves. We've seen it from Winged Dungeonaire. When you get picks with this champion, and you have the opportunity to use end of the line in conjunction with your ultimate, you can absolutely melt people. Haru went Proto Belt, so he doesn't have that tankiness. Nobody on CJ really does.
Yeah. Definitely not the opt-in that you want for that sort of situation. It's going to hurt Haru a bit, as he hasn't been able to really create pressure anywhere. Visit up to the top to get that first turret is about as far as it goes. But hasn't participated in any kills, led to anything, because CJ still going to be killless on the board, and now down by about 600 after that latest pick.
Saw CJ against Kongdu when they did have the early game deficit. They really looked lost, aimless on the map. See if Sky's substitution in this series can save them from really just having non-existent shot calling. So right now, Haru going to ignore the pink board. They just want to get the turret as fast as they can.
Might have the damage for this one. Cosmic Fighting not going to lock up the Braum, so they have to peel back, but they get a good amount of damage in. Sky was down. Can't get there in time to really make a difference, so he's just going to go back over to mid and continue applying pressure to Sasin, where he has finally tied up the CS in that lane. Kramer as well started spilling over into a bit of a lead. So all of the members of CJ in a pretty good spot. That's really what is keeping the gold so close right now between these teams. Nice chain of barrels there. Took off the Shy. And now looks like Svenu going to be opting in. This will be a second Ocean Drake for them.
That's great for the GP in the laning phase.
And 3 in a row. Okay.
Yeah, his ability to shrug off a lot of the Echo Harass, especially considering that the Rift Herald was picked up by Shy, means that more farming for the GP, more of a chance to make it into the late game. Art Sensor now done for Sasin. I like the rush on that item. We'll be able to power up the triple 80 carries that he's got already on his team, and then he can build into some more AP later on with the Death Cap for the even fatter shields.
Mad Life for Vortex at Magical Journey out. That'll answer a bit of damage in on the Sasin. Overall, just going to be a lot of harassing coming out. Haru sitting forward in this top side of the jungle as they continue to pressure Soul in underneath the turret. But Flawless is roaming up, so he gets spotted out by that ward. Now Shy, he's by himself. He's going to have to try to get out of here. Dash is back. He's taking a hell of a lot. Still has the ultimate. Doesn't even get the pop it. The Cannon Barrage with the collateral damage takes him down. Shy just sticking around way too long.
He should have flashed, is what he should have done. He should have flashed the ultimate from Flawless.
Shy in a bad spot. A couple more hits will pop the concussive blows. Flawless comes around the side, finds another kill. Emo Plague just not able to pop in time to get that health back, and now that should be the mid-tier 1 going down. There's no one on the side of CJ to answer this. It's Svenu, they're starting to take a foothold in this game.
Well, we'll be traded out for the bottom turret, but Kramer and Mad Life have to start thinking about, they should not race this probably.
No, they definitely should not. It's a 2v4. They're going to stick to it. They're going to lose this tower, and I don't think they're going to be able to net this one. So he could even go ahead and teleport over if they really want to hold on to this one, but CJ, they're going to back off. They just continue to lose objectives. Now gold lead opened up here for Svenu for the first time.
Not a lot,
it's though. 1.7 at about 20 minutes, so still nothing too crazy. They're going to be even in turrets at the end of the day. But still, CJ giving up things unnecessarily.
Shy also, he shouldn't have ulted there because it was just going to put him right back in Flawless and Soul's range, but he definitely could have flashed out of that one. Trying to open up a bigger gap to avoid the collateral damage. Instead, a kill goes over to the GP and also an assist off of Sky's death, so they're not going to be looking at the same level of late game scaling that we saw. Certainly Vladimir and Sivir will do well in the late game, but Svenu going to be a-okay with a gangplank of their own. And an edge already developed here for Svenu alongside taking both of the Drakes this game. CJ's got to start making moves to catch up if they want to stay in it.
Curtain call here. Get a couple shots onto Shy. It's taken down concussive blows, about to proc. That's going to be the end of the line yet again. Can't ulti, can't flash to get out. Suddenly Shy is having a very rough time on this Echo, despite being in control for the majority of the game, and that could be another tier 1 turret going over to Spenu, now up in that top side of the map, and CJ aren't able to answer here in mid.
The GP and the Karma there make it difficult at this early stage to wave clear. Gotta keep working their way around. Looks like Flawless will go back, but you know, we've seen this again from Winged on Jin Air. That Thunder Lord's Graves does have absolutely immense burst. He's gone for a Mortal Reminder very early in the game, so no flat pen. But that is going to help deal with the Vladimir and the Echo. Heals.
I mean, Shy's just way too far forward, and they get the curtain call.
Yeah, didn't expect Lances to show up there. Makes it easy to take him out with the concussive blows, and the line doing its thing.
And CJ are just getting put into a deeper hole as time goes on.
It's not too deep because they didn't actually get an objective off that kill on the Shy.
But at least got a kill on Nuclear. Yeah. Who's now starting to look a little bit scary on this Jhin. The Duskblade's completed alongside the Yoma's Ghostblades. This is starting to become a little bit worrisome. It's still about 1.9 thousand that Spenu has as a lead. But that double Ocean Drake is really going to be doing more and more work for them as time goes on.
Yeah, it's so hard to chunk people out of lane with double Ocean Drake.
I mean, if they get triple, it's just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, you're never going to stop the GP, basically. You need a 1v1 at that stage.
So CJ definitely need to make a move and try to get that one. Try to get some picks here. The Hens flash forward, but it's not able to find anything.
Flash for flash.
Yep. Get a barrage down as well.
Haru
connect. He's way too far forward. The tether comes out, and the collateral damage from Flawless.
That was so greedy.
I don't know why you would stick around that far up.
Well, he was just trying to get a random cocoon like tossed in there, but not respecting the Thunderlord's Graves damage at all.
Yeah, and now Shy, pretty far forward, gonna get a little bit of damage in onto that tier 2, but the wave clear clearly coming through from Soul now, who has that 2-item GP. But Shy, there's no one else in the vicinity. He can clear out the way for the Time Wander and just try to get the kill onto that turret. Would answer a 1-for-1 as they lose the tier 1 up top. Mid getting pushed in as well, so CJ might actually be able to net themselves 2 turrets here, which would be very good for them, give them a bit of an advantage. Not in gold, but in the map control. They will be able to net both of them. They just need to be worried about this pinch. Lahen's coming in, they slow them up the Cosmic Binding. Shy, they'll make it through the magical journey, and they'll continue to keep this very close. 1.8 thousand, still what separates.
Big threat of a Baron, though, from Spenu.
Well, Spenu, you saw what happened last time. I'll have to be a bit more cautious. Kramer trying to make it through the magical journey will do so. Nuclear gets interrupted. Looks like he canceled that one himself, the Bard ultimate. He expected it to come through. Meanwhile, Shy has some alone time in this bottom lane.
No GP.
Yeah, he's going to get a lot of damage in. GP's pinching in from the back, but able to work that down and lose 25%. Now CJ will need to get this Ocean Drake. This is going to be a really good pickup for them. So they can stop that third dragon potential coming through for Spenu, because it would just give them such a ridiculous amount of out-of-combat sustain.
There you go. At least they got one for themselves, so CJ be very helpful for Shy. Shy's still doing well in the 1v1 here now that he has the Dead Man's Plate.
Yeah, you can see him chunking out Soul underneath this tower even. But still, CJ have not been able to find a single kill in 25 minutes of this game.
It's actually amazing that they're still under 2,000 gold behind in spite of having 0 kills to 6.
Yeah.
Most likely they
I mean, look at the CS differential in the top lane, in the bottom lane. That's the biggest thing. Yeah. Kramer now 299, 300 as he passes that mark here in mid to 242.
He really needs a rapid fire cannon though. That's the big item for him. He's got to get that. He has to have distance against Sasin, Flawless, and Soul. Like, he can't be getting caught in those big zones of powder kegs and Mantrid Qs.
That's going to be my biggest concern for this build as Kramer goes in. He's only got a couple hundred. We can't obviously see where he's going for, but Usually we see that Phantom Dancer coming out for the Sivir.
Yep.
So might see that happen, but the Rapid Fire Cannon would just do so much work for him and keep him that much safer.
It's definitely not a typical Sivir item, but I do think it's a useful Sivir item in this, against this composition that Spenu has selected.
Oh boy, Haru gonna get engaged on, popped up by the Glacial Fissure. He doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's just gonna come down to his death, no flash up, and now the jungler's gone for 40 seconds. Spenu, do they try to look for this Baron? Looks like the answer is no.
They don't have the waves in a good place to actually do the Baron right now.
Good point.
And Soul, if he, they can try and 4-man it, but they probably shouldn't do that because they are not very tanky. Spenu should have learned their lesson. 26 minutes in. Vladimir still has a Hemoplague to pop on you. Ricochet's going everywhere in the Baron pit with a Hemoplague means ludicrous amount of damage on Spenu.
That's nice
Take away there.
Good pickup by Kramer. And I can't really see how much HP that turret has, but I imagine it's got to be getting lower and lower. A couple more hits probably from Shy, and they'll take that one out.
Oh, it's healing up at the same time.
Heals up pretty slowly, but is fighting a bit of an uphill battle. And this Gangplank does do a good amount of damage. Finally has that Hex Drinker in, so he's going to be mitigating a bit more. Has that shield to really keep himself alive against the Echo. So he's going to be faring a bit better. And you can see the CS hasn't really climbed that much in favor of Shy. It's only 15 as a difference. And with Parlay, the kill and the 4 assists, he definitely has a massive lead over top of the Echo at the moment.
Why does Haru have an Abyssal Scepter? His build this game is,
I don't know,
just really wacky.
It needs to just transition fully in the tank.
I totally think you rush a Randuin's in this game.
At least no Rylai's.
So one of the big reasons he's kept dying. We can go back even further. Why even pick Elise? Because they weren't able to do anything with the Elise in the early game. Gragas would be a million times more useful at 28 minutes at 0-3-0.
I agree.
And especially an Elise who has an Abyssal against a Karma, basically, and 3 Armor Pen AD champions. This build is awful.
Well, it's what Haru has decided on, and it also just kind of shows why he was one of the highest death rates in the regular split for summer.
Well, at least Kramer has agreed with me on build. Rapid Fire Cannon third.
Good man, Kramer. He surprises you sometimes with being correct. But looks like we might have a fight breaking out around the river. No, just gonna take that magical journey out. Mad Life big jump down to about half HP. He's gonna drink up on that Coco and keep himself alive and healthy. Turret has regen a bit. It's just below 50%. You can see that Shy is starting to struggle a bit in this lane against Soul. It's getting harder and harder for him.
I'm pretty sure Mad Life plays that skin so he can remember when Coco was on his team.
Just that nice little reminder that those good memories. Oh boy, Mad Life, don't go around that corner. Mad Life, don't you go around that corner. He's going around that corner, oh God. Has a sweeper, but he clips him in the brush. You can see him, I believe. Their outlines, yep, he knew. He barely caught a glimpse. And that just halted a potential disaster from occurring.
Still no vision on the actual Baron, however.
Oh boy.
Oh wow.
Big burst of damage going in on the Flawless. Shield from Saucin. Cannon Barrage burned out by Soul as well. And now CJ might be able to just push up into mid. Still have that wave clear coming through from GP though. And Sky, he's going to rotate up to the top lane, trying to get that moving. Actually going to bounce back down. And let coming in with the recall. So CJ not really able to make a play off of forcing Flawless back, but still just shows how much damage they really do have in their kit.
Yeah, and how squishy Spenu is too, but Trinity Force advanced plays, that's a pretty high damage 2-item combo onto Echo. Now we're waiting 5 seconds until the Infernal Drake arrives. That is going to be a really important objective in this game.
Yeah, I mean, if that gets handed over to the Gangplank, he is going to be doing amount of damage. You can see CJ already on the fast track, though, to move in here. Should be able to start this up. Soul now in the base, has the teleport available, but Nuclear starting to wander up towards top. So yeah, they're just going to let this go over. So Infernal Drake falls. So.
It is more useful for CJ than it is for Spenu. Spenu has plenty of damage. That's not their problem, so they're not going to commit to that fight. He'd have more damage. So be it. Soul actually going for Sterix this game.
Oh, okay.
An item we occasionally see on the GP, but
yeah, I wasn't sure. I saw he had
he is worried about getting
sub-item there, but I wasn't sure where he was going to go with it.
Yeah, he is worried about getting bursted out here.
As he should be. We saw what happened to Flawless, so.
Especially by like a Hemoplague pop, that could be.
Yeah. Just going to be precautious. Spenu still having this lead. Just 2,000 gold, just about Kramer with a nice spell shield. Going to make sure he doesn't get rooted out. They'll be able to go ahead and back off in mid. Spenu not able to find an opening, and Baron still going to remain on the board here. No one going for it. Oh man, Lehend's just getting picked off. Flashes back, but he's just not going to be able to make it out. Now Bard Ultimate going to come through and catches all of the spiders. Not going to find any of the members of Spenu though.
I like the golden spiders in the sky, Achilleos.
I don't.
Little spiderlings. What? They're frozen. They can't hurt you.
All right, that's fair.
Actually, the spiders can't hurt you anyway, so I suppose that wasn't really.
Depends on where you're at and what spiders you're talking about, man.
Not the ones in Korea.
Oh, well, it's going to be a stun on the Flawless from the Parallel Convergence. Shy goes in deep. And that's going to be a tier 2 tower going down. CJ making some moves. Finally got a kill on the board. 1-7 in that regard. And they're going to bring it within 1,000 gold now, as they have a 2-tower lead.
Best part of those kills, too, is CJ did not have to use any flashes to get them. Picking that one up onto Lehend's very easily, and they got it because they were pushing up the side waves. The side wave control has been better for CJ in about the last 10 minutes of this game. So because they had pressure, they were able to walk into the enemy jungle and punish Lehend's for going into river.
Yep, and now Kramer, he's 20 CS away from Flame Horizoning Nuclear right now. Pretty disgusting, even for a Sivir. If he pulls that off, he'll have about 100 CS over perfection.
Well, the weird thing about this game, Achilleos, is even though Spenu has 2 teleports and CJ doesn't, CJ's been farming all the waves better, like a lot better.
Well, we saw that with the wave prep coming in from Spenu. They get an advantage to get a kill, but they couldn't take an objective because the waves just weren't set.
Yeah, and the problem is that they are sacrificing a lot of farm because they're only farming 2 lanes, whereas CJ's been more reliably farming all 3.
Oh boy, Haru though, yet again getting caught out. It's going to go low, gets a cocoon in. Will go in with a repel, makes it over to the Baron, doesn't get triggered. No, it's not. And Kramer moves in, gets a big kill in, onto the Braum, flashes away, keeps himself alive, and now Nuclear going low. Mad Life up at the front, knows that the Bard ultimate will catch Flawless. Nuclear still on the chase, not able to find anything. Sky's going to jump forward, goes into the Zonias. Stay alive. Curtain Call opened up. This could be devastating for CJ if Nuclear can find the shots, but he's actually going to cancel it after the first bullet. CJ dangerously low, but it looks like they will be able to back off after finding another kill onto Lehend's.
Yeah, lots of kills coming through right there. Haru looking like he was going to get caught, but Kramer coming through with both summoners.
Flame Horizon.
To actually, there you go, Flame Horizon. Actually hits it, but Kramer doing a lot of work right there. He actually did get a Bloodthirster as his 4th item. Very concerned with his survivability. Needs that overshield to help deal with the burst.
Yeah, and now another dagger, so this could be the Phantom Dancer coming in last. So he has that added duel potential.
I mean, he certainly doesn't need our penetration, so.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be in such a good spot now. 2 kills. The 2 kills that CJ has have ended up onto the Sivir.
He's been playing really well in these team fights, so props to him. He's turned that
this is like the
CS
Kramer
advantage into damage.
This is like the Kramer that we saw in spring when CJ were on their win streak. Granted, he was playing Ezreal a lot at that point, but now with this Sivir, he's been looking pretty immaculate. His CS record right now is phenomenal.
All right, a little skirmish coming down now. Haru will skitter away back into the forest. Spenu tries to reclaim, but they just don't have side lane pressure. They don't have anybody down there. How do you have 2 teleports and have nobody in bot lane right now?
Well, Soul's going back. He's going to go ahead and meet up with Shy.
But it's always Spenu dancing to the beat of CJ's drum here. It's never them being objective and trying to deal with this. And yes, it is hard to deal with Shy right now, but I think Soul should be able to handle it with a Hex Drinker and Asterix.
Well, now Shy is going to be able to take away that blue buff, so even more harass coming in from his side of things. He'll pick that up. He's got the Guardian Angel available. You can see, even with the parlay and those 4 assists, Shy not participating in any kills. He's just 200 gold behind.
Well,
so he's been keeping it really close.
More turrets, also the 50 CS advantage.
Soul just not having as much impact as Shy had in the last game here. See, he uses the ultimate to snap back in. He's going to keep up this constant pressure. CJ have some vision with that big board inside the Baron pit, but just can't really make a move for it yet.
Make a move potentially for an Elder Dragon here would be, they can buy enough time. They certainly have the minion waves in a good place. I don't want to give up that Baron, and
they have the consistent damage as well to help burn it down. They have to be worried if they go for the Elder Dragon that Spenu just goes straight over to the Baron. So they need to be assured that that's not going to happen. See this turret not really recovering that much HP. Still sitting around half at the moment.
Never really the foothold that they need to actually move onto this Baron. Playing it about as cautiously as they can. Finally going to take out a ward the pick. Couple of pinks there. Same thing for Spenu though. Should be the patience game here. Haru got to face check that one.
He goes low. That's going to be the cannon barrage coming up. Flawless pushing forward. Throws out the collateral damage, but it's not going to be. It's not going to be enough to come up with the kill. And Mad Life exits with that magical journey over into the Baron pit.
That was nice actually. Got 2 ults out, and Haru didn't have to burn his flash.
Yeah.
That was another timing that they can work on here as Shy playing with fire a little bit. Maybe doesn't have the wards to be quite that deep.
Yeah, wouldn't spot him if they come out of the base gate, I don't think. So somebody could wrap around on his left flank, but still just going to be playing up. Now the Wolf Spirit there. Jungle Force Spenu. So just trying to keep tabs on anybody from CJ if they go in to get some vision. Elder Dragon has spawned. Baron's been here. But so far, no one moving in for either objective. Shy just really trying to get something out of Soul. His flash is almost up. If you could have burned that in this bottom lane, that'd be a pretty big win here for the Echo. But actually, the Baron buff started up, down to half HP.
Wow, nice job.
They're really working this thing down. Ward comes in, Flawless waiting over the wings. Haru needs to be able to confirm this one. He's going low. It's almost taking him down. Sky on the backside, trying to chunk out Flawless. He goes into the pit. Can he find him out? Flawless is going to take it away. He gets burned out immediately, but so does Haru. Yet again, Haru cannot get the smite, even with Elise. With that execute damage, loses it, and suddenly Spenu have such a strong chance to fight back.
Something about CJ on this blue side. They can never keep people out from over the wall. Second steal from a red side team on them tonight. And now they're in trouble. All their pressure is going to waste. They may lose the Elder Dragon too. Flawless dies, but so does Haru.
Might just lose Mad Life. Nice magical journey will take him out before the Glacial Fissure connects. Doesn't look like Spenu are in that good of a position to really go for the Elder Dragon yet.
They tried to be sneaky right there, and Haru just trying to two-man it alongside Kramer, but the Vlad, even though he's got the Rylai's, just couldn't provide the crowd control on the outside to stop Flawless. And how exactly did this go down? I mean, Haru spends a lot of time in human form right here. And there you go. Sivir ult comes out.
I don't even know if he's in spider form when this dies. He's not.
No, he just gets bursted down. And Flawless does so much damage. His rotation of spells. They were trying to save it.
He was trying to hit him with the cocoon when he came in, but he was just way too late to it.
Also on the wrong side of the pit.
Yeah.
Realistically. And yes, they were trying to not deal damage to Baron anymore. They were trying to turn with the Sivir ult, but at 1500, that is well within Flawless's range with how much damage this Graves does right now.
Yeah, end of the line, collateral damage, smite, it's all there for him. And now Spenu, they They have already a bit of a lead, it's just 500 gold, so CJ are still in a decent spot, but with 4 members with Baron buff, they're going to be looking to take some of these structures. They've only taken out 3 turrets so far.
Uh-oh.
2 in the mid.
Nice
Shy.
flank. Nice flank.
Shy's coming in from behind. He's throwing parallel convergence. Going to throw it in
Nice
this spot.
job.
Flawless. Going low. He's going to get caught up here. The ultimate as he goes into that. Golden State. The Hens almost going down. Curtain Call opened up, but most of CJ are out of the range. Shy going to take a couple of these bullets. Still safe as that Guardian Angels. As does Lehens, as he is still chunked out. Cocoon is going to jump away to the side. Nice stand behind me to take the saving with Soul. Going low. That's going to be the boomerang coming through. Gets a slow up. Kramer flashes forward. Gets the big crit. Takes out the gangplank. That's going to be a crucial part of the wave clear here. Gone on the side of Spenu. And now the ping's coming out. CJ, they're going to be looking for the Elder Dragon, which is a must if they want to stay in this game.
Wow, Kramer's aggressive flashes in this game have been the saviors
Oh,
of
they're going to
CJ.
pitch right back into mid. They get the Guardian Angel away from Shy, but Madlight comes forward. Not able to get the Cosmic Binding, but Kramer comes up with a kill onto Flawless, and now Saucin trying to run away. They jump forward with that Proto Belch. Sky very much on the hunt. Speaking of which, Kramer goes ahead, pops this one out. They zip forward, they take him down, and they are going to lose the Baron buff on multiple members of Spenu right there. CJ, where do they go from here? Is it the Elder Dragon? Do they try to go for something in mid? Still 15 seconds on Soul. When he comes up, the wave clear and the damage from Spenu is going to have to be respected.
Wow, they traded 2 members for a GA. Just terrible from Spenu, and now CJ going to reverse the Baron push into the Baron empowered minions. They're going to be the one who take an inhibitor, but Kramer, man, he is just showing up in this game.
And this is the Kramer that we were touting before as potentially a top 3 in Korea as an AD carry. It vanished for so long, but here in this game, granted, it's against Panasonic. Here in this game, he's at least having a strong performance. His CS is through the roof. His aggressive plays are calculated. He's not being punished for them. He's looking much like he did in spring. And you just have to wonder, where was this Kramer? Where was this for so damn long in summer?
Yeah, it was really interesting because he went from like the highest DPM player, damage per minute player in this league in spring, and he was so thoroughly mediocre in that category this summer. But it's not, the calculated aggression is very good here. Yeah. He's been able to really just use his summoners when he knows 100% that he will get that kill. And it's those picks that have been driving CJ forward. He's got 100% kill participation right now.
Yeah, he's got 4 of the 6 kills that have come through. Spin full items, got that Phantom Dancer as the last one, and he's also over 100 CS up where you technically would be at a 10 per minute.
Certainly doing well. 5,000 gold ahead of Nuclear.
Oh man, can he double Flame Horizon Nuclear by the end of this game?
Might well be able to. We'll see. He's on his way. So now CJ has time. He can wait for the next Baron buff. Base has been cracked. CJ have the upper hand to go ahead and take this series 2-0 and keep their hopes of staying in Champions alive.
You know what's so confusing to me right now, though, is that they keep assigning Shy to this bottom lane where he's not going to be able to get that much work done. But there's a tier 2 sitting in top this whole time that he could have been splitting against.
I mean, Shy, they want him far away from the Baron with the teleport. Certainly that can be matched by Soul, but they keep sending Soul down there and he keeps winning those trades. So now they can split push effectively.
Collateral damage thrown out.
Just clear the minion wave.
Yeah, get a couple hits in, but overall not going to get a whole lot done. Shy moving in. Eating that turret and getting slowed up by that barrel explosion, though, so that's going to equalize the trade for the most part for Soul.
Look at that ricochet damage.
Yeah. So. 800 per hit. Pretty ridiculous, but Spenu, their wave clear is still strong with this Graves, with this Karma, so they're going to be all right to just hold on to that. Shy's got to be careful. Doesn't have that GA up for a little bit longer. It's about 3/4 off cooldown. Now everybody rotates into mid, so that should be the opening here for CJ to go ahead and take out that tier 2 tower. It's just pretty much a waiting game there for Spenu. Knew that they could hold on to it the entire time, so they'll just surrender it over, and CJ can pick up another structure, and even though they lost that Baron, they are now up by almost 6,000 gold.
Okay, Okay, well, still an opportunity here. They've got to push up the mid wave before they recall for this Baron. They don't want to lose their control over the jungle. They're going to try and Death Brush.
They lose another Baron.
Try and Death Brush.
If Nuclear were to walk up there, he would get burned out pretty quickly. Saucin moving forward. The Q's not going to connect. Cocoon goes in, finds Nuclear, but they're not able to collapse in time.
Oh, that was actually the Cocoon they wanted, but they didn't follow up. They didn't expect to be that successful.
They were surprised that they weren't ready for it to actually connect.
Wow, Shy. Dueling here.
They get the Cannon Barrage out of the
That's
gangplank.
really nice.
So that's going to be really crucial fighting around this bit. Pushing in, going to be looking for Lehens. Slow him up. Can't get the Cosmic Binding though. Mad Life gets chunked down to about half. You have to be careful. Shy still just maintaining this pressure. The Guardian Angel almost back up for him. Meanwhile, Haru has his.
Yeah, he went back and healed up, used his ult to get back into lane.
Looking for another Death Brush. They find the Cocoon. Are they able to blow up? Yes, they are. Saucin is gone, and CJ, they say, okay, it's go time. Go straight over to this Baron, but they still have to be worried about Flawless. And this curtain call that gets opened up now by Nuclear. It's just barely missed by the Bard ultimate by Mad Light. He shorted it by a pixel. Will fire off all of the shots, get some good damage in, but CJ still relatively healthy as the Baron goes down. Mad Life and Kramer going to be looking to pitch around the backside of this bit, getting some damage in onto Lehens. He throws out that Glacial Fissure. Kramer popping on the hunt, just trying to shove off Flawless, and here comes Shy on the backside with the teleport, just completely keeping him busy, and CJ, they'll finally be able to get the Baron for themselves. Shy continuing to push, can be fearless with this Guardian Angel that he now has restored onto him. But CJ finally picking up the tool that has eluded them for so long in this game and might just help them close out a 2-0 over Spenu.
Took a little bit long there for Shy to get in. He did have to initiate a full recall before TPing and getting into that position, but does make it there eventually, does finally zone out the jungler effectively, and now CJ look like they're going to take this series 2-0.
Yeah, this is going to be the inhibitor going down. Lehens trying to push forward. Still has the Guardian Angel, but he's low on HP. Sky pushing in from below, takes a good chunk off of Flawless, and now both inhibitors are down yet again. It's going to be Shy catching the wave, or Haru rather, catching the wave down, and Bot going to move that forward so they can just look for the third inhibitor. CJ, they don't want to take any chances. They're going to try to move up every single wave and let Shy be the one that plays a little bit recklessly. You can see him taking a lot of damage there from Nuclear and Saucin. As these Baron-empowered super creeps do push forward, but the third and final inhibitor turn is gone. The third inhibitor is going to fall. Cannon Barrage comes down. Curtain Call opened up. Can they find the shots? Looks like it might have been interrupted there by the Bard ultimate. It was. And now Soul in a bad spot. Has to back off. Has that Hemo Blade ticking, but he gets a nice big shield from Saucin in the end to keep him alive. Almost certainly would have killed him there. You can see Kramer with the Ricochet crits is clearing out these waves as they spawn underneath the towers. And these cannon minions are starting to do some work. Now the super creeps coming in on the mid side.